Chapter 86. In the end, Xiao Yan was still taken away. Putting aside the fact that Su Meng and Xiao Yan were separated by life and death, it was just like how Bai Suzhen was going to be locked up in Leifeng Pagoda. Su Meng chased after the police car for a long time and finally collapsed on the road. Su Debao and Su Xiaobao hugged each other and cried. Su Debao looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of gloomy hatred. Although Xiao Yan was taken away, for some reason, the two elders of the Xiao family seemed to be very sure that Xiao Yan was fine. This made Ning Shu feel that Old Man Xiao had some tricks up his sleeves. However, Old Man Xiao actually told Ning Shu to get Xiao Yan back, saying that it was just a misunderstanding. Hearing Old Man Xiao's words and attitude, Ning Shu was shocked. Treating the government agency as the servants of the Xiao family, they would let Xiao Yan go just because she said a word? Ning Shu didn't pay attention to Old Man Xiao at all and did what she should do. Old Man Xiao was so angry that he hit the floor tiles with his crutch. Ning Shu felt that this guy was simply a wooden club. The bank was about to take away the house. Shouldn't he be worried about where to live in the future? Sure enough, not long after Xiao Yan was arrested, the bank came to seal up the whole house. Everything was pasted with a note, indicating that this thing no longer belonged to the Xiao family. Even Mrs. Zhao's jewelry was taken away. Su Meng's small apartment that Xiao Yan gave her was taken away. Su Meng took the two children to the house arranged by Li Xiuwen. Li Xiuwen was considerate and sent a servant to take care of them. Su Meng didn't mention all kinds of thanks, but Old Man Xiao wasn't so lucky and was directly driven out. Old Man Xiao and Mrs. Zhao's faces were ugly. The old couple who had enjoyed half of their lives suddenly didn't know where to go. Ning Shu took her suitcase and was about to leave. Mrs. Xiao saw that Ning Shu was about to leave and quickly grabbed Ning Shu and asked anxiously, "Where are you going? You took the Xiao family's money and are ready to run away." Ning Shu, when did she take the Xiao family's money? If the loot that Li Xiuwen gave her was indeed the Xiao family's money. Of course, Mrs. Xiao didn't know that her daughter-in-law had colluded with others to destroy the Xiao family. However, she and Old Master Xiao didn't know where to go now, so naturally, they had to rely on Ning Shu. The two of them didn't care about Ning Shu's expression. They just followed Ning Shu. Ning Shu sneered. He ignored the two of them and went to a small district. Ning Shu bought a house in this district in case of a situation like today. Mrs. Xiao walked into the room with a look of disdain on her face. Why is the room so small? All the rooms added together were not even as big as the villa's kitchen. Mr. Xiao also showed dissatisfaction on his face. Ning Shu said, "You let us live in such a house?" Ning Shu said indifferently, "If you don't want to live here, you can leave." This house was not small. It was more than 100 square meters. Mrs. Xiao and Old Master Xiao couldn't find a place to live at the moment, so they could only stay here. When it was time to eat, the two of them sat at the dining table and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu sneered directly. "If you want to eat, do it yourself. There are no servants here to serve you." He took his suitcase and left. Mrs. Xiao was so angry that her body was trembling. She cursed loudly in the house. In the end, Old Master Xiao was so hungry that he asked Mrs. Xiao to prepare food. Mrs. Xiao was someone who was served by others. She didn't do any household chores. Now that she suddenly had to cook, the taste was imaginable. After Old Master Xiao ate it, he had diarrhea for the whole day. Ning Shu went to see Li Xiuwen. Li Xiuwen's face showed a complacent smile. There was nothing happier than having a beauty in his arms. Li Xiuwen wanted to kill Xiao Yan in prison directly, but Ning Shu didn't agree. It was too easy for Xiao Yan to die like this. He said to Li Xiuwen, "Are you stupid? If Xiao Yan really died in prison, Su Meng would miss him for the rest of her life. Now that the two of them were loving each other passionately, if they suddenly separated, wouldn't it be the most beautiful moment in their memory?" Li Xiuwen's face showed a look of understanding. He pointed at the table and said, "That's right. Now is the best time for you to win Xiao Yan's heart. Let's make a bet." Let's see if you can make Xiao Yan fall in love with you first, or Su Meng will fall in love with me first. Ning Shu, fuck off. Why are the people in this world so disgusting? Ning Shu got what she deserved. Now, the Xiao family and the Su family combined were not as rich as her, especially the Xiao family who had no money at all. Xiao Yan's sentence came out. He was sentenced to 2.5 years for hiring a hitman to cause intentional injury. However, Xiao Yan didn't plead guilty. Xiao Yan was domineering and wanted to appeal, but no one cared. The evidence was conclusive. It didn't matter if he pleaded guilty or not. When the Xiao family got the news, they forced Ning Shu to get Xiao Yan out. Ning Shu didn't care about these people at all. Madame Xiao looked at Ning Shu with resentment. During this period of time, Madame Xiao had been in a lot of pain. She had to do everything by herself. Her well-maintained hands had become rough, and she had become haggard. Ning Shu didn't eat at home at all, and Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao didn't have money at all. They had to do the laundry and cook by themselves. Mrs. Xiao, who used to be graceful and elegant, was responsible for everything. Seeing Ning Shu living so comfortably, Madame Xiao was so jealous that her heart was filled with venom. She missed the time when she had servants to serve her. Madame Xiao wanted to act like a mother-in-law, but Ning Shu immediately asked the two of them to get lost. With nowhere to go and no money on them, the two of them were at a loss. Mr. Xiao used his old connections to get Xiao Yan out and borrow some money to make a comeback. He called them, but these people had to deal with Mr. Xiao before. Now, they didn't even answer the phone. Mr. Xiao was so angry that he had high blood pressure. These people who hit a man when he was down, didn't they think about how humble they were before? Now, they immediately became arrogant. Xiao Yan had been in prison for almost a week. Even Su Meng couldn't bear it anymore. Su Meng thought that Mr. Xiao would get Xiao Yan out, but Xiao Yan didn't come out after such a long time. As long as she thought of Xiao Yan's suffering, Su Meng's heart was stirred by a knife. She took the two children to Ning Shu. As soon as Su Meng saw Ning Shu, she knelt in front of Ning Shu and looked at Ning Shu with a pair of eyes that seemed to have suffered extreme pain. Ning Shu shouted, "Su Ran, I know you hate me. You hate me, it has nothing to do with Xiao Yan. Now, Xiao Yan can come out with just a word from you. Do you really have the heart to let him go to prison?" Ning Shu looked at Su Meng incredulously. Xiao Yan had committed a crime. What did she mean that Xiao Yan can come out with just a word from her? Was the law so childish? "Mom, get up, I will find a way to save Dad. You don't have to beg this vicious woman." Su de Biyao wanted to pull Su Meng up, but Su Meng insisted on kneeling in front of Ning Shu. Su de Biyao looked at Ning Shu with gloomy and vicious eyes. Chapter 87. Ning Shu looked at Su Meng, who was kneeling in front of him. Her face was full of grief and helplessness. She seemed to be in extreme pain and her eyes were full of struggle. "Su Ran, I know you hate me, but this has nothing to do with Xiao Yan. Please save Xiao Yan. If you are willing to save him, I will never appear in front of Xiao Yan again." Su Meng's face was full of sacrifice for love. She gave up everything she loved and would rather suffer and endure the pain. Ning Shu was speechless. He was speechless. He was really speechless. Su Meng burst into tears and said, "As long as you promise to let Xiao Yan go, I promise to break up with Xiao Yan." Plop! Mr. Xiao also knelt in front of Ning Shu. The muscles on his face trembled as if he had been greatly insulted. He said, "Please find Xiao Yan. In the future, you will be the mistress of the Xiao family and Xiao Yan will not divorce you." When Su Meng heard this, she sat on the ground in a daze. She looked miserable. What was so good about being the mistress of the Xiao family now? First, the Xiao family had no money. Second, Xiao Yan was now a criminal. Even the old couple of the Xiao family had nowhere to go now. What was so attractive about being the mistress of the Xiao family? Why did Mr. Xiao still feel so good about himself? Did he really think that others cared about his son? Ning Shu didn't speak and directly called Li Xiuwen. After a while, Li Xiuwen came. Seeing Su Meng kneeling on the ground, he quickly helped Su Meng up and asked, "Are you okay?" Su Meng shook her head in tears and said sadly, "I'm fine. I'm just too worried about Xiao Yan." When Su Meng said this, Ning Shu clearly saw Li Xiuwen's face twitch for a moment. Then, he recovered his gentle and considerate look. Was it really okay to mention Xiao Yan in front of Li Xiuwen? Was it really okay for Su Meng to provoke Li Xiuwen like this? Fortunately, Li Xiuwen could hold back. Ning Shu said to Li Xiuwen, "Tie up your dog. Don't let her run around. Look how crazy she is." Li Xiuwen didn't say anything. He just left with Su Meng, whose body was weak from crying, and Su Biyao, whose face was gloomy. Old man Xiao, who had been kneeling on the ground, was already old. After kneeling for such a long time, his legs were numb. Seeing that Ning Shu was ignoring him, his face twitched. It was humiliating for a father-in-law to kneel in front of his daughter-in-law. It made old man Xiao, who had been domineering his whole life, feel incomparably humiliated. Therefore, even though old man Xiao was kneeling, he looked at Ning Shu with hatred and disgust. Ning Shu also felt drunk. Looking at old man Zhao's attitude, a normal person would not save Xiao Yan. Asking for help should have the attitude of asking for help. However, Ning Shu really wanted to get Xiao Yan out. 2 years in prison was really too easy for Xiao Yan. What if Xiao Yan became a tyrant in prison and recruited a lot of underlings and became the boss of the underworld when he came out? Xiao Yan was the male lead of this world. He was very lucky. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Yan had nothing now, he wanted to get him out and make him completely unable to turn over. Ning Shu spent a lot of money and found a lot of connections to get Xiao Yan out. Ning Shu looked at Xiao Yan, who was wearing a prison uniform. His head was shaved bald. His appearance had decreased a lot. Xiao Yan's eyes were still unruly, with a sense of superiority. Anyway, Ning Shu didn't know where his sense of superiority came from. When Xiao Yan saw Ning Shu, his first sentence was, "Su Ran, you vicious woman. Even if you save me, I won't love you." Ning Shu, Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu coldly and sat in the car. Ning Shu didn't bother to talk to him and drove back to the community. When Xiao Yan walked into the house, his first reaction was the same as old couple Xiao. Old couple Xiao was excited to see Xiao Yan. Mrs. Xiao told Xiao Yan about Ning Shu's abominable behavior, which made Xiao Yan look at Ning Shu even more coldly. Especially when he heard that Ning Shu asked his father to kneel, his eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at Ning Shu. Facing Xiao Yan's expression, Ning Shu sneered coldly. Did he really think that all the women in the world loved him and should tolerate him? Xiao Yan was full of depression. He felt like a dragon trapped in shallow water. He locked himself at home and refused to eat. No matter how old man Xiao and Mrs. Xiao tried to persuade him, it was useless. Ning Shu looked at the food in front of the door. Since Xiao Yan didn't want to eat, he didn't want to eat. Ning Shu directly threw the food into the trash can. Seeing Ning Shu's action, Mrs. Xiao was so angry that she gasped, but she didn't dare to say anything. Now the Xiao family had to ask Ning Shu for money for everything. If they annoyed Ning Shu would refuse to pay and they would starve again. Once, they starved for a whole day. In the end, Mrs. Xiao came to Ning Shu to ask for money to eat. Only then did Mrs. Xiao and old man Xiao eat. Every time Mrs. Xiao and old man Xiao looked at Ning Shu with hatred and humiliation, but they didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Ning Shu throw away their son's food, Mrs. Xiao couldn't help but say, "Su Ran, how can you be so vicious? Xiao Yan didn't even eat when he came out and you threw away his food." Ning Shu snorted. "Since you don't want to eat, don't eat anymore. You." Mrs. Xiao looked at Ning Shu. "You will get your retribution." Ning Shu said coldly, "I don't know if I will get my retribution, but you will soon get yours." Hearing this, Mrs. Xiao trembled. Thinking that she had to take money from Ning Shu, she could only swallow her anger. In the end, Xiao Yan came out to eat because he was hungry. Ning Shu personally handed the food to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan looked at Ning Shu condescendingly and sneered. Su Ran, no matter how you please me, I won't change my mind about you. Xiao Yan took the bowl from Ning Shu's hand and ate. Because he ate too quickly, he choked. With a big bald head, he looked really wretched. Ning Shu watched from the side and smiled coldly. I hope you'll be fine after eating this meal. Knowing that Xiao Yan had come out, Su Meng brought the two children over. When she saw Xiao Yan, Su Meng's lips trembled, and then she threw herself into Xiao Yan's arms. She reached out to touch Xiao Yan's bald head and said with a trembling voice, You've suffered. Ning Shu almost laughed his pants off. This scene was funny no matter how he looked at it. Li Xiuan stood not far away and looked at the two people hugging each other. His expression was very complicated. Ning Shu could not describe it. The two children hugged Xiao Yan and cried. Xiao Yan comforted one and the other. Xiao Yan said to Su Meng affectionately, I will pull myself together and give you and the children something to rely on. Su Meng covered her mouth and shook her head. Xiao Yan was very anxious. I won't let you and the children suffer. Su Meng was still crying. She looked at Ning Shu with a painful expression. Xiao Yan noticed Su Meng's gaze and turned to Ning Shu. You evil woman, what did you do to Su Meng? Chapter 88. Vicious woman, vicious woman. Now Xiao Yan didn't even call her name. Every time he opened his mouth, he would call her a vicious woman. Xiao Yan hugged Su Meng and glared at Ning Shu. If you dare to hurt Su Meng, I won't let you go. Su Meng shook her head at Xiao Yan. It's none of her business. I decided to leave you. As long as you come out, it's fine. Xiao Yan, forget me. You are my woman. I won't allow you to run away from me. Xiao Yan hugged Su Meng tightly and roared, with a vicious look in his eyes. Su Ran, give up. You actually used me to threaten Su Meng. You are vicious. Ning Shu didn't know what she had said to Su Meng. It was always Su Meng talking to herself. She was the one who said that she would leave after saving Xiao Yan. Ning Shu sneered and tore apart the two people who would never be separated from each other. He directly pushed Su Meng into Li Xiuan's arms, then turned around and slapped Xiao Yan in the face. Then another slap in the face, and then another. Ning Shu patted his hands. Xiao Yan, look at the situation clearly. If you keep calling me a vicious woman, I will let you die miserably, very miserably. Xiao Yan was slapped in the face one after another. From the bankruptcy of the Xiao family, to the imprisonment, and now, even his beloved woman was threatened to leave him. Xiao Yan's heart was burning with anger. Xiao Yan roared and stretched out his hand to hit Ning Shu. Ning Shu grabbed Xiao Yan's hand and then gave Xiao Yan a handsome shoulder throw. Xiao Yan fell to the ground with a bang. Xiao Yan felt that his waist was about to break. Before he could react, he felt the stiff soles of shoes stepping on his face. Ning Shu smiled evilly. He stepped on Xiao Yan's face and rubbed it hard. The people around looked at Ning Shu's actions with a dull face. The first to react was Su Biyao. He came over and kicked Ning Shu, shouting, "Let go of my father, you vicious woman." Ning Shu pushed Su Biyao away. Su Biyao fell to the ground and cried loudly. Su Meng hugged Su Biyao. Su Ran, what did the child do wrong? Why are you treating the child like this? Kids should act like kids. Get out of my house. Ning Shu pointed at the door. Get out of my house. Don't disgust me in front of me. Li Xiuan took Su Meng away. When they left, Su Meng's face was full of pain. She kept looking at Xiao Yan, whose face was bruised and swollen. In the end, she was pulled away by Li Xiuan impatiently. Su Biyao turned around and looked at Ning Shu, his eyes full of resentment. When Xiao Yan's parents saw their son being beaten like this, they were so angry that they couldn't speak. They didn't dare to say anything, because Ning Shu now controlled their lives. Even if they wanted to buy a green onion, they had to ask Ning Shu for money. Xiao Yan locked himself in the room again. Then he came out to eat because he was hungry. After eating, he locked himself in the house again. No one knew what he was doing. Old man Xiao was still counting on his son to rise. He found Ning Shu and said that he wanted to borrow money from Ning Shu to let Xiao Yan do business. Old man Xiao kept saying that the husband and wife should be honored and the couple should work together. Ning Shu directly rolled his eyes and ignored Old man Xiao. Old man Xiao was so angry that his heart hurt and his blood pressure soared. He was so humble, but the other party still didn't agree. Not to mention the situation of Xiao family, Su Meng was very sad. She was in pain as if the sky was falling down. Li Xiuwen first comforted her. In the end, Li Xiuwen couldn't stand it anymore and finally slept with Su Meng. Su Meng felt that the world was about to collapse. This gentleman actually treated her like this when she was the saddest. Su Meng looked like she had nothing to live for. Li Xiuwen liked Su Meng in his heart. He was gentle and considerate to Su Meng, but Su Meng still refused to forgive Li Xiuwen. Li Xiuwen was a little annoyed by Su Meng. Sometimes, he didn't care about Su Meng's feelings and directly pushed Su Meng. After that, Su Meng felt sorry for Xiao Yan and resented Li Xiuwen in her heart. Then Li Xiuwen and Su Meng started a sadistic love story. They slept and cried, cried and slept and woke up again. There was also Su Biyao, who had a high IQ. He directly used his hacking skills to invade the bank system and gave a sum of money to Xiao Yan. He wanted Xiao Yan to make a comeback and was determined to let his mother and father be together. Ning Shu saw that Xiao Yan, who had been dispirited, suddenly became radiant. He intuitively felt that there was a problem. Then, he beat Xiao Yan very violently and took a bank card from him. After knowing that the money was actually given to Xiao Yan by Su Biyao, Ning Shu sighed. He was moved by Su Biyao's filial piety and then called the police. People like Su Biyao, who didn't have a sense of right and wrong, didn't have a country in his heart, and had a high IQ, could definitely become a terrorist. It would be better if the country could control and use him. Otherwise, people like Su Biyao would be very dangerous. Probably because Su Biyao got too much money, the police immediately began to act. No matter how bad Su Biyao was, he was only a 6-year-old child. He was caught by a fully armed police. Ning Shu knew that Su Biyao used a loophole in the bank system to give Xiao Yan hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions. Su Biyao, who was caught, was directly sent to the juvenile detention center. When Su Meng heard the news, she almost fainted from crying. First, she ran to beg Xiao Yan, but when she saw Xiao Yan, she was so shocked that she forgot to cry. Finally, when she heard the person in front of her affectionately calling her name, Su Meng's face collapsed. Because the current Xiao Yan was fat, very fat, and his whole body was swollen, like an inflated balloon. His face was no longer as handsome as before. With every step he took, the floor trembled. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was like a moving mountain of meat, walking in front of her, Su Meng's face was pale and in disbelief. With a pig-like face and affectionate eyes, if it was the previous handsome face, Su Meng was afraid that her face would blush and her heart would beat faster. But now, there was a nauseating feeling, which made Su Meng's face even paler, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Su Meng didn't even say a word and turned away, not mentioning the matter of asking Xiao Yan to save her son. Seeing Su Meng avoiding him, the fat on Xiao Yan's face twitched twice, and his greasy face looked a little ferocious. Xiao Yan turned his head and shouted at Ning Shu, who had been leaning against the door and watching the bustling scene, "You vicious woman, what did you do to me?" He he. Ning Shu spread her hands and looked at the fat Xiao Yan. This was indeed done by her. In Xiao Yan's 3 meals a day, Ning Shu put a lot of hormones in it, and then Xiao Yan quickly swelled up. What would true love between him and Su Meng be like if he didn't have a wealthy family or a handsome and seductive appearance? Su Meng's performance just now, hee hee. Chapter 89. Xiao Yan was now eating more and more. He was a rice bucket. The more he ate, the fatter he became. The fatter he was, the more he ate. It was a vicious cycle. Seeing his son become like this, Mr. Xiao sighed every day and hoped that his son would rise up. But now his grandson was in the juvenile detention center. Mr. Xiao was in great pain. There was nothing more painful than seeing hope slowly dashed. Mr. Zhao's hair turned white after a period of time. Mrs. Xiao had to do laundry, cook, and mop the floor all day long. She was supposed to be a sugar baby. The collagen on her face was quickly lost, and her whole face was sagging. She was no longer as plump and young as before. Now Mrs. Xiao had no time or money to do a facial. The old couple was now struggling at death's door under Ningxu. They were satisfied as long as they had something to eat. Every time she asked for money from Ningxu, Mrs. Xiao would show a flattering smile. She was no longer the elegant Mrs. Xiao of the past. His entire being seemed to have aged. Even though Xiao Yan had changed beyond recognition, Xiao Yan still had a proud heart. He still treated Ningxu coldly. Sometimes, his fat eyes would reveal a vicious look. At first glance, it was obvious that he was up to something. Ningxu sneered and said in front of the Xiao family, "I've already written my will. If I die, I'll donate all my assets and this house. When the time comes, you guys can eat dirt, bitch, you vicious woman, I am your husband, your money is also my money, why did you donate it, bitch, I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to marry a jinx like you." The fat on Xiao Yan's face trembled, incomparably ferocious. Ningxu sneered and said indifferently, "I'm not a jinx. If you want to talk about jinxes, it should be Su Meng. The Xiao family's downfall happened after you and Su Meng got together. Don't forget that I've been married to you for nearly 6 years and this happened. It would be best if he could have a love-hate relationship with Su Meng." Now, Ningxu was not even interested in Xiao Yan's body and trampling on Xiao Yan's dignity. Instead, he was taking advantage of himself. Xiao Yan struggled, his fat jiggling. Finally, Ningxu roared, "You bitch, I won't believe your words." "Alright, if you want to deceive yourself, then go ahead." Ningxu didn't intend to let Xiao Yan see her good side. Although Xiao Yan didn't believe Ningxu's words, Su Meng had run away when she saw him, which left a shadow in Xiao Yan's heart. On the other hand, Su Meng wanted to save her son, so she could only beg Li Xiuan. Su Meng put on an expression that said, "As long as you save my son, you can do whatever you want." She had sacrificed a lot for the greater good. In her heart, she still felt the pain of betraying Xiao Yan, but she had her own difficulties. In the end, Li Xiuan still went to save Su Debao, but he couldn't even see Su Debao's face. The people in the juvenile detention center directly quarantined Su Debao. They were very strict. Such a young child with such ability, they were determined not to let him into society. Moreover, the people in the juvenile detention center also found that this child's mentality was somewhat twisted. He didn't have a sense of right and wrong at all. He was too dangerous. Even if Li Xiuan had the means to save Su Debao, who was defined as a dangerous person by the country. It would be fine if he could be brainwashed, but if he couldn't be trained, he could only end Su Debao's life at the age of 18. Even Li Xiuan couldn't save Su Debao. Su Meng was completely desperate. She looked like her world was collapsing all day long. She cried and stuttered. Facing a pair of swollen eyelids all day long, Li Xiuan was also a little impatient. The number of times he came to find Su Meng became even less. Su Meng was even more desperate. She felt like she was abandoned by the whole world. She was even sadder. She hugged Su Xiaobao and cried every day. Su Xiaobao's face was wooden and gloomy. He persuaded his mother not to cry. However, after a long time, Su Xiaobao stopped persuading her and just listened to Su Meng cry all day long. Even in such a situation, Su Meng didn't go to find Xiao Yan. It was probably because Xiao Yan's face was too impactful. Then, Li Xiuan got married. The person he married was a rich family's daughter, and not Su Meng. When Su Meng found out about this news, she felt that her world was gloomy. Li Xiuwen, that gentleman, also betrayed her. Su Meng felt that God wanted to send all the suffering to her. She was really, really in pain. At the wedding of Li Xiuwen and the rich family's daughter, Su Meng asked Li Xiuwen with a face full of pain and despair. Why did he betray her? Li Xiuwen's face was black at that time. He directly asked people to throw Su Meng out. Ning Shu knew that the supporting male lead didn't get together with the female lead. He pursed his lips. Now that he had successfully become the male lead, he actually didn't want to be the female lead anymore. He was so unambitious. Serves him right to be the supporting male lead. However, it seemed that Xiao Yan and Su Meng, the supporting male lead, had been separated. Li Xiuwen's halo was also gone. Li Xiuwen's new wife was also not a kind person. She directly took back the house that Li Xiuwen gave Su Meng and chased Su Meng out. Su Meng, who had nowhere to go, could only find a dirty and small rented house to live. Su Xiaobao, who was already 6 years old, was already at the age of going to school. However, Su Meng didn't seem to have thought of this. She was sad and didn't think of earning money until she ran out of money. Su Meng could only look at Su Xiaobao with a pair of innocent almond eyes. In the end, she said to Su Xiaobao with a strong face, "Mommy will definitely work hard to support you. I promise." It wasn't that Su Meng didn't think of looking for Xiao Yan. There was once when she secretly went to look for Xiao Yan. She found that Xiao Yan was now as fat as a pig. Not only that, he was also missing a leg. Because he was too fat, he couldn't sit in a wheelchair and could only sleep on the bed. There was a strange vomit-inducing smell in the house. Of course, the smell was a little unbearable. As for how Xiao Yan lost his leg, it was because Xiao Yan knew that his son was going to be locked up for the rest of his life. He was too anxious, and when he went downstairs, he fell and fractured his leg. It was fine after a plaster cast. When Ning Shu heard the doctor's words, Ning Shu exclaimed in surprise. He signed the surgery book and directly said, "Cut it off." After knowing that his leg was gone, Xiao Yan looked as if he had gone crazy. He looked at Ning Shu with red eyes. "Su Ran, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go in this life or the next life." Ning Shu smiled indifferently, looking incomparably cold. However, it made Xiao Yan feel cold to the bone. This woman, Su Meng left and never came to look for Xiao Yan again. When Ning Shu found out, he just smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. True love was just like that. They didn't have to worry about daily necessities. They had endless money to spend on romance. They didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to worry about, "I love you, you love him, and he loves her," all day long. It was an unparalleled and beautiful love that was untainted by the world. Chapter 90. Su Xiaobao sat in front of the door of the dilapidated and dirty rented apartment. His face was a little dirty, and he no longer looked as innocent and cute as before. He heard moaning and panting sounds coming from the door. Not long after, a fat man came out. When he saw Su Xiaobao, his eyes were filled with lust. Su Xiaobao walked into the room. There was a strange smell in the room. Su Meng was lying on the bed with a blush on her face. Seeing Su Xiaobao come in, Su Meng passed the money to him, saying that it was for today's meal. Su Xiaobao took the money with a blank face. Ning Shu knew that Su Meng had walked down the path of Su Ran in the original plot, selling her body to live. He was a little stunned, but it was normal. Su Meng and Su Ran were both daughters of rich families, and they didn't have any life skills. Su Meng was lucky to be the female lead, and she would have a powerful man to protect her, so she wouldn't have to live a miserable life. Su Meng's character was innocent and delicate, and she didn't eat the food of mortals. Now, in order to survive, she had to make sacrifices. Ning Shu didn't even make a move, and she was already like this. She was quite good at acting. Mrs. Su brought Su Lan to Ning Shu to apologize. Ning Shu looked at Su Lan, who was looking up and couldn't be bothered with him. Su Lan didn't look like a noble and elegant prince anymore, and he was full of gloominess. The changes in the family had brought some changes to him. Ning Shu laughed and secretly gave Mrs. Su a lot of money. The Su family couldn't even be considered a well-off family now. Mrs. Su looked at Ning Shu in shock. Ning Shu directly told Mrs. Su to not let Su Bo and Su Lan know about this money. In the original plot, Su Bo ran away with Su Lan, leaving Mrs. Su, and Su ran alone. This money was from Mrs. Su, and Ning Shu believed that Su Bo still had money in his hands. Ning Shu had a feeling that this world's mission was about to be completed. Hurry up and leave, ding, mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? After an ear-piercing sound, Ning Shu heard the cold mechanical voice of the system. Ning Shu never felt that the system's voice was so beautiful and warm. Leave, hurry up. Ning Shu said anxiously. Then, Ning Shu felt like the world was spinning, and he almost vomited. When he opened his eyes, he was already in the system space. Ning Shu let out a long breath, and then let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to let out all the depression in his heart. He had never felt so tired. Do you want to check your points? Yes. A screen appeared in front of Ning Shu, and on it was her information. Number, 23333 name, Ning age, 27 age, 27 EXP, 8,600, 8,600/10,000, soul value, 60 health value, 50 intelligence, 80 charm, 1 luck, 25, 3, spirit, 121 20 combat power, 10 potential, 24, 2, merit, 2 skills, 5 ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash peerless martial arts beginners trash honorary title, goddess of war. When Ning Shu saw that she only had 1,500 points this time, she felt terrible. She had thought that she would be able to get rid of the title of cannon fodder trainee, and become an official player, losing the title of 2,333. However, the amount of points in this world was pitifully low. After calming down, Ning Shu thought for a while and understood why his points were so low. It was because the original Su Ran's request was to protect the Su family, but when the Su family was in trouble, she chose to stand aside and watch. So, from a certain point of view, there was a mission that was not completed. Forget it, the points were low. There are 5 points to distribute, please distribute them yourself. The system said. Ning Shu thought for a while, and decided to add the points to his luck. Character was very important, and then add it to his soul. The stronger the soul, the better. Ning Shu finished adding the points, and the screen changed. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 8,600, 8,600/10,000, soul value, 601 health value, 501 intelligence, 80 charm, 1 luck, 283 spirit, 120 strength, 10 talent, 26 merit, 2 skills, 5 ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash peerless martial arts beginners trash honorary title, goddess of war, host. Why don't you add a point to your charm? Your charm is too low, and you only have 1 point. The system said. Ning Shu saw that his charm was only a lonely 1. Ning Shu felt that he was being ridiculed by the system. Why did it only say something after she finished distributing the points? What are the benefits of charm? Ning Shu asked. Charm can make others have a good impression of the player. The system said concisely. Okay, it sounded like cheating, why didn't it say so earlier? Forget it, if I don't have charm, I'll just use violence to solve the problem. Ning Shu sat in the space and began to circulate his peerless martial arts. He began to absorb the matter in the space that could strengthen his soul. This time, Ning Shu felt that his soul was being consumed more than in the previous 2 worlds. Ah, that retard must have used a soul attack on me, causing my soul to become so dim. It's more tiring than fighting and killing. Ning Shu closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and settled his thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu opened his eyes and saw that his soul had become a little stronger. There was an indescribable joy in his heart, and he shouted, System, I want to enter the mission world. Wait, I want to ask what the next world is. Ning Shu didn't even finish his words when the world started to spin, and his whole body became unwell. By the time Ning Shu had almost completely fused with this body, before she opened her eyes, she felt someone kick her leg. It was neither light nor heavy, but it hurt quite a bit. Ning Shu opened his eyes, and felt that the light was a little dazzling, so he used his hand to block it. "Hurry up and get up, how long are you going to sleep for?" a man said. Ning Shu put down the hand in front of his eyes, and only then did he see the man in front of him. He looked very ordinary, about 30 or 40 years old, and he was wearing a t-shirt with some dirty things on it. He was so ordinary that if he was thrown into a crowd, he wouldn't attract attention. However, Ning Shu's body tensed up, and he felt that the person in front of him was very dangerous. "Hurry up and eat, what are you dawdling for? You're the only one dawdling all the way here," the man said to Ning Shu in a bad mood. He walked in front and muttered, "I don't know why the officer called her here." Ning Shu followed behind the man. Now that he had just arrived in this world, and he hadn't accepted the plot, he was really confused. He looked around, and it seemed to be an abandoned factory. Ning Shu touched his waist, and he actually felt a gun. Suddenly, his heart was filled with a sense of security, at least he had something to protect his life. Ning Shu's nose twitched. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that the air was filled with a strange smell. When she breathed it into her lungs, it felt as if there was sand scraping against her lungs. There was a burning sensation, and when she looked at the sky from afar, she felt that the sky was always gray. Damn, he had a bad feeling. Chapter 91. Ning Shu followed the man in front of her into the room. There were 4 other people in the room. Seeing Ning Shu enter the room, they just glanced at her and continued eating. Ning Shu vaguely sensed that these people were very disdainful of her. "Eat something, you're still a child." The man who asked Ning Shu to eat before pushed a box of biscuits and a bottle of water in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu thanked him and looked around the room. She found that there was another woman in the room. Her expression was very cold. She wore tight clothes that were convenient for movement, outlining her curvaceous figure. She was a cold and elegant woman. She secretly observed the other people and found another man. He was very handsome and had an unrestrained temperament. However, his eyes were cold. When he turned his head and met Ning Shu's eyes, Ning Shu felt cold all over. This person had a murderous aura towards her. Although this murderous aura was very subtle, Ning Shu still felt it. After looking around, except for a man and a woman who were very good-looking, the others were very ordinary. They were so ordinary that one would forget what they looked like after a glance. Ning Shu suddenly wanted to find a mirror to see what this body looked like. Could it be the same as the others, the same existence that set off these 2 people? What's the situation now? The feeling of not knowing anything is really bad. Ning Shu took a bite of the biscuit and almost broke her teeth. What kind of biscuit is so hard? Seeing that the others had finished eating the biscuits, Ning Shu didn't care whether the biscuits were hard or not. She mixed the biscuits with water and ate them all. Now Ning Shu just wanted to find a place to receive the plot. She was dumbfounded. Finished eating, finished eating. Let's plan which direction to go next, the handsome man said. His voice was unexpectedly fancy. How was it fancy? It was just that when he spoke, he had the feeling of a playboy, giving people a romantic feeling. Even so, Ning Shu felt that he was very dangerous. Ning Shu didn't say anything because she didn't know what to say. One of the men looked annoyed and dissatisfied. This lunatic can really run. Where did he go? Lunatic? What lunatic? Ning Shu was dumbfounded and didn't say anything. I think we should keep going forward. If we keep going forward, we'll reach the border. That's where the zombies haven't spread. Madman should have gone there, and he knows that the country is looking for him. The woman's attitude was very cold. Wait, zombies, zombies. Ning Shu only wanted to quickly receive the plot. While everyone was discussing, Ning Shu didn't say a word. However, the other 5 people didn't care at all. They ignored Ning Shu's existence. After the discussion, they all got into the off-road vehicle. Ning Shu also got into the car and asked the man sitting opposite him, "What lunatic? Are you really stupid? Usually your brain isn't clear. Now you even forgot the mission after sleeping?" The man sitting opposite him said in a very bad tone. Ning Shu immediately closed her mouth. This body's name is Hua Duo. Forget it, I'll find a chance to receive the plot. Ning Shu looked out of the car for a while. It was clearly a highway, but there were almost no cars on the road. Along the way, there were no cars at all. After looking for a while, Ning Shu withdrew her gaze and meditated in the car. She wanted to see if she could cultivate peerless martial arts in this world. In any case, she had to have strength to complete the mission. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu's body finally had a trace of qi. This qi circulated in Ning Shu's body and constantly strengthened her body. Ning Shu was even a little surprised that this world could cultivate qi so early. One must know that when she was a little princess, she couldn't even cultivate qi for a month. When Ning Shu woke up, her stomach was growling, but there was nothing to eat. This feeling was too familiar. The body needed a lot of energy, so she was hungry. The problem was that there was nothing to eat. Ning Shu shamelessly asked the cold woman sitting next to her for 2 packets of biscuits. Under the disdainful eyes of everyone, she ate all the biscuits. At this time, a burst of inhuman roars came from afar. Then the air was filled with a rotten smell. "Zombies, be careful." The driver's face was cold. The car didn't stop, but instead sped up. It directly hit the zombies in front and then ran over them. The car jolted a little. Ning Shu looked at the zombies outside the window and unconsciously roared. Their bodies were gray, and some parts were rotten. There were even maggots crawling on the rotten flesh. Their eyes looked like lime balls, gray and scary. Their movements were very slow, but the force they used to hit the window was very strong. With one hit, the window cracked. What kind of monsters are these? They obviously have no signs of life, but I don't know what kind of power is controlling these rotten corpses. It's so strange. The car drove very fast, and soon they got rid of them. Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the car was not as tense as before. "Lone wolf, find a place to rest," the woman said to the handsome man driving in front. The man smiled evilly at the woman. "Roger." The man called Lone Wolf found an abandoned house. The house was very simple, but no one said anything. Ning Shu only had one feeling, and that was that he was very hungry. After casually eating something, Lone Wolf arranged for someone to keep watch at night. He probably saw that Ning Shu was just a little girl, so he didn't arrange for her to keep watch at night. There was one other person who received such treatment, and that was the beautiful woman. Ning Shu finally found the opportunity to accept the plot. Things started with a group of inhuman monsters rushing out of the laboratory. These monsters were very strong, and they couldn't feel pain. They didn't have any signs of life, but they had a very strong desire for human flesh. Moreover, they were very infectious. If they were caught and not dismembered, they would be assimilated into zombies. The virus carried by the zombies spread quickly, and the human world was on the verge of collapse. But now Ning Shu was even more devastated. Because the person who created these monsters was the genetic scientist, the school doctor uncle, who was codenamed Crazy. "Uncle, you are so awesome. Is your family man-made? You turned a beautiful school world into a doomsday world. Uncle, why don't you go to heaven?" This body was called Flower, and she was a member of the special agent team. She was only 17 years old, and this was her first mission in her life. Her mission was to find this crazy man and seize the gene fluid in his hands. It would be better if she could catch him. This gene fluid was the thing that created these monsters, but this gene fluid had a 50% chance of triggering the hidden superpower in the human body. But the school doctor uncle had long run away with the gene fluid. This group of people's mission was to find the crazy man who had run away. Ning Shu. Chapter 92. In addition to Flower, there were 5 other agents who had formed a team to look for Madman. The other 5 agents were all experienced agents of the country. It was the first time this body went on a mission and became a hindrance to the team. Therefore, the attitude of the team members towards Flower was very bad. In fact, Flower did not know that the agents in the team had already turned to codename Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix. They had already betrayed the country. After finding the gene fluid, they directly injected it. Moreover, the 5 of them awakened their abilities and built a base. At this time, more and more people were infected. The country also fell apart, and the bases rose one after another to resist the zombies. Flower was also killed the moment the team obtained the gene fluid. She was thrown into the zombie crowd and dismembered. She did not even have the chance to become a zombie. Well, this little girl could not even be considered a supporting female lead. She could only be considered a small cannon fodder, an insignificant cannon fodder. Then Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix should be the male and female leads. The other agents were ordinary, but Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were capricious. The male lead was handsome and tall, while the female lead was cold and elegant. The original owner's wish was, 1. To survive in this apocalyptic world. 2. To give the gene fluid to the country and not let Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf take it. Ning Shu looked at the 2 people's mission. He felt that it was easier than the previous missions. Easy my ass. Snatching something from the male and female leads was not an ordinary difficulty. Ning Shu could also understand why the original owner wanted to give the gene fluid to the country. In fact, the original owner did not have the concept of a country. She only wanted to do it for the leader of the agent team. This leader raised her and trained her. She wanted to work hard to complete the mission to repay the leader's kindness. Well, he felt that this girl was quite naive and cute. She did not even know what was happening in the team. Why was it that every mission was so lousy? Moreover, the plot did not mention what happened to the mad scientist who caused the world to become like this. The team found the gene fluid in a simple laboratory. Fuck, it felt like the school doctor uncle was a transcendent existence. The scourge lived for 1,000 years. The uncle was going to go down in history forever and be infamous for 10,000 years. He directly changed the entire human world. A new favorite had appeared in the world. Then, the previous female lead, Ling Shui, was probably dead. Heaven and Earth's fate would choose a new favorite and redistribute fate. It was a sad story. Ning Shu wanted to cry. Mama, this world is so dangerous. Not only are there zombies, but there are also teammates who want to kill her. Hey, wake up. You've been sleeping all day. Ning Shu was kicked by someone. When he opened his eyes, the sky was already bright. Ning Shu looked at the man. This man's code name was Tarantula, and he was an expert in all kinds of firearms. At this moment, Tarantula looked at Ning Shu with an impatient expression. You are an agent. Don't you even have the most basic vigilance? You can sleep until dawn. People like you should be eaten by zombies. Ning Shu did not speak. His expression was as ignorant as usual as he followed Tarantula into the team. Today, they were eating hardtack again. Ning Shu did not care if he was used to it and finished everything because he was really hungry. Looking around, Ning Shu found that Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were not in the team at all. He could not help but ask Tarantula, where did the captain go? The team leader was Lone Wolf, and Young Phoenix was not in the team. Ning Shu guessed very shamelessly that the 2 of them might have gone somewhere to have sex. Just take care of yourself. Why do you care about others? Tarantula said in a bad mood. The others also looked at Ning Shu as if they didn't care about her. Ning Shu was thinking in his heart. Should he directly leave the team and look for the gene fluid by himself? However, this plan was a bit risky. He had no supplies, no water, and no food. How could he walk there? If he really did that, it would be too late. Moreover, if he left the team so rashly, Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix would notice and end his life prematurely. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were decisive and ruthless people. Therefore, he still had to follow the team to find the gene fluid. In fact, Ning Shu still liked to face such male and female leads. He would rather face such people, at least with a normal brain, than face such people in the previous world. They were clearly the ones making trouble, but they insisted that others were being unreasonable. After breakfast, Ning Shu wanted to talk to these people, but no one paid attention to him. They wiped their pistols and sharpened their knives. In short, he was ignored. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu gave up talking to these people. Ning Shu felt that the original owner was quite miserable. His strength was so bad that others did not even want to recruit him. It was also because the original owner had a one-track mind. He did not have any thoughts about the tempting gene fluid. All he wanted was to complete the mission. At this time, the door suddenly opened with a bang. Everyone looked up and saw Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix almost crawling in. Both of them had a look of horror on their faces. Be alert. Lone Wolf's face was dignified as he stood in front of Young Phoenix. Captain, what happened? Tarantula asked Lone Wolf, holding a gun in his hand and looking around vigilantly. Ning Shu pulled out his gun when the two people came in. He felt a strong pressure coming closer and closer. These two people must have provoked something. The protagonist had a constitution of accidents. When he provoked something he could not resist, he would be miserable. Those who died were all cannon fodder, but the protagonist was fine. Ning Shu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. A strong pressure almost crushed his heart. Everyone in the room had a very serious expression. Even Young Phoenix, who had always been noble and cold, had a pale face. Ning Shu took a step back and silently hid behind the team. Lone Wolf in front looked at Ning Shu with disdain. Ning Shu did not care. He was the one who provoked them, so why did he have to look down on others? Just when everyone's nerves were high, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. It was so fast that no one could react. Ning Shu took the lead and fired a shot at the afterimage. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment, and a human figure appeared in front of her. In front of her was a magnified face with a pale face. At first glance, she knew that it was a zombie, but this zombie was not as rotten as the other zombies, and its movements were more flexible than the other zombies. This was an evolved variant zombie. Ning Shu turned around and ran away without thinking. She couldn't fight against this thing. The zombie was entangled by other people, so Ning Shu managed to escape the disaster. For a time, darts, hidden weapons, and bullets were thrown at the zombie, but what made everyone collapse was that the zombie dodged them one by one. Ning Shu's jaw dropped to the ground. The apocalypse had just begun, and suddenly such a powerful thing appeared? This kind of thing was simply a killing machine. At least for now, humans had no power to resist. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were really good at it. Chapter 93. Roar, roar. The roar of the zombies came from afar, and it sounded like there were a lot of them. There was still a big guy in front of them that had not been dealt with, and now they were surrounded by zombies. Ning Shu looked at the zombies that were using all kinds of skills, but even bullets could not do anything to this zombie. It was really too fast. Ning Shu felt that the zombie's eyes were focused on her. It was a kind of naked desire for food. Fuck, this zombie wants to eat me? There were more and more zombies around, and the rotten smell made people want to vomit. Ning Shu shot the zombie that wanted to catch her, and looked at the zombie that was entangled by Lone Wolf. Ning Shu felt that this zombie was fighting with this team. Did Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix provoke this zombie? Suddenly, Ning Shu's hair stood up, and a cold breath came from behind. Ning Shu did not think and dodged, rolling on the ground to avoid the zombie's attack. Ning Shu and Young Phoenix shouted, "Did you take something?" Young Phoenix quickly shook her head, "No, I didn't." Ning Shu felt that something was wrong. Since she did not take anything, why did she fight to the death? Everyone get in the car, get in the car. Lone Wolf shouted to the others, and took the lead to get in the car, and shouted to Young Phoenix, "Get in the car, we can't deal with this zombie." Ning Shu quickly got in the car and slammed the door. Everyone was still in shock. Ning Shu gasped, looked around, and found that there was one less person in the car, one dead. There was a change in the plot, in the original plot, except for Ning Shu, the cannon fodder, who died. The others were fine, and finally awakened the ability. Young Phoenix tightly bit her lips, her face was pale, and she looked very nervous, excited, and worried. Ning Shu intuitively felt that young Phoenix was hiding something from them. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise on the roof. The mutated zombie was actually on the roof. Ning Shu had a very bad feeling. Hearing the loud sounds coming from the roof of the car, Ning Shu gripped the gun in his hand tightly. Ning Shu slammed on the brakes and accelerator, trying to get rid of the zombie on top of the car. The car was very bumpy, and Ning Shu almost vomited, but the zombie on top of the car was like a gecko, he couldn't get rid of it. Ning Shu turned around and saw a human head outside the car window. It was a gray-white zombie face. Ning Shu turned his head stiffly. What was going to happen now? The zombies were going against them. The sound on the roof of the car was still going on. There were cracks on the roof, and the sound was very loud. The windows were also shattered. Ning Shu fired a shot at the zombie's outstretched hand. The bullet grazed the gray palm and did not cause any damage to the zombie. Invulnerability. This was too abnormal. How was he supposed to fight? What are you doing? You will only anger him, young Phoenix, Ning Shu shouted. Now that the situation was like this, who cared about anger? Fuck, the car is out of gas, Lone Wolf, who was driving, shouted. Sure enough, the car stopped after a while. The zombie that had been on the roof of the car jumped down and aimed at young Phoenix's chest. Ning Shu was speechless. Was the zombie a pervert? Young Phoenix, who was attacked, turned pale. Facing the zombie's attack, she seemed to have lost the ability to resist. Her expression was blank. Young Phoenix, quickly dodge, Lone Wolf shouted at young Phoenix and fired at the zombie. Surprisingly, the zombie didn't attack young Phoenix. Instead, it pulled something out of her neck. Ning Shu held her gun and squinted at the thing in the zombie's hand. It was a glass bottle, and it shone brightly under the sunlight. The transparent liquid in the glass bottle was thicker than ordinary water. What was this? The zombie stole the gene fluid. Young Phoenix shouted. Everyone else was stunned. Gene fluid? Young Phoenix found the gene fluid? Ning Shu's expression was a bit strange. What did the zombie want the gene fluid for? There was no such thing in the plot. There's no time to explain. Anyway, we have to get the gene fluid back first, young Phoenix shouted. Seeing that the gene fluid was in its hands, the zombie did not bother with Ning Shu's group. It grabbed the gene fluid and planned to leave. Quickly stop it. We have to get the gene fluid, Lone Wolf shouted at the four people. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. It was obvious that they could not win. Why should they fight? However, Ning Shu's actions were not slow. Shooting at the zombie was useless. Shouldn't they be glad that the zombie did not want to kill them? The zombie seemed to be angered. It roared at the five people with a ferocious expression and rushed toward Ning Shu first. Ning Shu, oh, was it because she looked weak that the zombies were charging at her? Ning Shu saw that the others were only blocking the zombie symbolically. They did not intend to help her at all. She could only save herself. A gray palm reached toward Ning Shu's neck. A rotten smell hit Ning Shu in the face. Ning Shu almost vomited. Ning Shu fired a shot at the zombie's head, but the zombie dodged. Looking at the zombie's claws getting closer and closer, Ning Shu's pupils shrank. Then, before she could react, the zombie's head in front of her suddenly exploded, splashing gray brain matter all over her face. Ning Shu. Not only was Ning Shu shocked, but the surrounding people were also shocked. The zombies' defense was not just for show. It was really hard for them to react when the zombie's head exploded. Ning Shu wiped her face. When she opened her eyes, she saw a car parked not far away. A man stood in front of the car. The man was wearing a black windbreaker. The wind blew the corners of his clothes, making it look elegant. He held a gun in his hand. The black muzzle was aimed at Ning Shu. Ning Shu was not scared to death by the zombie. Instead, she was scared to death by the gun. Even zombies could be taken care of. Ning Shu was scared to death by the gun. Don't. Ning Shu quickly waved her hand. We are all humans. Humans. Ning Shu did not expect to meet the school doctor in such a situation. The school doctor was still wearing that disgusting windbreaker. Ning Shu had experienced several worlds. Seeing the school doctor again felt like a lifetime had passed. Friend, thank you for your help. Lone Wolf said first. The school doctor looked at Lone Wolf indifferently. The black muzzle was still pointed at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's hair stood on end. Pick up the gene fluid on the ground. The school doctor said to Ning Shu. Can you move the gun away first? I'm scared, Ning Shu shouted at the school doctor. The school doctor sneered. Ning Shu hooked his finger. Come here quickly. Ning Shu pulled the zombie's hand away and walked towards the school doctor with the gene fluid. Little Phoenix wanted to walk over to Ning Shu, but was stopped by Ning Shu. Little Phoenix was not willing to give up. She looked at the gene fluid in Ning Shu's hand with a burning gaze. Ning Shu walked slowly towards the school doctor. The school doctor frowned. Don't come so close. You stink. Ning Shu, this fussy clean freak had not changed. Chapter 94. Ning Shu still wanted to express the excitement of meeting an old friend, but the school doctor's disdainful words extinguished the enthusiasm in her heart. It seemed like the school doctor didn't even know her. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor. He didn't look any different from before. He was still tall and sexy, giving people a feeling of abstinence. Especially when the gold-rimmed glasses reflected light, it was too fucking abstinent. Now, he pointed a gun at her with an indifferent face. Ning Shu felt scared. This was someone who killed the female lead and created the apocalypse. Ning Shu just wanted to say, please let him go. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix clenched their fists, but they didn't dare to move. When Young Phoenix looked at Ning Shu, her eyes were filled with resentment. She seemed to resent Ning Shu for losing the gene fluid and giving it to someone else. The three sides confronted each other. Ning Shu's heart was like a group of dogs. Now, she was the target of two sides. If necessary, she would be the first to be killed. A gust of wind blew, and the breeze rolled up the school doctor's clothes. His clothes were fluttering, and his legs were so long. The wind brushed past Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu even smelled an elegant fragrance. It was probably the school doctor's fragrance. Ning Shu, this is the apocalypse. Why does the uncle have the leisure to use perfume? He doesn't feel guilty for what he did. Does he not feel guilty at all? Friend, put down your guns and let's talk. We are wasting time. It will be troublesome if the zombies are attracted. Lone Wolf said first. Ning Shu suddenly realized a problem. Lone Wolf and the agents didn't seem to know the school doctor. Wasn't the school doctor a wanted criminal? Didn't he even have a picture of him? This person was more valuable than the gene fluid. However, it seemed that the original owner didn't know what the genetic scientist with the code name Madman looked like. She just asked them to find the gene fluid. She probably didn't expect them to catch Madman. Uncle, you are so awesome. Do you have people in your family? Uncle, you are so evil. Do you have people in your family? Ning Shu's face trembled. When she looked up, she could see the black muzzle. She might as well lower her head and pretend not to see it. The school doctor heard Lone Wolf's words and nodded. Lone Wolf thought the person in front of him agreed, but the next sentence made Lone Wolf's handsome face stiffen. Wipe the brain matter off your hands and wipe the gene fluid bottle clean. Ning Shu said. Seeing Ning Shu raise his head with a face full of gray brain matter, he turned his head as if he couldn't bear it. Wipe your face too. At this time, why do you care so much? Ning Shu wiped her hands on her body twice, and then wiped the bottle of gene fluid clean. The gene fluid bottle was very small. It was almost the size of a penicillin bottle. There wasn't much gene fluid in it. When Ning Shu passed the bottle to the school doctor, young Phoenix, who had been holding back, finally couldn't help but shoot at Ning Shu. Ning Shu had been guarding against young Phoenix and Lone Wolf. When he saw young Phoenix move, he activated his chi and ran behind the school doctor. He smelled the scent again. It was indeed the scent of the school doctor. It didn't smell like perfume at such a close distance. It was probably the smell after bathing. Why did it feel like the school doctor didn't live in the apocalypse? Young Phoenix was very confident in her shooting skills. This shot would definitely kill the stupid Hua-er. However, she didn't expect to hit a shadow. How could she be so fast? Seeing that her shot missed, young Phoenix's cold face became colder. She pursed her lips tightly. The school doctor pointed his gun at young Phoenix. Lone Wolf and the others were very nervous. 4 gun barrels pointed at the school doctor. The school doctor's face didn't change. Instead, the other party became more nervous. What's the situation now? Don't come near me. It stinks. In such a serious atmosphere, the school doctor suddenly said. It scared the others so much that they almost fired. Ning Shu was speechless. Now is not the time to talk about this. Uncle, let's run first. As soon as Ning Shu finished speaking, she felt terrible. This scene was so familiar. Why did the school doctor always do things that made people's hearts explode? The school doctor said, I feel like I've experienced something like this before. Roar, roar, the zombies that were shaken off caught up. The mutated zombie was already dead. These zombies seemed to have lost control. When they smelled the scent of humans, they roared even louder and more violently. Okay. The most important thing now is to deal with the zombies. Let's work together to deal with the zombies. Lone Wolf pulled a long face. It showed that he was in an extremely bad mood. I've said it in advance. When dealing with zombies, no one is allowed to backstab. Ning Shu curled his lips. Anyway, he didn't believe a word that Lone Wolf said. The school doctor took the lead and blew off the head of the zombie in front. His speed was very fast. Everyone was stunned. Lone Wolf looked at the gun in his hand with a complicated expression. The latest gun. Ning Shu didn't know what the new gun was, but he felt that the gun in the school doctor's hand was very fast. The bullet speed was also very fast. When the bullet passed through the air, it created white smoke. Roar, these zombies didn't know fear. They only thirsted for human flesh. When the zombies in front fell, the ones behind came one after another. Ning Shu took out his gun to defend against the zombies. Soon, Ning Shu ran out of bullets. He grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and used all his strength to hit the zombie's head. Then the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. The gray brain matter splashed on Ning Shu's face. The school doctor next to Ning Shu moved a few steps away and tightly pursed his lips. Ning Shu turned his head and saw that the school doctor was a little far away from him. He quickly chased after him. To be honest, Ning Shu would rather believe the school doctor than Lone Wolf and the others. One must know that young Phoenix wanted to kill her just now. The school doctor pulled out a gun from his waist and threw it to Ning Shu. Go away, you disgusted me. Ning Shu caught the gun in a flurry and shot at the zombie's head. The zombie's head exploded in an instant. There are too many zombies. Let's go first. Young Phoenix shouted with a sharp voice. Some of the zombies were tearing the mutated zombie's body. There would be more zombies later. Go, how can we go? The car is out of gas. Lone Wolf roared and shot a zombie. Then everyone's eyes moved to the school doctor. The school doctor didn't seem to notice everyone's gaze and patted the dust on his clothes. This friend. Lone Wolf just opened his mouth but was interrupted by the school doctor. No. Lone Wolf's face was livid. Seeing that there was going to be a big battle, the school doctor's indifferent look made people angry. Chapter 95. The team's car was out of gas, and after being tortured by the mutated zombies, it was basically scrapped. Therefore, everyone put all their hopes on the school doctor, but the school doctor firmly refused. The surrounding zombies were roaring, and the car was broken. Could it be that they could only rely on their legs to run? Everyone felt particularly miserable today. Ning Shu saw that the nearest zombie wanted to grab her, so she killed it with one shot. Her face was covered in brain matter, and she looked at the school doctor and said earnestly, "Uncle, let's run first." The school doctor looked straight ahead, but he didn't look at Ning Shu's face. "You stay away from me." Ning Shu, crying blind. Lone Wolf gave his team members a look, and slowly moved towards the school doctor's car. The others pretended to fight zombies to cover Lone Wolf. Ning Shu saw that Lone Wolf was trying to pull the car door, and she was a little anxious. She didn't expect Lone Wolf to take her and the school doctor with him. These people were cruel and merciless, and they killed people for the country. "Uncle, uncle." Ning Shu wanted to reach out and pull the school doctor's clothes, but the school doctor quickly dodged. Ning Shu anxiously said, "Uncle, they're going to take your car." Was it going to be the same as the plot, and get dismembered by the zombies? The school doctor suddenly reached out and grabbed Ning Shu's collar, making her stand in front of him. Ning Shu didn't have time to react, and then she saw a zombie not far away suddenly explode, and then the brain matter splattered on Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu, fuck, this bitch. Ning Shu angrily turned around and saw that the school doctor had already left. She didn't have time to be angry and hurriedly followed him. Lone Wolf was still struggling with the car door, and even wanted to open the hood, but the car couldn't be opened. Young Phoenix and the others were anxious, and they didn't even want to deal with the zombies, so they came to help. Even after using all the skills of the Special Agent Agency, they still couldn't pry open the tortoiseshell out of the car. The school doctor took out the car key, and the car made a sound of unlocking. Lone Wolf thought that it would be a piece of cake to open the door and start the car when the car was unlocked. However, he felt something cold on his head. Lone Wolf didn't want to experience the taste of the gun. He raised his hand, his handsome face a little twisted. "This is a misunderstanding." Lone Wolf squeezed out the words from his throat. The school doctor snorted and took the lead to enter the car. Ning Shu shamelessly sat in the front passenger seat. Looking at the enclosed cars, Ning Shu suddenly felt very safe. Lone Wolf and the rest saw that the man who had appeared out of nowhere did not seem to want to take them away. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they tapped on the car window. Their mouths opened and closed, but they could not hear what they were saying. The soundproofing effect was amazing. The surrounding zombies surrounded them again. Gu Lang's heart was burning with anger. Damn it, there was no end to it. Young Phoenix tapped on the car window beside the school doctor. Her cold face was full of anxiety, and there was a trace of begging. The school doctor squinted at the woman. The car window was opened. Young Phoenix quickly grabbed the school doctor's clothes and shouted, "Please take us away, please." Young Phoenix looked at the school doctor pitifully. The school doctor looked at his clothes coldly and silently pressed the window button. The window immediately went up. Young Phoenix was afraid that her hand would be stuck, so she could only let go of the school doctor's clothes. She took back her hand and looked at the school doctor dumbfoundedly. "Isn't this a joke? If you don't want to, why did you open the window?" Only Ning Shu knew why. The school doctor's obsessive-compulsive disorder and misophobia acted up. In comparison, Ning Shu found that the school doctor was more lenient to her. He only let the zombies splash her face with brain matter. The brain matter was not scary at all. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor. His side face was very cold. There was not even a speck of dust on his black coat. His legs looked especially long as he sat on the car seat. His whole body exuded a temperament of abstinence. Therefore, scientists and doctors were the most likely to be perverts. The school doctor had both identities. She did not know why he did not drive. Ning Shu looked at Gu Lang and the others outside. They were dealing with zombies while desperately tapping on the car window. This feeling was very good. Who are those people outside? The school doctor turned his head and asked Ning Shu. But then he immediately turned his head back and stretched out his slender fingers to take a piece of paper and threw it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took the paper and wiped the brain matter on her face. Who caused her to be like this? Who disliked her? I am the same as them. We are all agents of the country's special agent group. Ning Shu said honestly. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. You, agent. Ning Shu was speechless. From these 4 words, Ning Shu felt endless contempt and mockery from the school doctor. Not everyone could be as perverted as you. After experiencing 2 worlds, she realized that this guy had changed the course of human history and became the demon king of destruction. She was still a useless person. The corner of Ning Shu's mouth twitched as she silently wiped the brain matter off her face. When the people outside were about to die of exhaustion, the school doctor opened the car window. Young Phoenix, who had dealt with a zombie, immediately ran over. This time, she did not pull on the school doctor's clothes. Young Phoenix was panting and sweating. The sweat slid down her neck and then flowed to her white chest and into her deep cleavage. Ning Shu gulped a mouthful of saliva. The school doctor looked back at Ning Shu and said disdainfully, useless. Ning Shu, oh, why couldn't she understand what the school doctor was referring to? If you have any requests, just say it. Young Phoenix frowned. We are out of bullets, please save us. The school doctor asked with an indifferent face, anything? The school doctor's sharp eyes swept across young Phoenix's face. Young Phoenix's face paled and looked at Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf's face was very bad and he nodded at young Phoenix. Young Phoenix took a deep breath and said, yes, please save us. Yes. The school doctor nodded and then said, oh right, my car is full of bombs. If I die, I can detonate the car before I die. Also, the windows are bulletproof. You can't get out if you come in. Oh, your sister. Lone Wolf and the others stiffened and quickly got into the car. The school doctor suddenly pulled out a gun from his waist and shot the forehead of the man sitting in the back. The man's face was full of shock before he died. What are you doing? What are you doing? Both young Phoenix and Lone Wolf pointed their guns at the school doctor, while Tarantula pointed his gun at Ning Shu, forming a confrontation. Ning Shu, I didn't kill him, why are you pointing at me? Chapter 96. Ning Shu didn't understand why the uncle suddenly shot and killed people. If he didn't want to save them, why did he let them get in the car? She didn't understand. The school doctor withdrew his gun and frowned. Didn't you notice that he was bitten by a zombie? Push him out. Huh? Young Phoenix didn't believe him and began to check the dead companion. Finally, she found a claw wound on the arm and the flesh began to turn blue. Push him out. The school doctor said again. Young Phoenix gritted her teeth, opened the car door, kicked the person out and then slammed the door. The person who was kicked out was immediately dismembered by the zombies. The scene was really bloody. Everyone's expression was very complicated. Ning Shu asked the school doctor, how do you know he was hurt by a zombie? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with contempt. Don't you smell the blood? Damn, she really didn't smell it. He was indeed an expert in dissection. He was so sensitive to the smell of blood. Lone Wolf, who was pointing his gun at Ning Shu, withdrew his gun. He sneered and said, even if that's the case, Flower's face is covered in zombie brain juice. She might also be infected. We should push her out. Damn, what kind of hatred did this guy have with her? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu. You're infected? No, I'm not infected. Ning Shu quickly waved his hand. A person who had mastered the peerless martial arts was in good health. What evidence do you have to prove that you're not infected? Tarantula laughed, making his ordinary face look sinister. Ning Shu curled his lips and said, what evidence do you have to prove that I'm infected? Okay, Tarantula. Young Phoenix said, and then said to the school doctor, "Thank you for saving us." "No need." The school doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Ning Shu looked at him and inexplicably felt that the school doctor had some ulterior motive. Was he interested in the female lead? The school doctor stepped on the gas and got rid of the zombies behind. Not long after, he stopped and didn't seem to want to go anymore. Lone Wolf pulled a long face and asked in a deep voice, "Why don't you go? What are you doing here in the wilderness?" Lone Wolf was extremely disgusted and repulsed by this person who had appeared out of nowhere. Ever since he met this person, Lone Wolf realized that his previous winning streak no longer existed. Even his position as the captain was threatened. The school doctor patted his clothes to get rid of the dust, as if he didn't hear Lone Wolf's words. "Hey, what's with your attitude? I'm talking to you." Lone Wolf couldn't help but want to pull out his gun and kill this annoying person. Ning Shu realized that the school doctor was actually quite infuriating, so he asked, "Uncle, why aren't we leaving?" Zombies' sense of smell can only detect humans within 2 kilometers. The school doctor explained. Ning Shu was about to kneel down in front of the uncle and asked, "How did you know?" "I've tested it before. I'm always interested in the unknown." The school doctor turned around and looked at Ning Shu. "I've seen people as stupid as you." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu laughed dryly and didn't answer. Lone Wolf fidgeted with his hair and said, "Even so, are we just going to stay here and wait for the zombies to catch up? Then run for 2 kilometers and wait for the zombies to catch up?" The school doctor looked at Lone Wolf coldly, his gold-rimmed glasses glowing with a cold light. He said, "If you mess with your hair again and make the car full of dust, I'll kill you." Lone Wolf's hand froze. He wanted to ignore him, but when he saw the gun on the man's waist, he finally put down his hand in annoyance. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. "Uncle, you're exaggerating. Now is a special time. Survival is so difficult. Don't care about these trivial things." Seeing the man's strength, Young Phoenix and Tarantula didn't dare to speak. Young Phoenix held Lone Wolf's hand and asked him to bear with it. Lone Wolf was even angrier. Losing face in front of his woman was really damaging to his self-esteem as a man. "By the way, I don't have any extra food for you, so you have to go back and find your own supplies," the school doctor said lightly. Everyone was speechless. After a while, everyone returned to the place where the battle took place. The zombies were gone, but the broken van was still there. Lone Wolf took the lead to get out of the car to check if the supplies were still there. Ning Shu also wanted to get out of the car to help, but he was stopped by the school doctor. "You sit here. You'll only cause trouble if you go out." Ning Shu was speechless. However, Ning Shu did not get out of the car. She sat in the car with the school doctor. Moreover, Lone Wolf and the others wanted to kill her, so it was safer for her to stay with the school doctor. When she turned around, she saw that the school doctor's gaze was focused on Young Phoenix, who was moving things. His gaze was sharp. Young Phoenix was a special agent, so her senses were very sharp. Naturally, she could feel that someone was looking at her, causing her muscles to tense up. This man's eyes were really sharp, so strong that it made people unable to breathe. Ning Shu asked, "Uncle, do you like Young Phoenix?" "Like?" The school doctor smiled faintly. His face looked a lot gentler, but Ning Shu felt that it was even more sinister. "I'm a little interested." The school doctor's slender fingers tapped on the steering wheel. Ning Shu had a feeling of wanting to mourn for Young Phoenix. The school doctor once said to a female protagonist that he only wanted her. In the end, he was caught and used as a test subject. He said that he wanted to improve human genes and activate advanced human genes. Then, the world was ruined by the uncle. What did he mean by a little interested? Did he really like her, or did he want to dissect her? The school doctor supported his head with his hand and looked a little lazy. He looked at Ning Shu and asked, "Have we met somewhere before? Why do you call me uncle?" I'm used to calling him uncle." "How should I put it? Admit that they were once in cahoots?" Just as Ning Shu was about to speak, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared in her mind. Then, a cold mechanical voice said, "Don't worry. Players can't expose their identity. Players are just passers-by. They can't break the rules of the world." She didn't plan to tell the school doctor. Otherwise, the school doctor would definitely dissect her. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. He snorted. "I'm 18 years old. Uncle, you're definitely older than me. I call you uncle because I respect you." Ning Shu casually came up with an excuse. This body was only 17 years old. The people in the car were chatting, but Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix, who were moving things, had an argument. Lone Wolf didn't want to be with the school doctor anymore, but Young Phoenix said that she still wanted to follow the school doctor. They should at least go their separate ways when they reached a safe place. Chapter 97. Young Phoenix's reason for insisting on following the school doctor was very good. This place was very desolate, close to the border, there was no one, and there were so many things. Did they have to rely on their 2 legs to walk? Besides, there were only 3 people left in the team, her, Lone Wolf, and Tarantula. Young Phoenix had subconsciously kicked Ning Shu out of the team. What if they encountered zombies? Carrying these things, could they outrun zombies? If they encountered a mutated zombie, they had no way to resist it. Lone Wolf knew that he was being unreasonable, but he inexplicably did not want to be with that man. That man gave him a very dangerous feeling, and his heart was very repulsed. But Young Phoenix's reason was very good. The other man in the team, Tarantula, was also on Young Phoenix's side. 2 against 1, Lone Wolf could only compromise. He pulled Young Phoenix's hand and said, "Stay away from that man. I think he has bad intentions towards you. Don't be fooled." The school doctor, who was called a pervert, was calm and did not care about Lone Wolf's words. He was so calm that Ning Shu could not help but admire him. In fact, Ning Shu understood why Lone Wolf did not want to follow the school doctor. It was because the school doctor was too awesome. His light was too dazzling, overshadowing the brilliance of the male lead. What kind of person was the male lead? He was born to feel superior and had his own pride. How could he tolerate being inferior to others? But in the current situation, Lone Wolf could only endure the anger in his heart. He moved the things to the car while looking at the school doctor with resentful eyes. The school doctor silently looked at his fingernails and did not pay attention to him. Lone Wolf's handsome face was livid with anger. When the things were moved, the 3 people got on the car. Tarantula saw the leisurely Ning Shu and could not help but say, "Some people only know how to eat for free and don't know how to help. What did she do to offend this guy? He was always looking for trouble with her. Didn't you move up? What does it matter if I'm there or not?" Ning Shu was now relying on the school doctor's support. "You." Wolf Spider raised his fist at Ning Shu. Then, he glanced at the school doctor in fear and mocked Ning Shu, "You thought you found a big backer." Ning Shu had a smug look on his face. "Tarantula, stop messing around." She then turned to the school doctor and said, "Friend, where are you going next?" Ning Shu did not know if it was his imagination, but when Young Phoenix spoke to the school doctor, her voice sounded much softer. In fact, this was a normal phenomenon. For agents like them, in order to complete the mission, it was necessary to use their own advantages to take some necessary measures. For example, Young Phoenix had a hot body and a beautiful and cold face. These were her advantages. Ning Shu looked at his own face in the rearview mirror. His face was covered in dust and dried brain matter. His facial features were ordinary and his hair was messy. One word, unsightly. Ning Shu glanced at the cool and elegant female lead and silently tidied his hair, smoothing out his messy hair. Oh my, she really did become the female lead's foil. There were only 2 women in the team, and her existence was the perfect foil for Young Phoenix. He completely suspected that the original owner's existence was for this purpose. Bitter. Hearing Young Phoenix's words, the school doctor raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Young Phoenix. Young Phoenix almost imperceptibly straightened her chest and said, "Where are you going?" The school doctor adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked, "Where do you plan to go?" "I'll follow you." Hearing this, young Phoenix's face showed a smile, making her face even more beautiful. However, Lone Wolf's face was cold. Just like that, the school doctor joined the team. Young Phoenix went wherever she wanted to go. Lone Wolf was so angry that he pulled a long face all day long. When they met zombies, he would be the first to rush up and vent his anger on them. However, young Phoenix trusted the school doctor more and more. Every time Ning Shu saw the school doctor's cold eyes, his heart tightened. Especially when he saw young Phoenix face the school doctor with a little girl's attitude, Ning Shu was even more horrified. "Uncle, you are going to counterattack and become the male lead's rhythm." The apocalypse was so realistic. In such an extreme environment, human nature would be magnified countless times. The primitive rule of human beings was the law of the jungle, and the strong would be respected. Worshipping the strong and submitting to the strong was an instinct. The uncle had advanced weapons in his hands, and he was fast and agile. Every time he faced zombies, he would not panic. What was even more valuable was that this man did not seem to be living in the apocalypse. Clean clothes, neatly trimmed nails, and there was not a speck of dirt on his body, which made him exceptionally charming. On the other hand, Lone Wolf was so angry that he slashed and stomped on zombies all day long. He did not have any elegance. His clothes were dirty, and his whole body smelled of sweat. With such a contrast, Lone Wolf was simply set in the mud, and the male lead's halo dimmed. However, what Ning Shu was more concerned about was the purpose of young Phoenix's group. They had been looking for the gene fluid for many days, but they did not find it. Ning Shu touched the gene fluid in his pocket. This gene fluid was taken from the mutated zombie. At that time, the school doctor found the bottle dirty, so Ning Shu put it away. However, after so long, the school doctor did not ask for it from her. Ning Shu naturally would not be stupid to give the gene fluid to the school doctor. Ning Shu had always been curious about the gene fluid. What was it that could make the world like this? According to the original owner's memory, the leader of the special agent group said that the country wanted to strengthen the body and improve the genes. The person in charge of this project was a genetic scientist with the code name Madman. However, he did not expect that the gene fluid would be developed. However, not everyone could be strengthened. There was a 50% chance of activating the high-level genes of the human body and awakening abilities. There was also a 50% chance of becoming a monster that did not feel pain, had infinite strength, and only had appetite. Moreover, the virus carried by the body could assimilate the human body into its own kind. The school doctor who created this situation ran away with the gene fluid, and the monsters in the laboratory rushed out, causing disaster to the world. The people in the laboratory who were lucky enough to awaken their abilities were recruited by the country. In order to recover the gene fluid that was taken away by the school doctor, Ning Shu's group was sent on a mission. Lone Wolf and young Phoenix knew about the gene fluid's effect, so they betrayed the country and took the gene fluid. "Uncle, you are really a sinner." What was the school doctor's purpose for following this team? Did he have a hobby of dissecting the female lead? "Come here." The school doctor uncle waved at Ning Shu, as if he was teasing a puppy. Ning Shu walked over with a black face and asked, "Uncle, what's the matter?" "Come, break this steel bar." The school doctor uncle pointed at Ning Shu's thumb-thick steel bar and said, "Ning Shu, why?" Chapter 98. Ning Shu heard that the school doctor wanted her to bend the steel bar. What kind of joke was this? "Why do I have to bend the steel bar?" Ning Shu asked. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu. His gold-rimmed glasses were glowing, and he looked like a monster. Ning Shu immediately picked up the steel bar on the ground. "Use all your strength to bend it," the school doctor said. Ning Shu nodded. She used all her strength to bend the steel bar. It didn't break, but it bent. Ning Shu asked the school doctor, "Is this okay?" The school doctor nodded and reached out to touch Ning Shu's arm. Ning Shu threw down the steel bar and ran far away. She looked at him warily. Uncle, what are you doing? Damn, being touched by the uncle was so scary. I'm just testing your strength. I noticed that you're quite strong before. Ning Shu waved. Come here, let me touch you. Ning Shu, pfft, come here, let me touch your muscles, the school doctor repeated. Ning Shu felt uncomfortable. She was strong because she had mastered the ultimate martial arts. Ning Shu felt ashamed every time she thought of the name of the secret manual. Ning Shu walked to the school doctor with small steps. When she saw the school doctor touching her body with a cold expression, Ning Shu felt cold all over. Why did she feel like she was going to be dissected by the school doctor? After touching her, the school doctor nodded. Although the muscles aren't big, they're quite tight. This is the ideal state. When the school doctor spoke, his gold-rimmed glasses reflected light. Ning Shu was so scared that she almost peed her pants. Was the school doctor going to dissect her? This is your dinner. Young Phoenix walked over and broke the affectionate gaze between Ning Shu and the school doctor. Young Phoenix held 2 boxes of hardtack and 2 bottles of water in her hands. She passed them to the school doctor. The school doctor passed a box of biscuits to Ning Shu. Ning Shu quickly took it. She was already hungry. When young Phoenix saw this scene, her eyes flickered. Ning Shu said, "Flower, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you." Ning Shu felt quite confused as to why little Phoenix was looking for her. She followed little Phoenix out of the house. This house was quite simple and crude, and it was made of mud. No one had lived here for a long time. This was the temporary resting place for the team. Young Phoenix stopped, and Ning Shu stood 2 meters away from young Phoenix. This was the safest place for both of them. Ning Shu was on guard against young Phoenix. "Why are you looking for me?" Ning Shu asked. Young Phoenix Ning Shu stretched out her white hand. Seeing Ning Shu's blank face, she said coldly, "Flower, hand over the geno fluid. We can complete the mission." "Gene fluid? I don't have the geno fluid," Ning Shu said. Young Phoenix's face turned cold. "Don't play dumb. The geno fluid was stolen by the mutated zombies. It ended up in your hands." Ning Shu suddenly realized something and said, "That geno fluid, I don't know where it is. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it." Then, Ning Shu made a guilty face. "Sister young Phoenix, it's all my fault." Young Phoenix was unhappy when Ning Shu called her sister. Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, she said coldly, "Flower, we are all from the Special Agent Group. Do you want to see us fail the mission and be punished by the officer?" Ning Shu rolled her eyes. "You all betrayed the country. Why do you care about punishment?" These words were just to coax the original owner. Ning Shu cried and anxiously said, "What should I do? I really lost the geno fluid. The situation was so dangerous and there were zombies. I didn't even notice where I lost it." "You." Young Phoenix was speechless because of Ning Shu. She coldly snorted and turned away. Ning Shu curled his lips and finally went back to the house to eat dinner. Eating biscuits every day, Ning Shu was about to vomit. But these things were easy to carry and not easy to spoil. They were the best choice. The school doctor didn't know where he got the milk. He was drinking it when he saw Ning Shu come in. He asked, "Why is she looking for you?" Ning Shu's eyes turned. He was thinking if he should tell the truth. If he told him about the geno fluid, wouldn't it remind him? What if he wanted to go back? In the end, Ning Shu told the truth. "She asked me about the geno fluid." The school doctor didn't say anything. He drank the milk and didn't ask Ning Shu for it. Ning Shu was a little touched. "Uncle, you are really a good person. Although you are a pervert." Young Phoenix who just left came back. This time, not only young Phoenix came, but also Lone Wolf and Tarantula. Walking into the house, Lone Wolf coldly snorted. He looked at the school doctor with hostility. His handsome face was a little decadent. He didn't look like the future overlord of the base. Everyone was sitting at a simple table. Lone Wolf, who was sitting at the head of the table, coughed. He tried to show a little momentum. It looked like he was bluffing. Young Phoenix, you say it. Lone Wolf said to Young Phoenix. He really didn't want to talk to this man. Seeing this man, Lone Wolf felt suffocated. This team was actually divided into two teams. One was Lone Wolf, Young Phoenix, and Tarantula. The other team was Ning Shu and the school doctor. The relationship between the two teams depended on Young Phoenix. Do you know what we are going to do? Young Phoenix asked the school doctor. The school doctor drank a mouthful of milk and didn't speak. Young Phoenix seemed to understand the school doctor's personality and said, "We are going to find the geno fluid." Everyone looked at the school doctor. The school doctor didn't have any expression. Young Phoenix was a little frustrated. This man was really difficult. She had encountered many missions, but she had never met a man like him who was indifferent to her. This geno fluid can stimulate people's abilities and strengthen the body. Now that there are more and more zombies, human survival is getting more and more difficult. Finding the geno fluid can stimulate more ability users to deal with zombies. Young Phoenix said with a serious face. The school doctor finally finished his milk and stuffed the unfinished biscuits into Ning Shu's arms. Ning Shu silently ate the biscuits left by the school doctor. If you are looking for the geno fluid, you don't have to. The geno fluid is half finished, and Madman is dead. The school doctor said lightly. Puff, cough, cough. Ning Shu, who was eating the biscuits, choked and quickly drank water. Hearing the school doctor say that Madman was dead, he said indifferently that he was dead. What was the school doctor trying to do? Fake death to give the wrong information that Madman was dead? Lone Wolf frowned and coldly asked the school doctor, "How do you know? How do you know that Madman is dead? Who are you? You are the most mysterious person in this team. You don't even have a name." Even Young Phoenix's face showed suspicion and asked, "How do you know that Madman is dead?" "I killed Madman," the school doctor said lightly with a look of pity on his face. "He destroyed the geno fluid." Puff, cough, cough. Ning Shu choked again and hammered his chest. Chapter 99. Listening to the school doctor's nonsense with a straight face, Ning Shu felt uncomfortable. This made Ning Shu, the only one who knew his identity, feel itchy in her heart. She really wanted to say that this guy was crazy. How could he kill a crazy person? Suicide? The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. Seeing her rolling her eyes, he reached out his hand and patted Ning Shu's back. He said faintly, "Such a big reaction. Do you have a problem?" Ning Shu waved her hand and said, "I don't have any problem." What problem could she have? Seeing the school doctor's cold face, she didn't dare to say anything even if she had a problem. The person who got rid of the gene fluid has the nerve to stay here. How thick-skinned. Don't you feel guilty at all? Young Phoenix retorted. Because of you, many people have been killed and infected by zombies. Ning Shu, oh, listening to Young Phoenix's accusation, Ning Shu reflexively looked at the school doctor. Those words should be directed at the school doctor. The person who created the zombies should feel guilty. Seeing Ning Shu staring at him, the school doctor shrugged and said, "I didn't lose the gene fluid. It's useless for you to look at me." Ning Shu, pfft, once again, her understanding of the school doctor was refreshed. The school doctor's face was one of the thickest in the world. "Flower, I'm talking to you. Where did you lose the gene fluid? Do you know how important it is?" Young Phoenix asked Ning Shu calmly. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. "I didn't even remember where I lost it. There were so many zombies. I didn't even have time to deal with the zombies. How could I remember the gene fluid? Even if you lose your life, you should protect the gene fluid." Young Phoenix accused Ning Shu. Damn, there was no end to this. Ning Shu slammed the table, and suddenly the shabby table completely fell apart. "Young Phoenix, do you want to fight with me?" Although the young phoenix did not like her before, it maintained a noble and cold attitude, unlike now when it was fighting with her and trying to suppress her. Ning Shu looked at the unperturbed school doctor uncle. Could it be that the female lead was jealous because she was close to the uncle? Little flower, I'm not going to argue with you because you're young. Are you done yet? Do you think you're going to be so arrogant just because you have someone backing you up? Young Phoenix said coldly. She looked at the school doctor with resentment in her eyes. Hua Duo did not have a good figure. In terms of looks, compared to her, Hua Duo was simply ugly. Why did this man want to be close to Hua Duo instead of her? Thinking of this, the young phoenix's expression became even more bitter. Lone Wolf saw the resentful look on young Phoenix's face, and his face turned ugly. He shouted, "What are you arguing about?" Now was the time to plan where to go next, not to argue about such details. Young Phoenix said, "Without the gene fluid, it's useless to say anything." Lone Wolf looked at the school doctor with a complicated expression. Finally, he said, "Since Madman is dead and the gene fluid has been destroyed, let's go back." Lone Wolf's meaning was obvious. He was not going to carry out any more missions and was ready to go back. Ning Shu did not have any objections. Anyway, the gene fluid was in her hands. When she went back and handed it to the head of the special agent group, her mission would be considered completed. Then, she would have to think about survival. However, she could not show that she wanted to go back. Ning Shu said listlessly, "If we go back like this, we won't get anything. We'll be punished." Young Phoenix rolled her eyes at Ning Shu. Who is this all because of? Anyway, it's not because of her, Ning Shu said silently in her heart. In the end, the team unanimously agreed to go back. Now that there was no gene fluid, and Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix had not awakened their superpowers, they naturally needed the power of the country to protect themselves. For the time being, they did not want to betray them. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Lone Wolf snorted and took the lead to leave. He glanced at Ning Shu with impatience and killing intent in his eyes. Ning Shu leaned against the school doctor. The school doctor's cold eyes met Lone Wolf's. Lone Wolf snorted and turned to leave. Flatterer. Tarantula mocked Ning Shu. The school doctor turned his head. Ning Shu sneered. Your teammates. Why is your character so bad? Ning Shu, who knows? You're quite strong. Is it natural? The school doctor asked Ning Shu as he adjusted his glasses. His eyes reflected the light, giving people a dangerous feeling. How should he answer this question? Why did he feel that the school doctor was up to no good? Uncle loved to dissect and study talented people. Ning Shu grinned at the school doctor and said, "Uncle, I was born this way." The school doctor did not say anything else. Ning Shu waved his hand, and Ning Shu immediately moved in front of the school doctor. "Don't get so close," the school doctor said. Ning Shu curled his lips and took 2 steps back. When will the school doctor change his bad habit? The gene fluid is on you. Have you ever thought about awakening your superpower? The school doctor asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu almost jumped up. Seeing the school doctor's indifferent face, he gave up quibbling. He shook his head and said, "I don't want to." Why? Your teammates all want to get the gene fluid to awaken their superpower. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. Are you afraid of becoming a zombie? To be honest, this 50% probability was really bad. You either become a superpower user or a zombie that only knows how to eat human flesh. Ning Shu quickly nodded. I'm afraid of becoming a zombie. The school doctor's expression was very disdainful. You don't even dare to try the 50% probability. Useless. What's the use of trash like you? Ning Shu heard the disdain in the school doctor's voice. Ning Shu said, "You can laugh as much as you want. I still need this gene fluid to complete the mission." Uncle. Ning Shu sat next to the school doctor and asked, "Uncle, where do you think this gene fluid came from?" Ning Shu had always been curious about how this gene fluid came about. The school doctor faintly glanced at Ning Shu. Why are you so close to me when you want to talk? TSK, bitches are so pretentious. Ning Shu moved to the side. Ning Shu didn't expect the school doctor to be able to answer her question. The school doctor was just so capricious. The school doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said, in fact, supernatural abilities are the same as the cultivation in the legends. They both have attributes. The so-called spiritual root is actually a high-level gene. This gene fluid was actually experimented on by a madman from a woman. He extracted the high-level gene fragments from her body. Some people failed to activate it because they couldn't match the genes in the gene fluid. Instead, their genes were messed up and they became monsters. However, some people could match the high-level genes in the gene fluid and activate the hidden high-level genes in their bodies. Ning Shu, oh, uncle, are you crazy? Is your family made? The woman the uncle was talking about was the female lead of the school world, Simida. The female lead was treated like this. She was definitely the most aggrieved female lead in history. She was probably dead by now. Chapter 100. Originally, they were going to look for the gene fluid, but after such a long time, they still couldn't find the gene fluid. The team was already disheartened, and the school doctor said that Madman was dead, so there was no more gene fluid. Thus, they decided to go back. More importantly, they encountered more and more zombies on the road, and there were more and more mutated zombies. So far, they had encountered 3 mutated zombies, and these mutated zombies could summon other zombies. The team was struggling to deal with these mutated zombies, so the decision to go back was basically unanimous. But what Ning Shu couldn't figure out was why the uncle followed them back. Was he walking into a trap? Flower, get up. The school doctor used his foot to nudge Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened her eyes, rubbed her eyes, and followed the school doctor into the car. Young Phoenix originally wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but Ning Shu took the seat first. Young Phoenix stared at her and sat in the back. Along the way, Ning Shu felt a chill on the back of her head. Needless to say, this was young Phoenix's gaze. Ning Shu was now sure that young Phoenix's attention had shifted to the uncle, and Ning Shu heard young Phoenix and Lone Wolf arguing more than once. Anyway, it was about whether or not he would betray her, and then young Phoenix would quibble, and there was no blah blah blah. But the school doctor, as the person involved, was indifferent as if nothing had happened, and he did what he should do. This made Lone Wolf gnash his teeth, and wanted to kill the uncle more than once. Ning Shu certainly didn't want anything to happen to the uncle. Once the uncle was in trouble, she would also be in trouble. Didn't he see Lone Wolf's eyes looking at her with killing intent? The school doctor who was driving the car didn't look good, and said faintly, "There are zombies again." The atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. Damn, is there an end to this? Tarantula cursed. Along the way, they had encountered countless zombies. Everyone had a feeling that there were only a few of them left in the world. They really didn't see a single person. How did the zombies survive? They were running out of supplies and ammunition. Ning Shu was now killing zombies with an axe and a stick. The only person in the group who had a gun was the school doctor, but he didn't have any intention of leaving. At most, he would help Ning Shu when he was about to be bitten by zombies. Towards the others, it didn't matter if they were there or not. The school doctor said that there were zombies coming. Sure enough, it didn't take long before they heard the roars of zombies. There were zombies around the car trying to surround it. The school doctor's face was cold. He stepped on the accelerator and directly rushed to the zombies in front of the car, and then mercilessly ran over them. Ning Shu was about to throw up from the bumpy ride. Dong, a loud sound came from the roof of the car, and then the whole car shook twice. Everyone's face turned ugly as they encountered another mutated zombie. Why are there so many mutated zombies? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor uncle. The uncle's face was calm and indifferent, but his tightly pursed lips showed that he was in a bad mood. Ning Shu said to the school doctor uncle, "Uncle, why don't we get off the car and kill the mutated zombies?" Flower, don't talk nonsense if you don't have a brain. There are so many zombies outside. If we go out, we will be surrounded by zombies. There are also mutated zombies. You want everyone to die. Young Phoenix said with a cold face. Lone Wolf and Tarantula looked at Ning Shu with an unfriendly face. Ning Shu frowned and said, now the mutated zombies are on top. What if they break the car? Without the car, we will be torn apart by the zombies in minutes. Did they really think that she was willing to get off the car and face the zombies? Bang bang. The mutated zombies on the roof of the car kept the roof down. The uncle's car was relatively sturdy, so there was no problem for the time being. The uncle madly stepped on the gas pedal to get rid of the low-level zombies. Then he stopped the car and said to the people in the car, get off the car and kill this zombie. Everyone had no choice but to get off the car first. They madly fired at the zombies on top of the car, but the zombies were not harmed. Everyone's face showed a helpless look. The gap between the two sides was too big. Ning Shu held the gun and shot at the zombies, but the zombies dodged. Damn, where did these mutated zombies come from? The school doctor uncle narrowed his eyes and aimed at the zombies, but he did not shoot. It was estimated that the zombies' speed was too fast. Lone Wolf threw away the gun in his hand and directly used a hidden weapon, but it was useless. Instead, the zombies got close to him and were about to take out his heart. Lone Wolf. Young Phoenix screamed. Quickly shoot. Lone Wolf rolled on the ground to avoid the zombies' attack and shouted at the school doctor uncle. Tarantula and Young Phoenix went up to help, but the zombies seemed to be targeting Lone Wolf. They must kill the male lead first. The school doctor uncle did not shoot. He kept aiming but did not shoot. It was estimated that he was looking for an opportunity. The zombies attacked Lone Wolf again. This time, Lone Wolf was one step slower and did not dodge the zombies' attack. Seeing that Lone Wolf was about to be killed by the zombies, suddenly, Lone Wolf's hand burst out a lightning-like light and hit the zombie's body. The zombie's body immediately emitted white smoke. The mutated zombie was stunned. Apparently, it was shocked by the scene in front of it. Its gray face showed fear. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at Lone Wolf's hand. Even Lone Wolf had a blank look on his face. Then, ecstasy filled his face as he muttered, "This is a superpower, a superpower." Taking advantage of the zombie's blank space, the school doctor uncle pulled the trigger and exploded the zombie's head. Although the school doctor uncle killed the zombie, it made Lone Wolf's heart full of anger. He asked the school doctor uncle, "Why didn't you shoot just now?" Lone Wolf looked at the school doctor uncle with a malicious face. His hand was still releasing the lightning power. Apparently, he wanted to kill the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu was very nervous. He said to Lone Wolf, "Uncle gave a lot of thought to let you awaken your special ability in a critical moment." Sure enough, he was beloved. He actually awakened the lightning power to restrain zombies. The lightning power was the most harmful to zombies. Lone Wolf heard Ning Shu's sophistry and sneered, "If I didn't awaken my special ability in a critical moment, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the zombies. I will not spare this guy." Ning Shu could see that now that Lone Wolf had the ability, he wanted to take revenge and establish absolute prestige in the team. Lone Wolf's hand flashed with lightning. His face was full of eagerness. Apparently, he wanted to kill the school doctor uncle. The school doctor uncle raised his gun and pointed it at Lone Wolf's forehead. He sneered, "You're just a beginner with special abilities. Let's see if you're faster than my bullets." Lone Wolf's face trembled. He looked at the black muzzle and then looked at the school doctor uncle's indifferent face. He unwillingly withdrew his special ability. Chapter 101. After Lone Wolf activated his ability, he looked refreshed. His whole body was surrounded by a domineering aura, as if he had control of the whole world. Ning Shu couldn't help but ridicule him in her heart. Looking at Lone Wolf's appearance, he seemed to want to snatch the car, leave her and the uncle behind, and run away. However, he was very afraid of the gun in the uncle's hand, but his attitude was high and mighty. He gave her and the uncle less food to eat, which made Ning Shu despise him. Ning Shu was worried for the uncle. Now, she and the uncle were in the same boat. The team continued to walk back. On the way, they encountered a lot of zombies. Lone Wolf killed them all and became more proficient in using his lightning ability. During a zombie siege, young Phoenix also awakened her ability, and it was an ice ability. Not long after, Tarantula also awakened his earth ability. Among the 5 people, only Ning Shu and the school doctor hadn't awakened their abilities. They felt like the 2 of them were the odd ones out. Ning Shu didn't know why she couldn't activate her ability, but her strength was getting stronger and her body was getting lighter and lighter. Obviously, it was due to her peerless martial arts. If she didn't have an ability, then so be it. Ning Shu comforted the school doctor and said, "It's okay, uncle. You will awaken your ability one day." The school doctor rolled his eyes at Ning Shu and sneered, "You should worry about yourself. Don't get killed by these people." Ning Shu sighed. The school doctor could defeat everyone with his weapon. If she had a whip in her hand, then her lethality would be greater. "Uncle, why don't we just run away and not stay with these people?" Ning Shu whispered in the school doctor's ear. Ning Shu's hot breath blew on the school doctor's ear. The uncle's ear moved and moved to the side. "I hate it when you get so close. Can't we talk properly?" Ning Shu's face collapsed. "Uncle, we are discussing important things. Don't worry about these details." "Oh," the uncle said. "But now the other 3 have awakened their abilities. It's because they've all awakened that we have to run." Ning Shu said anxiously, "The 2 of us can't beat them." "No." The uncle refused. Ning Shu opened his eyes wide and asked, "Why?" "These are 3 good materials," the uncle said. Ning Shu, pfft, what did the uncle mean by this? Was he going to dissect those 3 people like a madman? Ning Shu really wanted to shake the uncle's body and beg him to give up such a ridiculous idea. "Here, this is your dinner." Young Phoenix threw a box of biscuits and a bottle of water on the ground in front of the school doctor and Ning Shu. The water bottle and the biscuit bag were covered with dust. Fortunately, they were still unopened. Otherwise, how could anyone eat them? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Previously, young Phoenix was still a little interested in the school doctor, but after Lone Wolf and she awakened their abilities, her attitude changed. The female lead probably felt that only the strong were worthy of her. Besides, she was also a strong person. The uncle without any abilities really had no advantage. Young Phoenix threw the things down and left, leaving the 2 of them with a noble and cold back view. The uncle held his glasses and raised his eyebrows as he looked at young Phoenix's back. Ning Shu picked up the biscuits and water bottle on the ground, patted the dust on them, and said to the uncle, "Don't look, she doesn't like you now." The apocalypse was reality. The school doctor didn't say anything. He supported his chin with his hand and looked at Ning Shu. His expression was very lazy, and he said indifferently, "I don't understand what you are talking about." Ning Shu snorted and pretended to be innocent. He didn't believe that the uncle didn't know that young Phoenix was interested in him before. Ning Shu tore open the biscuits, wrung out the water bottle, and handed it to the uncle. He said, "Uncle, eat first. Leave some for me." The uncle took the water bottle, drank a mouthful of water, ate some biscuits, and then gave the water bottle to Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't avoid the uncle's leftover water and ate the biscuits. The school doctor saw that Ning Shu was enjoying the biscuits and sneered. He said, "Eating my leftovers, do you have to be so happy? Pfff. Cough cough." Ning Shu hit his chest. Damn, he choked again. Who the hell liked to eat other people's leftovers? It was the uncle's fastidious habit that really made people's balls hurt. If she ate first, the uncle wouldn't even touch it, but young Phoenix only gave them so little to eat. She didn't mind, as long as they could eat their fill. She was despised by the school doctor again. The school doctor reached out his hand and patted Ning Shu's back. He seemed to feel that Ning Shu's back was a little dirty. Then, he wiped the dust off his hand on Ning Shu's body and withdrew his hand. Ning Shu was speechless. The next morning, young Phoenix came to inform the school doctor and Ning Shu that they were ready to leave. The school doctor was still the driver. Lone Wolf and the others were already waiting in the car. Their faces were long and they were in an extremely bad mood. The reason why Lone Wolf didn't do anything to the school doctor was that they couldn't drive the car. The most terrifying thing was the bomb that the school doctor mentioned. Lone Wolf looked at the school doctor and Ning Shu. So when he faced Ning Shu and the school doctor, his face was full of disdain and arrogance. It was as if letting them live was a great gift. Ning Shu directly ignored Lone Wolf's expression and turned a deaf ear to Tarantula's ridicule. Her skin was extremely thick. Along the way, they encountered a lot of zombies. Finally, they reached the city. It wasn't as desolate as before. The group passed by a city and found that there was no one in the city except for zombies. Originally, they wanted to find some food but found that the supermarket was basically empty. This gave people a very bad feeling. Ning Shu thought that the country had collapsed and all the people were gathered in the base. Fuck, the country was gone. Who should she give the gene fluid to? Ning Shu was deeply depressed. It was already late. The group found a small district to stay in. Some of the wandering zombies in the corridor were killed by them. Ning Shu turned on the tap. There was water, but she didn't know if it was drinkable. Forget it, it was better not to drink. The virus had destroyed the whole world. Even the water source had become muddy. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor. This was really a sin. Uncle. Ning Shu shouted. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu indifferently. What's the matter? Ning Shu grabbed the school doctor's hand and earnestly said, Uncle, you should give up on young Phoenix. The two of us should run away. There are a lot of abandoned cars in the city. Lone Wolf doesn't need you anymore. Didn't he see that after entering the city, Lone Wolf looked at her and the school doctor's eyes with undisguised killing intent? It was already like this and the uncle was still thinking about young Phoenix. The school doctor looked down at his hand that was held by Ning Shu. He pulled his hand back and said, Your hand is so dirty. Wash it. Ning Shu wailed, Uncle. Chapter 102. The thing that made Ning Shu the most speechless was that she was clearly telling the uncle a very serious matter, but the uncle always made Ning Shu very angry. Uncle. Ning Shu shouted weakly, I'm worried to death, Uncle. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with his chin in his hand. Looking at her twisted face, he said lazily, I don't know why you're so grumpy all day. Girl, can't you be good? Ning Shu was speechless. Damn, the uncle still despised her? Haha. The team continued to move forward and finally found a base where humans were gathered. There were many people gathered at the entrance of the base. After walking for so long, they suddenly saw so many people and felt so excited. Ning Shu followed behind the school doctor and waited at the entrance to enter the base. The first thing they did when they entered the base was to take a shower. Lone Wolf and young Phoenix were in front of the line. The people at the base registration looked at the others with a superior look. When it was Lone Wolf's turn, they asked, What's your name? How old are you? Have you awakened your ability? Lone Wolf didn't say anything. Lightning flashed in his hands, and crackling sounds could be heard. The scene looked particularly cool. Lightning ability, it's actually a lightning ability. The person at the registration stood up and looked at the ability in Lone Wolf's hand excitedly. His face became respectful and asked, May I ask, what's your name? So that the base can arrange a place for you to live. The surrounding people looked at Lone Wolf with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ability users had better resources and a better quality of life. Those who didn't awaken their abilities could only be inferior people. Their lives were very difficult and they could only do some dirty work in the base. Lone Wolf, 28 years old, lightning ability. Lone Wolf said indifferently, looking particularly noble and cold. Next was young Phoenix. Her ice ability also caused a commotion. Tarantula got his room key and the wood ability of Tarantula. Tarantula got his room key and turned his head to Ning Shu and made a throat-slitting gesture. Ning Shu shot a glance at the tarantula. She didn't know what she had done to offend this guy to make him hate her so much. When it was the school doctor's turn, Ning Shu had always wanted to know his name. The registrar looked at him and asked, "What's your name? What's your superpower?" "Lunatic," the school doctor said. "Pft, cough cough." Ning Shu hammered his chest. How could he say his code names so bluntly? The registrar obviously didn't know who Madman was. When he heard the name, he coldly looked at the uncle and said, "I'm talking about the name. Your name is Madman?" "Okay." The school doctor answered with a serious face. "What special ability?" The school doctor shook his head. "No superpower. If you don't have a special ability, then you're an inferior person," the registrar said coldly. The school doctor stood aside and waited for Ning Shu. When it was Ning Shu's turn, Ning Shu said directly, "Little flower, no superpower." The registrar shook his head and said disappointedly, "Another inferior person." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu walked to the school doctor's side and asked, "Uncle, what should we do now? We're inferior people. We don't even have a place to live." It was good enough that the base could take them in. They would only give them some simple things or live in a shabby house with many people. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix had already left. They had better accommodation and supplies. But Ning Shu and the uncle were more miserable. The uncle didn't care and walked into the base. Ning Shu hurriedly followed behind him. "Wait for me here. I have something to do. Wait for me here. Don't run around. Wait for me to come back," the school doctor said to Ning Shu and turned to leave. Ning Shu obediently waited for the uncle to come back. Then, she observed the surrounding environment. The people who passed by her were in two states. One was dead and lifeless. Their faces were gray, as if they could not see any future. They were like walking corpses. One type was people who exuded a powerful aura. Half of these people had awakened their special abilities, and their faces were filled with complacency. These people who had awakened their special abilities looked at Ning Shu. They were sizing up Ning Shu as if to determine whether he was the same kind or inferior. "Little flower?" a puzzled voice sounded. Ning Shu turned and saw a man in military uniform walking over. He looked at Ning Shu and said with surprise, "You're still alive?" Ning Shu knew from the original owner's memory that this middle-aged man in military uniform was the officer of the special agent team. When Ning Shu saw the officer, he was surprised. He saluted him. "Sir. Where are the others?" The officer looked at Little Flower. Ning Shu said, "Lone Wolf and the others have returned. 2 people were sacrificed." The officer looked at Ning Shu with a rare kindness in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Not long after you left, the country also collapsed." Ning Shu didn't know what to say. He thought about it and gave the gene fluid to the officer. "This is the gene fluid I got. Lone Wolf and the others don't know about it." The officer shook his head and said, "Keep this gene fluid. Have you awakened your special ability?" Now that humans can awaken their special abilities, the gene fluid doesn't have much use. If you haven't awakened your special ability, use the gene fluid. The officer looked melancholy. The apocalypse is cruel. You have to protect yourself. When Ning Shu heard this, she sighed in her heart. This man had taken the original owner out of the orphanage, raised her up, and taught her skills. In the original owner's heart, he was probably the most important person in her life. "Sir, this gene fluid is for you. This is Little Flower's first mission. Little Flower wants to complete the mission given by you." Ning Shu said seriously and gave the gene fluid to the officer. The officer didn't say anything. He took the gene fluid and asked, "Do you have a place to stay now?" Ning Shu shook his head and said, "Not yet. I don't know where to stay. I'll arrange a place for you," the officer said. Ning Shu was about to nod when he heard the school doctor's voice. "Little Flower. Ning Shu and the officer looked at the school doctor. The school doctor was walking towards them. He was wearing a black windbreaker. When he walked over, everything was blurred. They could only see the school doctor walking towards them. Soon, the school doctor was in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu introduced him. "Uncle, this is my officer." The school doctor looked at the smile on Ning Shu's face indifferently. He reached out his hand to shake the officer's hand and said, "Hello." The senior officer looked at the school doctor and scanned his face. He frowned and looked puzzled. "You look familiar." The school doctor didn't say anything. Ning Shu raised the key in his hand and said, "I found a place to stay." Chapter 103. Ning Shu saw the school doctor walk around and find a place to stay. Ning Shu looked at the key in the school doctor's hand and said to him, "Uncle, I found a place to stay." The officer said he would find a place for me to stay. The officer was a trustworthy person. To the original owner, the officer was like a father. So when Ning Shu saw the officer, he couldn't help but want to get close to him. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged officer. "You found a place for this girl?" Before the officer could speak, the school doctor said to Ning Shu, "This room is the best in the base." Ning Shu blinked and said, "Thank you, uncle." Since they were already at the base, Ning Shu felt that he shouldn't trouble the uncle. The uncle had helped him a lot along the way. The leader of the special agent group patted Ning Shu's shoulder and said, "Since you already have a partner, then follow your partner. Although I'm one of the higher-ups in the base, it's not good for me to show favoritism. The apocalypse is cruel. It's good to have someone you can rely on." The officer walked away with his hands behind his back. Just like that, he left. Ning Shu turned his head stiffly and said to the school doctor awkwardly, "My officer is quite humorous." The school doctor held the key and looked at Ning Shu. He sneered and said, "Useless. Let's go." The school doctor said to Ning Shu and turned to leave. Ning Shu's face twisted as she followed behind the school doctor. When they arrived at the residential building, the house was indeed quite nice. "Uncle, how did you get this room?" Ning Shu asked. When they reached the door, the uncle opened it and glanced at Ning Shu. "You want to know?" Can't I say?" Ning Shu's mind immediately conjured up the scene of killing and robbing. This kind of thing was too common in the post-apocalyptic world. The strong were the truth. Ning Shu and the uncle were still talking when the door beside them opened. A person walked out from inside. They looked at each other and were quite surprised. Ning Shu was surprised by the uncle's ability to choose a room next to the female leads. But young Phoenix was surprised by the fact that two lowly people without abilities were staying here. Young Phoenix sized up Ning Shu and the school doctor and asked, "Why are you here?" Ning Shu shrugged her shoulders. She didn't know why she was here. Seeing young Phoenix's expression as if she had swallowed a fly, Ning Shu was puzzled. Why couldn't she and uncle come here? Young Phoenix's expression made it seem as if they had sullied her. The school doctor glanced at young Phoenix indifferently. He pulled Ning Shu's arm and pulled Ning Shu into the house. Then, he slammed the door shut, making young Phoenix angry and hateful. He was just a lowly person without abilities. That man had ignored her before. Now that she had awakened her ability, that man still ignored her. To put it bluntly, young Phoenix felt that her charm had been thwarted by the school doctor, so she resented him. "Why don't you like me? What qualifications do you have to not like me?" Young Phoenix's heart was full of resentment. Ning Shu sized up the room. Before the apocalypse, this kind of room could only be considered ordinary. The room was not very big, at most 70 or 80 square meters. But now, this kind of room was really good. It could even be considered a mansion. After all, the base was only so big, but there were so many people gathered here. It was even more valuable to have a private room. Ning Shu was even more curious about how this room came about. "I'm going to take a shower," Ning Shu said and went into the bathroom. The door was a little low, so the school doctor had to lower his head when he went in. Ning Shu nodded and cleaned the room. He then wiped his sweat and heard the sound of the bathroom door opening. He turned around and saw the school doctor coming out of the bathroom. Ning Shu quickly covered his nose, afraid that he would have a nosebleed. The school doctor came out with a bath towel wrapped around his waist. The towel was loosely wrapped around his body, and his Apollo's belt was exposed. Long legs and a muscular body. Ning Shu's mouth was dry. Although this body was young, uncle, you shouldn't be so casual. The school doctor used a handkerchief to wipe his wet hair. The wet hair formed a shadow on his forehead, looking blurred and sexy. Ning Shu was speechless. Fuck, I really want to pounce on this person. The school doctor saw Ning Shu's dazed look and frowned. Why aren't you taking a shower? Do you know that you're dirty? I've been tolerating you for a long time. Ning Shu, it's heartbreaking to say such things to a lady. After all, she was a woman. Although she was young, the school doctor didn't treat her as a woman but as a child. Ning Shu snorted. Although this body was young, his mental age might be older than yours. Ning Shu went to the bathroom to take a shower. There were a lot of bathing items on the counter. Did these all belong to the school doctor? His worldview was refreshed again. The school doctor's obsession with cleanliness had reached the point where both humans and gods hated him. Ning Shu took a comfortable shower and smelled the fragrance. When he came out, he purposely walked a few rounds in front of the school doctor. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu and frowned. You're still so ugly even after you've washed yourself clean? The school doctor's tone was a little strange. Ning Shu felt his knees hurt. Uncle, can't you be more considerate when you speak? It's too hurtful, too vicious. His heart was tired. Do you know how to cook? The school doctor asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor with a face full of ignorance. He said shyly, Uncle, I don't know how to cook. The school doctor looked at him with disdain. Aren't you a special agent? If you're in an extreme environment and there's no food, won't you starve to death? I've never seen such a weak special agent. Damn, is the school doctor in dissing mode? He criticized her from her toes to her hair. The conclusion was that she was really a scumbag. In the end, the school doctor saw that Ning Shu didn't care about anything. He put on his clothes and was about to leave. He said, I'm going out to find food. Don't run around. If you get killed, you deserve it. Ning Shu nodded. He wondered if the school doctor was going to rob people again. After a while, the school doctor came back with a bag of things. The way he carried the bag was very handsome. Ning Shu took the bag from him and opened it. It was actually rice. He asked, Where did you find this? Someone gave it to me. The school doctor patted the dust off his clothes and said indifferently. Resources were scarce in the apocalypse. Who would give you things? Cook. The school doctor said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. He had spent half his life in the hospital. When he entered the mission world, he had never cooked. Was he going to get a new skill? Chapter 104. In the end, Ning Shu didn't cook. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu's twisted and guilty face and said straightforwardly, Cooking is a waste of food. Then the rice was cooked by the uncle. There was also steamed meat. The meat was cut very evenly, as if it was made from the same mold. The uncle's OCD was really a disease. Ning Shu ate the rice mixed with meat and burped. She was so moved that she almost cried. The apocalypse was really torturous. When she was a little princess, she ate all kinds of delicacies, but none of them were as delicious as this rice. Especially when she had eaten so many hardtack biscuits that her taste buds were about to disappear. Now that she was suddenly eating rice and oily meat, Ning Shu even wanted to hug the uncle's thigh without any shame. The uncle didn't eat the meat, but slowly ate the fried vegetables. His movements were slow and elegant, which was a sharp contrast to Ning Shu's ravenous eating. The school doctor frowned and looked at Ning Shu's oily face. He pulled the corner of his mouth and turned his head away. He couldn't bear to look at her. After eating, she put down the bowl and burped. She was very satisfied. She gave the uncle a thumbs up and said, "Uncle, you are quite capable. You can steal cars, dissect people, and even cook." Ning Shu suddenly froze. This was something that happened in the school world. She accidentally blurted it out. Ning Shu looked at the uncle. It seemed that he didn't hear what she said. Ning Shu was relieved. The uncle's ability was great, but his OCD was a bit serious. Also, his tongue was too sharp. It was unbearable. Ning Shu's heart was strong, so she turned a deaf ear to the uncle's sarcasm. The school doctor narrowed his eyes and moved to the side. "Can you wash your face and talk to me again?" Ning Shu was speechless. That was why the uncle was so annoying. Ning Shu went to the washroom to wash her face. Before she was done, she heard a series of urgent and ear-piercing sirens. It was so loud that it almost pierced her eardrums. Ning Shu quickly came out of the bathroom and asked the uncle, "What's wrong?" The uncle frowned and said, "Zombies are coming to attack the base. Take something to defend against the zombies." "Do I have to go too?" Ning Shu pointed at herself and asked. The school doctor rolled his eyes at Ning Shu. "You have to show your value if you accept the base's protection, little girl." Ning Shu looked at the school doctor in surprise. When did the uncle have such an awareness? The sirens were getting louder and louder. The uncle handed Ning Shu a gun and said, "Be careful. Don't rush into the zombie crowd. You don't have a superpower. You can't fight so many zombies even if you have great strength." Uncle's words. Ning Shu, she patted her chest and said, "If there is danger, I will run." The school doctor was speechless. The sirens became more urgent. The uncle and Ning Shu went out the door, and they ran into Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf next door. Gu Lang's cold face was full of sarcasm. "A lowly person without a superpower has to fight against zombies. Don't turn into a zombie in the end." The school doctor looked at him coldly. Gu Lang released his superpower and looked at the uncle warily. The uncle snorted and pulled Ning Shu's arm. They walked past Gu Lang and Young Phoenix. How domineering. Gu Lang's handsome face was very long. He realized that he, a superpower user, was afraid of a lowly person without a superpower. It was really humiliating. Young Phoenix looked at the school doctor who was wearing a black windbreaker. Although this man did not have any special abilities, he was actually quite charming. However, in this post-apocalyptic world where the strong were respected, charm alone was not enough. One had to have strength. What made Young Phoenix angry was that this lowly person without a superpower was so rude to her, but he was so nice to Flower. Flower was not comparable to her. The competitive Young Phoenix tasted defeat in front of the school doctor. She was thinking about the uncle and wanted to subdue him to wash away her failure. In short, Young Phoenix had the uncle in her heart. Flower's hands were covered in frost. She looked at the back of the school doctor and Ning Shu. What was so good about Flower who had nothing? Ning Shu followed the uncle to the base's entrance. He saw an overwhelming number of zombies rushing towards the base's entrance. The rotten smell made people faint. The base's walls were filled with cannons, bombs, and all kinds of new weapons. They were bombarding the zombies. Although they were lethal, they were not enough compared to the number of zombies. Even the people without superpowers in the base used stools and hoes to fight against the zombies. However, the result was tragic. The ordinary people without superpowers were torn apart by the zombies. The zombies did not care about anything else. They tore apart the corpses on the spot. The scene was very bloody. The officer commanded the army to kill the zombies. He turned his head and saw Ning Shu. He frowned. Ning Shu shouted, "What are you doing here?" The sound of artillery shells was very loud. Ning Shu tried hard to hear what the officer said. He then shouted to the officer, "I'm here to fight against the zombies." The officer saw the school doctor next to Ning Shu. He did not say anything and continued to command the army to kill the zombies. There was also an even more dazzling scene, which was the ability users. All kinds of abilities were incomparably gorgeous, and they easily killed the zombies, especially Lone Wolf's lightning ability. When he struck the zombies' heads, the zombies immediately fell down. His destructive power was extremely dazzling. Countless people looked at Lone Wolf with amazement, admiration, and admiration. Lone Wolf felt the eyes of the people around him. His hands moved faster. The lightning in his hands shone brighter. It felt like he was deliberately showing off his skills. Ning Shu retracted his gaze and shot the zombie's head. The school doctor stood beside Ning Shu and did not move. Ning Shu said, "Such a large-scale attack. The zombies behind this are probably not weak. When this kind of zombie comes, you run first. You can't deal with it," the school doctor said lightly. He did not feel ashamed of running away. Ning Shu frowned and asked, "Is it a mutated zombie?" The school doctor nodded. "It is a mutated zombie. But it is stronger than the ones we have encountered before. Zombies evolve much faster than humans." The school doctor placed his hand on the group of paranormals and muttered to himself, "If I can dissect a few paranormals and observe their DNA, the gene fluid should not be just a half-finished product. It should be able to fully activate a person's superpower." Ning Shu was shooting while listening to the school doctor's mumbling. He pointed his ears and asked the school doctor, "Uncle, what are you talking about?" "The zombies are coming," the school doctor said lightly. Ning Shu nodded and began to kill the zombies. Finally, when the zombies were getting closer, Ning Shu directly picked up a long stick or a hoe on the ground and directly hit the zombie's head. Then the zombie's head exploded. Now Ning Shu learned to be smart. When the zombie's head exploded, he immediately moved away to avoid being splashed in the face by the zombie's brain. The school doctor stepped back and watched Ning Shu kill the zombies. He casually killed the zombies that came close to him. The scene was in a stalemate. Everyone was trying their best to kill the zombies to keep themselves alive. Roar, an extremely penetrating roar sounded, and the zombies who heard this roar became even more violent, desperately rushing towards the entrance of the base. More and more people died. The air became more and more turbid. The stench, the smell of blood, the dust. Chapter 105. Roar, another roar was heard. This sound made people's heart beat in disorder, their blood was surging, and they felt extremely dizzy. When the zombies heard this roar, they became restless. It was as if they had been blessed by some kind of power. They were restless and full of energy. Everyone was very uneasy. The officer commanded everyone and shouted, "Return to the base, quickly. Flower, quickly come in." Officer Ning Shu shouted. Ning Shu killed the zombie in front of him with a stick, turned around and ran into the base, standing next to the school doctor. The zombies scratched the base's walls and doors, trying to get in. Looking at the tide of zombies, Ning Shu had goosebumps all over his body. "It's coming," the school doctor said in a low voice. Ning Shu turned his head and saw a black dot. It was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, moving quickly, and finally floating in the air above the base. This was a zombie. This zombie seemed to be no different from a normal person except for its blue face, and its eyes were moving. Obviously, it was different from ordinary zombies. It obviously had vision. Ning Shu's jaw almost dropped. He turned his neck stiffly, looked at the uncle and stammered, "Uncle, uncle, it can fly." It completely violated Newton's law of gravity. The mutated zombies they encountered before only had good jumping ability and fast speed, but floating in the air like this was simply challenging people's worldview. The uncle squinted his eyes, looked at the zombie floating in the air, and said, "Is it easier to evolve into a zombie?" Such a human-like zombie caused a commotion in the base, especially when it could fly like an immortal. It made the people in the base feel shocked and helpless. This zombie was really too powerful. An atmosphere of despair filled the air, making people's hearts more panicked. "Fuck, I'll fight you." A paranormal released a golden beam of energy towards the zombie, but the zombie didn't even try to dodge. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. This zombie couldn't be so weak, right? It looked like a cow, but it was about to be hit. The power directly passed through the zombie's body, and people found that the power hit only an afterimage. So where did the zombie go? Ah. A mournful voice sounded, and people turned around to see that the zombie had directly passed through the chest of the paranormal who released the power. The zombie's bloody hand was still holding a beating heart. The zombie's eyes were very cold, and it directly threw the paranormal into the zombie crowd. The zombies below suddenly rioted, tearing the paranormal's body. The mutated zombie floating in the air, biting the bloody heart. Ning Shu stretched his neck and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This scene was really bloody and disgusting. Everyone felt that their hearts were being gnawed by the zombies. With the previous impulsive unlucky guy as an example, they didn't dare to move for a while, and it was even more impossible to rush. He was simply courting death. There were so many people, but the scene was silent, and the rapid sound of the alarm was more ear-piercing. The mutated zombie gnawed the heart in its hand, and stretched out its tongue to lick the blood at the corner of its mouth. Its eyes looked at the group of paranormal, looking at them as if they were food, and it made people scared. Ning Shu thought that the mutated zombie was more interested in the paranormal who was full of energy. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Ning Shu approached the school doctor uncle. Why were they in a deadlock now? The school doctor uncle stared at the zombie. What else can we do? Run. Ning Shu was speechless. Although he said that, he didn't dare to move. What if the zombie took out his heart if he moved? Especially the paranormal, these people were the focus of the mutated zombie. The zombie looked at them with a pair of cold and ruthless eyes, as if it was trying to guess the taste of its food, and it was really stressful. "There's no other way, let's go together." Lone Wolf said with a cold face, "Let's go together." As soon as Lone Wolf's voice fell, the paranormal released their powers to attack the mutated zombie, but the zombie was too fast and dodged. Ning Shu was speechless. Zombies were so abnormal, how could they fight against such an invincible existence? However, the culprit was the school doctor uncle standing next to her, but she didn't dare to blame him. The zombie was surrounded by a group of paranormal, and there was always one paranormal that hit him. The zombie roared and looked at the paranormal with red eyes. Although there were so many people fighting the zombie, Lone Wolf and his team didn't have it easy, and they were very embarrassed. The officer ordered people to kill the ordinary zombies, and at the same time, he paid attention to the paranormal situation. Anyone with eyes could see that the paranormal situation was not good. Paranormal was very precious, and the death of one paranormal would cause the base to tremble in pain. Although there were now some people who could activate their powers, the number of paranormal was still very small, and they were a resource that every base fought for. The officer's face was sweating, and the muscles on his face were twitching. Ning Shu looked at him, but there was nothing she could do, because this kind of battle was not something she could intervene in. Ning Shu thought for a moment, and then she picked up the axe and went into the battle circle. She was very fast and strong, so she should be able to fight against the mutated zombie. Although the paranormal had their own powers, their speed and strength might not be as fast as her. Didn't they see that the mutated zombie's strength was its speed and physical strength? "Where are you going?" The school doctor uncle pulled Ning Shu's arm, raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Ning Shu had a hunch that if she said that she was going to kill the zombie, the school doctor uncle would despise her, so she said, "I need to go to the toilet." The school doctor uncle was speechless. "Stay here, if you run over, you will be accidentally injured by the paranormal's power. Don't overestimate yourself." The school doctor uncle said faintly, and then pulled out the gun from his waist, narrowed his eyes and aimed at the zombie. Ning Shu was speechless. The zombie's speed was too fast. "If you can hit the zombie, I will kneel down for you." The uncle pulled the trigger, but he didn't shoot the zombie directly. Instead, he shot at a distance from the zombie. Then Ning Shu saw a magical scene, as if the zombie took the initiative to throw itself at the bullet. The zombie was shot. Ning Shu knelt down with a thud. Fuck, how could this happen? The zombie was stunned at first, and then the muscles on its chest trembled, squeezing the bullet out of its body. Ning Shu kowtowed to the ground. Damn it, both of them were so unscientific. But when the zombie squeezed the bullet out, the paranormal released his most powerful power at the same time, hitting the zombie's body. The huge power directly slammed the zombie to the ground, and the huge power seemed to make the ground shake twice, raising a lot of dust. The zombie's clothes were torn, and the places where the power hit its body were so deep that the bones could be seen. It stood there, glancing at the paranormal, and finally stopped at the school doctor uncle. It seemed that the zombie had a deep impression of the human who hit it. Chapter 106. Although the mutant zombie was hit by the superpower, it didn't seem to have any special injuries, which made people feel helpless. The school doctor was very calm under the gaze of the mutant zombie. Ning Shu suspected that the school doctor's facial nerves were damaged because he didn't have any expression. But when he was mocking her, his face was full of disdain. Roar! The mutant zombie roared twice at the school doctor. Everyone thought that the school doctor would be the next one to be cut open, but the mutant zombie turned and flew away. After a while, it turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Ning Shu thought, it ran away. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with the lingering fear of surviving a calamity. Young Phoenix looked at the school doctor with a complicated expression. Seeing him calmly pull up Flower, who was kneeling on the ground, young Phoenix did not know why, but her heart burned with jealousy. She was jealous that Flower, who had nothing, had such a man who would not leave her. Lone Wolf stood beside young Phoenix. He saw the resentment, jealousy, and love on young Phoenix's face. He said coldly, "He's just a lowly person with no superpowers. You really think he's a hero with some marksmanship? Young Phoenix, what are you thinking?" Young Phoenix looked away and said to Lone Wolf, "I think he's very mysterious. He makes people feel uneasy. That's why I pay special attention to him." Young Phoenix saw Lone Wolf's expression and explained, "He's just a person with no superpower. He can't survive in this apocalyptic world. I always feel that this man is dangerous. That's why I pay special attention to him." Lone Wolf looked at young Phoenix and said coldly, "I hope so." Then he turned and walked away. Young Phoenix frowned and caught up with Lone Wolf. "What do you mean? Are you doubting me? If that's the case, why are we still together? You don't even trust me. If that's the case, let's go our separate ways." Young Phoenix walked faster than Lone Wolf and left him with an angry back view. On the other side, Ning Shu was impressed by the school doctor's superb marksmanship. He kept asking the school doctor how he practiced his marksmanship. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu and said, "You can calculate the direction of a person's next move according to their movements. You can estimate the distance between you and the target and the time of arrival of the bullet. This way, the hit rate is very high." The school doctor said it very casually, as if it was a very simple thing. It was no big deal. Ning Shu knelt down with a thud. It was too fucking complicated. How fast was his brain calculating? Ning Shu felt that if it was so complicated, he might as well use an axe and a stick to do it. "Don't your knees hurt from kneeling on the ground for no reason?" The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with disdain. "You're useless." It wasn't painful at first, but after hearing what the uncle said, Ning Shu felt that her knees were going to break. It was painful. Back in the room, the school doctor went to take a shower again. It hadn't been long, and he had to take a shower again. Ning Shu lowered his head and sniffed his collar. After staying with the school doctor for so long, he felt that he was very sloppy. After the school doctor came out of the shower, he was only wrapped in a bath towel. Ning Shu felt his hands itching. He wanted to pull the bath towel off the uncle. It was better not to wear it. "Go take a shower," the school doctor said to Ning Shu while wiping his wet hair. "I feel good. I don't need to take a shower," Ning Shu said. After the apocalypse, even drinking water was a problem. How could there be so much water to take a shower? There was a little sweat smell, but it was not that unbearable. The school doctor stopped wiping his hair and looked at Ning Shu indifferently. His gaze made Ning Shu's hair stand up. The school doctor crossed his legs. His two slender legs were faintly discernible under the bath towel. Ning Shu tilted his head and looked under the bath towel. It was really annoying. I'm talking to you. The school doctor saw Ning Shu tilting his head and staring blankly. He couldn't help but say, "It's okay if you're stupid, but your ears have problems too. You can't be saved." Ning Shu came back to his senses and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. When he was about to take a shower, the doorbell rang. Ning Shu quickly went to open the door. There was an officer in military uniform standing at the door. When he saw the officer, Ning Shu was surprised. He asked, "Officer, why are you looking for me?" "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for your partner," the officer said and entered the room. He looked around but didn't see anyone. Ning Shu asked, "Where is he?" The school doctor was still there. Ning Shu said, "He probably went to get dressed." The school doctor was only wrapped in a bath towel. The officer looked at Ning Shu and said, "You're still young. You're already with him?" Ning Shu was speechless. What did he mean? Did the officer think that the uncle was naked because he did it with her? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. "You're thinking too much. The uncle was such a pervert." It was still a question whether he liked women. After a while, the school doctor came out of the room. He was wearing a white shirt and a black windbreaker. When he saw the officer, his face was indifferent. "Well, I have something to talk to you about." "Let's go out and talk," the officer said to the school doctor. He was very respectful to the school doctor. The school doctor's eyes swept across Ning Shu's face. He nodded and followed the officer out. The school doctor turned back and said to Ning Shu, "There are biscuits if you're hungry. Don't touch the food. You can wait for me to come back and cook." Ning Shu nodded. He didn't know what they were talking about. Why did they have to avoid him? Was there a secret? Not long after the school doctor left, the doorbell rang again. Ning Shu was a little surprised. He came back so soon. When he opened the door, he saw that it was young Phoenix. Young Phoenix looked at Ning Shu with a cold face. Ning Shu wanted to close the door without thinking. Young Phoenix blocked the door and said coldly, "Flower, what's with your attitude?" Ning Shu mobilized the internal force in his body and closed the door. He clapped his hands. She didn't come without a reason. Ning Shu didn't even give young Phoenix a chance to speak. Young Phoenix knocked on the door outside. The person inside refused to open the door. Young Phoenix said coldly, "Flower, I advise you to open the door quickly. Otherwise, I will destroy your door with my superpower." Damn, he was so arrogant that he came knocking on her door. Ning Shu said through the door, "What do you want from me?" "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for your roommate," young Phoenix said. "Flower, open the door." What day was it today? Why did so many people come to the school doctor? Was it because they were amazed by his shooting skills? "Uncle isn't here." "Come another day," Ning Shu said. "Flower, I asked you to open the door. What's with your attitude? Do you think that you're going to be arrogant when you come to the base with an officer supporting you and a man protecting you?" Young Phoenix's voice was sharp through the door. Chapter 107. Ning Shu was speechless. She didn't approach young Phoenix at all, but the other party was trying to make trouble for her. She stayed far away from the protagonist. Why? Was her charm too low? Ning Shu was considering if she should add some of her attributes to her charm. A charm of 1 point was too shabby. Ning Shu was thinking about why the female protagonist didn't like her. Outside the room, young Phoenix was pounding on the door and calling Ning Shu's name. "Flower, flower." It was like she was asking for his life. Ning Shu opened the door and asked young Phoenix angrily, "What do you want?" "I'm looking for your roommate." Young Phoenix pushed Ning Shu away and walked around the room. She didn't see the school doctor. Ning Shu asked, "Where is he?" Ning Shu's heart felt like it was about to explode. She questioned her so confidently. Ning Shu said, I already said that he's not here. Where did he go? Young Phoenix asked again. Ning Shu rolled her eyes and said, how would I know? Young Phoenix sat on the sofa and waited. Ning Shu was stunned. What did she mean? Did she have to wait for the school doctor to come back? Ning Shu and Young Phoenix didn't speak. The room was quiet. Ning Shu didn't want to entertain guests. He didn't even pour a glass of water for Young Phoenix. Flower, do you know your roommate? Young Phoenix suddenly asked Ning Shu. By the way, what's his name? She didn't know the school doctor's name. His code name was Crazy, but she didn't know his name. Ning Shu shook her head and said, I don't know. Young Phoenix's face turned ugly. Flower, what do you mean? I'm just asking for his name. Damn it, she really didn't know the uncle's name. Ning Shu said impatiently, I said I don't know, so I don't know. You. Young Phoenix was choked by Ning Shu's attitude. She said coldly, Flower, don't be too proud. What am I proud of? What's there to be proud of? Ning Shu could not understand what Young Phoenix meant. Did Young Phoenix think that she deliberately did not tell the uncle her name? It was just a name. There was nothing he couldn't say. Young Phoenix's expression was cold. An icicle appeared in her hand and she pointed it at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately pulled out his gun and said coldly, Young Phoenix, what are you doing? Hua, you are just a lowly person who has yet to awaken an ability. How dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I can kill you and the officer won't say anything, Young Phoenix said coldly. Ning Shu was speechless. He squinted his eyes and aimed at Little Phoenix. He said loudly, Little Phoenix, is there something wrong with your brain? Why did you come to my house to kill me? He really couldn't understand what the female lead was thinking. Based on your attitude towards me, it wouldn't be too much for me to kill you. The icicle in Young Phoenix's hand was spinning. The icicle was very sharp. When it came into contact with the air, it emitted white smoke. Fuck, she was really crazy. What was the female lead's mentality? Ning Shu saw Young Phoenix's teeth itching. He wondered if he had offended Young Phoenix in some way. After arriving at the base, he had no contact with Young Phoenix. The school doctor who was talking to the officer came back. When he walked into the room, he saw the two women confronting each other. He raised his handsome eyebrows and said, What are you doing? As he spoke, he pulled out a gun from his waist and aimed it at Young Phoenix. Young Phoenix was a lot more nervous when facing the school doctor. After all, he was someone who could even hit a zombie. Young Phoenix didn't think that she could be faster than a zombie. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu and said calmly, What are you doing? You're so useless that they came knocking on your door. Ning Shu was speechless. Young Phoenix put away the icicle in her hand and said to the school doctor, Put away your gun. I am not an enemy. The school doctor put away his gun and asked Young Phoenix coldly, What's the matter? Young Phoenix did not know what to say. She came to this man on impulse. Because of this man, she quarreled with Lone Wolf. I quarreled with Lone Wolf. Young Phoenix blurted out her thoughts and looked at the school doctor. The school doctor was confused and confused. This was the first time Ning Shu had seen such an expression on the school doctor's face. The school doctor was surprised and said, What does it have to do with me? Ning Shu was speechless. Young Phoenix's face turned green and then white. When she saw Ning Shu smile, she felt as if she was soaked in boiling water. Her whole body was burning. The young Phoenix rushed out of the room and slammed the door. The door made a loud bang, and even the dust on the wall fell down. Ning Shu dug his ears. It was really loud. Ning Shu turned to the school doctor and said, Uncle, she is here to act coquettishly. What the hell? The school doctor frowned. Ning Shu said, Dust the sofa. Ning Shu asked, Why should I dust the sofa? The place where she sat is very dirty, the school doctor said indifferently. Ning Shu was speechless. She was hopeless. The school doctor made some food for Ningshu. It was enough for one person. Ningshu asked, "Aren't you eating?" "I have eaten," the school doctor said indifferently. Ningshu pursed her lips. The officer did not even bring her along to treat people to a meal. "Uncle, there is only one bed. Where am I supposed to sleep?" This was a single-room apartment and there was only one bed. Therefore, Ningshu wanted to know where she was. The school doctor said indifferently, "You want to sleep with me?" When he spoke, his gold-rimmed glasses reflected the light. He looked very creepy and dangerous. Ningshu quickly waved her hand and said, "I can sleep on the sofa." The school doctor nodded. He was obviously very satisfied with this suggestion. Ningshu pursed her lips. She was a woman. Shouldn't she sleep on the sofa and show her manliness? She felt that the school doctor did not see her as a woman at all. At night, Ningshu curled up on the sofa and looked at the school doctor on the bed with resentment. He really wanted her to sleep on the sofa. Whoosh, whoosh, in the middle of the night, Ningshu was sleeping soundly when an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Ningshu sat up in shock as if she was on the verge of death. Her entire body was in a daze. When she turned her head, she saw the uncle get out of bed and put on his jacket. "The zombies are attacking the base. Get up." The school doctor adjusted his collar and buttoned up his shirt. Ningshu, attacking the city in the middle of the night. Oh my God. Ningshu jumped off the sofa and picked up the guns, sticks, and axes on the table. She followed the school doctor out the door. Many people rushed to the entrance of the base. Some people did not even put on their clothes. They put on their clothes as they ran. At the entrance of the base, a huge searchlight shone on the zombies outside the base. These zombies tirelessly rushed towards the entrance of the base. Even if they were blocked by the electric fence at the entrance, and were electrocuted until their bodies smelled black, they did not know fear. Chapter 108. The zombies were really smelly, and the rotten smell could make people faint. Ningshu stood on the high wall of the base and looked at the zombies below. She felt very bitter. She had been in the apocalypse for so long, and she had given the gene solution to the officer. Why hadn't the system let her go back? Roar, the roar was very familiar. It was from the mutated zombies during the day. It was really endless. Did they want to fight with the base? The rocket bombs attacked the zombies, but the endless zombies were rushing over. At night, people's vision was limited. Paranormals had super strong vision, but it was a challenge for ordinary people. The mutated zombie was suspended in the air, and the searchlights were focused on it. The mutated zombie had changed its tattered clothes and was wearing new clothes. It looked no different from a normal person. Ningshu looked up at the zombie. She was really annoyed. This zombie was as intelligent as a human, and it was particularly difficult to deal with so many zombies. It was like cheating. Ningshu shot the head of the ordinary zombies, and the paranormals dealt with the mutated zombies. So many paranormals were powerless to deal with the mutated zombies. If the paranormals were not careful, their hearts would be taken out by the mutated zombies. It simply made people's hearts turn cold. Ningshu was killing zombies while paying attention to the situation of the mutated zombies. The uncle didn't do anything, as if he was just a bystander. But no one said anything, as if they didn't see the carefree school doctor. Ningshu was killing zombies when she suddenly felt a huge force on her back. Her body involuntarily flew forward, and the worst thing was that she was flying in the direction of the mutated zombies. Ningshu hurriedly circulated her chi and turned back. When she turned around, she saw that it was young Phoenix who had done it. Ningshu's heart was like a grass mud horse. The plot was really irresistible. Was she really going to die in the hands of young Phoenix and be dismembered by zombies like in the original plot? Ningshu instantly understood why the system hadn't summoned her back for such a long time. There was still such a thing. Flower, dodge, Ningshu shouted as he pulled out his gun and fired at Ningshu. The bullet didn't hit Ningshu, but hit the zombie behind Ningshu. However, when Ning Shu tried to escape, the zombie still managed to injure his back. He felt the zombie's nails scratching his back painfully. Ning Shu was so angry that he couldn't care less. He ran towards Young Phoenix and fired a shot. Young Phoenix released an ice shield to block Ning Shu's bullet. "Fuck, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Ning Shu ran over and grabbed Young Phoenix's collar. Then, he smashed Young Phoenix to the ground like a whip. Once, twice, Young Phoenix's face turned green as blood spurted from its mouth. It looked at Ning Shu with fear in its eyes. Lone Wolf saw Young Phoenix's situation and quickly came to its aid. Ning Shu directly used his chi to stab Young Phoenix's heart with a sharpened wooden stick. Young Phoenix's body moved a little, and the stick avoided its heart and pierced its stomach. Young Phoenix wailed in pain. Lone Wolf rushed over with lightning flashing in his hand. He was about to hit Ning Shu's head, but in the next second, Lone Wolf's hand was pierced by a bullet. Blood spurted out. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment before his wrist was grabbed by someone. Ning Shu didn't think and wanted to fight back with the wooden stick. "Girl, it's me." The school doctor's voice was very low. Ning Shu calmed down and looked up at the school doctor. Useless. The school doctor pulled Ning Shu into the base and didn't intend to care about the zombies at the gate. Back in the room, Ning Shu felt pain in his back. It was very painful. It was as if salt was sprinkled on the bleeding wound. Ning Shu's body began to tremble. Could it be that this mission couldn't be completed? "Lie down," the school doctor uncle said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the needle in the school doctor uncle's hand and asked, "Uncle, what is this?" "You are infected with the zombie virus." The school doctor poked Ning Shu's arm with the needle. The whole needle went into the skin. It was too painful. Fuck, couldn't he be gentler? Then Ning Shu realized a problem. She was caught by zombies. She was infected with the zombie virus. Did that mean she would become a zombie? Fuck, how could this be? She thought about how the school doctor uncle killed an infected agent without hesitation. She couldn't have been killed by the uncle, right? Ning Shu endured the pain in his back and asked the school doctor uncle, "Uncle, what did you inject into me?" Was it because they knew each other and gave her a euthanasia drug? The school doctor uncle frowned and looked at Ning Shu. He said, "This drug can prevent your brain from being invaded by the virus to a certain extent." Hearing this, Ning Shu felt relieved. The school doctor wouldn't kill her directly. She guessed that she would become a research subject. This was good. "Uncle, can you give me some painkillers?" Ning Shu was in so much pain. The places where the zombies scratched were burning. The heat began to spread to the whole body. Ning Shu could even hear the cells in his body wailing. They were tortured by the powerful virus. Even his brain began to feel pain and heat. The virus had spread to his brain. Ning Shu finally understood why zombies were like walking corpses. They were monsters without any thoughts. It was because the virus was too destructive. "Flower, focus." The school doctor patted Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu tried to open her eyes and look at the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu was in so much pain. She didn't know how long the pain lasted. Everything in front of her blurred. An alluring scent that she had never smelled before entered her nose. She was extremely hungry and wanted to pounce on the man in front of her, press down on his body, bite his neck, cover his chest, and then dig out his beating heart that was full of temptation. Ning Shu wanted to make a sound, but found that her speech system had been destroyed. She couldn't say anything. When she opened her mouth to make a sound, it was like air was leaking out of her throat. Fuck, life was full of evil. She had become a zombie. She wanted to circulate her chi, but found that the chi in her body was gone. Her body had become clumsy. Ning Shu was speechless. But he was very hungry now. There was a living person beside him. Ning Shu reached out and wanted to grab the school doctor uncle. A cold black thing was placed on her forehead. "Don't point a gun at me." She was afraid. Ning Shu suddenly quivered and retracted her claws. The school doctor uncle looked at Ning Shu. Conscious? Ning Shu couldn't hear what the school doctor was saying. The virus had destroyed her hearing. She couldn't see very well. It was like 800 degrees of myopia. She couldn't distinguish between humans and animals. Chapter 109. The school doctor talked to Ning Shu, but Ning Shu was confused and couldn't hear what the uncle was saying. The uncle gave up talking to Ning Shu. The school doctor found a hearing aid from the box and hung it beside Ning Shu's ear. Ning Shu was speechless. Can you hear me? The school doctor raised his voice and asked. Ning Shu nodded with difficulty. Actually, she couldn't hear clearly. She didn't know if it was because the medicine was effective or because she was thinking about the mission. She was determined to complete the mission and kept a clear mind. However, her desire for human flesh didn't decrease at all. Her sense of smell became very sensitive. The smell of the base was too fragrant, but Ning Shu resisted and felt disgusted by human flesh. However, she instinctively wanted to eat it. Damn, the struggle in her heart was really intense. After a difficult night, Ning Shu completely turned into a zombie. She couldn't speak, her movements were slow, and she was in a state of hunger. She wanted to eat the man beside her at any time. Every time she showed such thoughts, there would be a black muzzle pointed at her. It made Ning Shu's unbeating heart spasm twice. What the fuck was this? What should she do about the mission? We have to leave the base now, Ning Shu said. Ning Shu heard it with difficulty, but Ning Shu was very much in favor of leaving the base. She was now a zombie, and in the base, she was a monster who killed people. Especially if the young phoenix was fine, it would definitely take revenge on her. She felt that the young phoenix wouldn't die so easily. In any case, it was the world's favorite and had a lot of luck. However, Ning Shu couldn't walk fast at all. Looking at the school doctor in front of her, she couldn't catch up. The school doctor turned around and saw Ning Shu's slow movements. He squatted down and said loudly to Ning Shu, "Come up, I'll carry you." Ning Shu looked at the uncle's white shirt and black windbreaker. If she dirted them, the uncle would kill her. Hurry up. Let's leave while everyone else is busy. The school doctor turned around and saw that Ning Shu was not moving. He pulled Ning Shu's hand and put it behind his back. Ning Shu was very touched. Then, he started to drool, especially when he saw the uncle's snow-white neck. He really wanted to take a bite. It was too fragrant. He had never felt that the uncle was so charming. "Little flower, if you drool on me, just wait for your head to explode," the uncle said coldly. Ning Shu felt wronged. She was now a disabled person. Her brain couldn't control things like drooling. The uncle shoved Ning Shu into the car and drove away from the base. No one knew what was going on. Lone Wolf's hand that was shot by the uncle was bandaged. He came to find trouble but found that the building was empty. Lone Wolf was so angry that he destroyed everything in the building. The school doctor ran far away from the base. Ning Shu wanted to ask the uncle where he was going, but she couldn't speak. Every time she opened her mouth, the uncle would think that she was going to bite him. The gun was pointed at her head, making Ning Shu feel very stifled. She just wanted to talk. The school doctor brought Ning Shu to a laboratory. The laboratory was very desolate. The entrance was under an old withered tree. However, the more Ning Shu walked, the more familiar it felt. She had been here before. Was this the uncle's nest? Ning Shu saw a corpse soaked in a huge glass bottle. It was the corpse of a beautiful woman. Her body was curvaceous. Ning Shu was shocked when she saw her face. Wasn't this Ling Shui? The facial muscles were twisted. It seemed that she suffered a lot before she died. Ning Shu felt a chill in her heart. She felt that the school doctor brought her here with bad intentions. Could it be that he didn't want to dissect a human and wanted to dissect a zombie? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor with a pair of blurred, myopic eyes. The school doctor took off his black windbreaker and changed into a white coat. Coupled with his glowing gold-rimmed glasses, Ning Shu was so scared that she almost peed her pants. He looked even more like a perverted scientist. Lie down. The school doctor adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Ning Shu, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't see you. Lie down on the operating table. The school doctor shouted at Ning Shu again. This time, his voice was louder. The whole laboratory echoed. Ning Shu was still confused. She didn't hear anything. Lie down and let him dissect her. You're good at pretending to be stupid. Ning Shu walked over. Ning Shu stepped back. The school doctor directly dragged Ning Shu and pressed her on the operating table. Then, her limbs were cuffed by the handcuffs on the operating table. Ning Shu's heart turned cold. She finally understood how Ling Shui felt when she was lying on the operating table. She was at the mercy of others. Save me. Ning Shu desperately blinked her eyes at the school doctor. Uncle, please let me go. There are so many zombies. Why do you want to dissect me? The school doctor saw Ning Shu blinking her eyes. Hey, are you going blind? The virus in the mutated zombie also mutated? Ning Shu, the school doctor took a needle and wanted to draw some blood from Ning Shu's arm. But he didn't find any blood vessels. The school doctor seemed to be impatient. He directly pierced the aorta on Ning Shu's neck and drew out a needle of blood. Mom, help. The uncle is so perverted. Although the virus destroyed her nerves and she couldn't feel pain, the feeling was too horrible. Seeing that the uncle was busy and didn't seem to want to dissect her, Ning Shu's heart was relieved. She opened her eyes and looked around. Then she saw the pale body soaked in formalin. Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She wanted to tear it. She was hungry. Disgusted and eager, Ning Shu felt like she was going crazy. Looking at the uncle in the laboratory studying her blood, smelling the smell of the uncle, her heart was burning. Please give me something to eat. Ning Shu felt that she was now a monster with only appetite. After a while, the uncle washed his hands several times. Then he sat next to the operating table. He looked at Ning Shu and said, "Girl, stay rational." Ning Shu wanted to cry. You are hovering next to me. No matter how rational I am, I can't control it. You don't understand the pain in my heart. The school doctor in front of Ning Shu ate some hardtack and drank some water. Seeing Ning Shu staring at him, he asked, "Do you want to eat?" "I want to eat you." Ning Shu roared in her heart. She nodded to the uncle with difficulty. The uncle broke off some hardtack and put it in Ning Shu's mouth. Ning Shu chewed with difficulty and swallowed it. What the hell is this? It's not delicious at all. It's like people eating sand. If only the uncle could give her some blood. Chapter 110. Ning Shu didn't know how long she had stayed in the lab. She was starving every day, but she didn't starve to death. It was just that this appetite was tormenting her. The school doctor took the test tube, pinched Ning Shu's chin and poured some liquid into her mouth. Ning Shu smacked her lips. There was no taste. What was this? Ning Shu tried to use her blurred eyes to ask the uncle what this was. The uncle's brain waves finally matched with Ning Shu's. He said, "This is gene fluid." Ning Shu, pfft, why did he give a zombie like her to drink gene fluid? The school doctor frowned and asked, "Do you feel anything?" Ning Shu shook her head. She didn't feel anything. She just wasn't that hungry anymore. She didn't feel like dying from hunger anymore. Could it be that this gene fluid was an energy source? Girl, how about now? How do you feel now? The school doctor asked again. Ning Shu opened her mouth and used her lips to tell the school doctor that she wasn't that hungry anymore. You don't feel that hungry anymore? The school doctor guessed. Ning Shu immediately nodded. The school doctor's face flashed with understanding. He said, "No wonder zombies are also interested in gene fluid. Zombies are interested in humans and eat humans as food." Maybe zombies also want to replenish their body's genes. The intuitive manifestation is their extreme desire for humans. Ning Shu, perverted scientists were too scary. No matter if it was a psychic or a mutated zombie, the ultimate goal was to become an evolved human. The school doctor gave Ning Shu another test tube of gene fluid. Ning Shu felt great. It was much easier to control her body than before. The school doctor took off his white coat and put on a black windbreaker. It seemed that he was going to go out. Ning Shu stared at the school doctor and used her eyes to ask, "Uncle, where are you going?" The school doctor pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Ning Shu said, "I'm going out." "Stay here." Ning Shu looked at the school doctor and thought, "You must come back." The lab was very quiet. Ning Shu was lying on the operating table. Her hands and feet were tied. Her heart was very sad. The most unbearable thing for Ning Shu was that she seemed to have lost her ability to sleep after becoming a zombie. He wanted to sleep but couldn't. Insomnia was really painful. After an unknown amount of time, the school doctor uncle came back with half of a female corpse. The other half of the body seemed to have been eaten by zombies. It was bloody and disgusting to look at. The school doctor's face didn't change. He directly put the body on the other side of the operating table and started dissecting the body. Ning Shu was watching from the side. She almost wanted to kneel down in front of the uncle. Ning Shu really admired his calm expression. But he didn't know where the uncle had found the corpse, or if he had taken it from a zombie. The school doctor started working busily. He even collected samples from the soaked Ling Shui's body for comparison. Then, Ning Shu lay on the operating table, bored. What Ning Shu wanted to do the most was to get up and walk around, but the uncle had no intention of letting her go. "Uncle, you think too much. I don't dare to touch you at all." The school doctor, who had been busy for a long time, seemed to have completely forgotten about Ning Shu's existence. Ning Shu chuckled twice to make her presence known. But the school doctor still ignored her. Ning Shu stared at the school doctor. His face was cold and his body was tall and straight. What a mysterious person. The school doctor was too mysterious. After an unknown amount of time, the uncle finally finished his work. He threw the body into the formalin, washed his hands countless times, and ate something. After that, he said to Ning Shu, "This time, let's try using the gene fluid extracted by the psychic." Ning Shu was forced to drink the gene fluid that hadn't been tested. When she drank it, she felt like she was drinking chilly water. Her whole throat was burning. Since she became a zombie, she didn't feel pain. When she drank the gene fluid, she felt numb. It felt like she was drinking sulfuric acid. She was really a poor lab rat. After drinking it, Ning Shu felt that her head was much clearer and her thoughts were much more active. She was no longer as muddle-headed as before. Although she was conscious, she felt that her head was very heavy. There was no change for the time being. The school doctor didn't ask. He lay on the operating table and fell asleep. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor silently. "Damn it, watching him sleep while I can't sleep. It's so painful." Ning Shu thought and finally closed her eyes and fell asleep. Even Ning Shu didn't know how she fell asleep. She couldn't sleep before. "Flower, wake up." The school doctor pushed Ning Shu's body. Ning Shu opened her eyes. She was stunned because she could see very clearly now. The school doctor's face was very clear in front of her. "How do you feel?" the school doctor asked. Ning Shu nodded. She felt very comfortable. The school doctor saw that Ning Shu's movements were very smooth. She didn't feel like a robot like before. He took the gene fluid and poured it into Ning Shu's mouth. "Try to see if you can talk," the school doctor, Ning Shu, said while writing something in a notebook. Ning Shu opened her mouth and shook her head at the school doctor. She couldn't talk. It wasn't easy to make zombies talk. The powerful zombies that attacked the base couldn't talk. They could only howl like beasts. The school doctor unbuttoned Ning Shu's clothes. Ning Shu, oh, uncle, what are you trying to do? Ning Shu wanted to express her surprise, but her facial muscles weren't strong enough. The school doctor ignored Ning Shu. He took water and wiped the dust off Ning Shu's body. This feeling was no different from washing a test tube. The school doctor's expression was very indifferent. He said with disdain, "I've never seen such a dirty person." Ning Shu, she was a zombie now, but she still had to endure the school doctor's severe mysophobia. Meeting the school doctor was really an unbearable burden in her life. Looking at the school doctor wiping her body without hesitation, Ning Shu felt very ashamed. After he finished wiping her body, the school doctor washed Ning Shu's hair and sprayed disinfectant all over her body. Ning Shu, he was bullying her for not knowing how to talk. After everything was done, the school doctor sat beside Ning Shu. He looked at Ning Shu lazily and said, "Do you want to get up?" Ning Shu quickly nodded. She really wanted to get up. She didn't want to lie in the operating room. This feeling was too horrifying. Especially when the school doctor was holding a shiny scalpel in his hand, this feeling was even worse. "Not now," the school doctor said and put the scalpel on the tray. It made a crisp sound. Then he took out a syringe and directly inserted it into Ning Shu's aorta to draw blood. "Let me see your cell division." The school doctor looked at the blood in the syringe under the light. "Ning Shu, damn, can't you be gentler?" Chapter 111. Ning Shu and the school doctor just stayed in the lab and didn't go anywhere. The school doctor studied the changes in her body every day, and occasionally pricked her neck with a needle. She didn't know if it was because she was fed too much gene fluid, but she didn't feel pain before. Now that she was pricked by the uncle, it was like being bitten by an ant. This meant that she was recovering from the pain, but the uncle was still as simple and crude as before. She couldn't tell the uncle that she was in pain. Ning Shu felt that she was now a lab rat being used by the uncle to study the evolution of zombies. Ning Shu was already very satisfied that she was still alive. "Girl, do you remember?" The school doctor raised his handsome eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately nodded. She really remembered what it felt like to be disinfected by the uncle twice a day and wash her hair twice a day. She felt like she was going to become bald. The uncle unlocked the chain and said, "If you dare to break the things in the lab, you can wait for your head to explode." Ning Shu was speechless. After unlocking the chain, Ning Shu moved, and then the bones all over her body made a crackling sound, as if they were rusty. Standing up, Ning Shu walked 2 steps and then jumped. Her body was very agile, and her jumping ability was very good. So she was now a mutated zombie? What a colorful life. "How do you feel?" the school doctor asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu gave him a thumbs up, but when he retracted his hand, he bumped into the shelf. Then, the shelf fell down with a crash. The flasks and test tubes used for experiments all fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Ning Shu was speechless. She just bumped into the shelf, how could it fall down? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor's indifferent face, expressionless, and the gold-rimmed glasses reflected a cold light. Ning Shu wanted to explain, but the moment she opened her mouth, she could only chuckle. She could only bend down and pick up the medicine on the ground. Then, she casually pinched it, and the medicine inside burst open. The chemicals inside sprayed out. Ning Shu was speechless. Was she that strong? Even those who had mastered peerless martial arts would not have such great strength. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu indifferently. Ning Shu felt bitter, especially when he saw the school doctor touching the gun at his waist. Ning Shu almost knelt down. Damn it, if she said it was an accident, would the uncle believe her? The uncle picked up the things on the ground. Ning Shu wanted to help, but the school doctor looked at her indifferently. Ning Shu immediately withdrew her hand. Emma, now she must learn to control this body. After tidying up the lab, the school doctor led Ning Shu out of the lab. Ning Shu used his eyes to ask the uncle where they were going. The school doctor ignored Ning Shu and drove as if he was looking for something. Ning Shu's ears twitched. There were zombies nearby. Ning Shu wanted to remind the uncle, but the uncle glanced at her and said, "I don't want to talk to you now." Ning Shu was speechless. The uncle was still angry about the lab. It was an accident. Roar, the roars of the zombies were getting closer. Ning Shu looked at the uncle's indifferent face. Ning Shu wondered if the uncle was deaf. After a while, the zombies surrounded them. The school doctor was not in a hurry. He was just taking a walk and even stopped the car. Seeing so many zombies, Ning Shu's heart trembled. She quietly approached the uncle. The uncle pushed Ning Shu away, opened the car door and kicked Ning Shu out. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was in a mess. What was the uncle doing? Why did he throw her into a group of zombies? Help, there are so many zombies. Ning Shu looked at the zombies around her and slapped the car window. Uncle, help. She could not deal with so many zombies. She would be torn apart by them. You are a zombie, not a human. The school doctor saw Ning Shu's panicked look. Ning Shu was speechless. She still felt that she was a human and not a zombie. Ning Shu looked around and found that the zombies did not attack her. The zombies around her did not dare to come close. Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. Oh my God, that was so scary. I thought I was going to be torn apart by the zombies. Go kill the zombies and control your strength. The school doctor sat in the car and said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment and then excitedly went to kill the zombies. The zombies seemed to have felt Ning Shu's breath. When they saw Ning Shu coming over, they turned their heads and went in another direction. They seemed to be deliberately avoiding Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the zombie's head and squeezed it hard. The zombie's head was like a piece of tofu in her hand. She squeezed it easily and the gray brain matter splashed on her face. Ning Shu stared blankly at her filthy hands. Why was she so strong? I don't have enough disinfectant to wash your body. Pay attention to your hygiene. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu's face that was covered in brain matter and could not bear to look at it. You looked like this when you were a human. You still look like this after becoming a zombie. Ning Shu had a certain understanding of her own strength. She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and smashed it on the zombie's head. Then, the zombie's head exploded, just like a hammer smashing a walnut. It felt very good. Okay, you can come back. The school doctor uncle shouted to Ning Shu. Ning Shu heard the uncle's voice and immediately opened the car door. She wanted to sit in the car but the door was pulled down by her. Ning Shu looked at the car door in her hand and then looked at the school doctor uncle's indifferent face. The school doctor uncle's eyes reflected a dangerous light. Ning Shu was speechless. She suddenly became a strong woman. It felt so complicated. Take the car door and sit on the roof. The school doctor uncle said indifferently and pointed at the roof. Ning Shu curled her lips. She held the car door with one hand and climbed onto the roof of the car. She sat on the roof. Sigh, there was so much dust on the roof. When they returned to the laboratory, the uncle threw Ning Shu into the pool to wash up. He then started to eat. Ning Shu saw the uncle eating and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Of course, it wasn't because of the biscuits in the uncle's hand. It was because of the uncle's neck. She wanted to take a bite and drink some warm blood. Ning Shu silently approached the uncle and took a deep breath. It smelled so good. Ning Shu slowly approached the uncle's neck. The uncle turned his head and his lips brushed past Ning Shu's face. He spat in disgust and took out a gun and pointed it at Ning Shu's forehead. Ning Shu was immersed in the aroma when she suddenly felt something cold on her forehead. She shuddered and looked up to see the black muzzle of a gun pointed at her. Ning Shu pretended to be at a loss and innocently moved to the side, away from the uncle. The uncle took out a bottle of gene fluid and threw it to Ning Shu. Drink this. Ning Shu gently opened it and gulped down the gene fluid. It was like drinking chilly water. It tasted very good. Chapter 112. Every time Ningshu drank the gene fluid, she didn't feel hungry, and the smell of the school doctor's body was no longer attractive to her. This gene fluid was really a treasure. From now on, would her food be the gene fluid that tasted like chili water? It seemed that this kind of thing was very rare, and the uncle didn't have much. Ningshu burped, sat on the ground and leaned against the wall for a while. Every time she drank the gene fluid, she seemed to be a little sleepy. "Flower, how do you feel now?" the school doctor asked Ningshu. Ningshu lifted her eyelids and made a gesture of wanting to sleep. The uncle wrote something in his notebook, and Ningshu said, "Sleep on the operating table." "You can sleep anywhere, you don't look like a woman at all." Ningshu was speechless. "Uncle, sleeping on the operating table would be weird." She was a zombie now, and the term woman should have nothing to do with her. "Sleep on the operating table." The school doctor pointed at the operating table. Ningshu could only climb onto the operating table to sleep, and then the school doctor inserted a needle into Ningshu's neck. The school doctor looked at the purplish-black blood and said, "Hua, your lifespan will be very long." Ordinary zombies have a very long lifespan, but they have to endure the endless torment of appetite. The lucky zombies that have evolved are all advanced humans. Superpowered people and zombies have the same goal, they both want to evolve themselves. The school doctor shook the blood in the test tube. "Your cell division is very slow, and there is basically no cell death. This means that your life will be infinitely extended." Ningshu was speechless. So complicated. She was a child who had never been to school, and Ningshu, who only had elementary school knowledge, didn't understand what the school doctor was talking about. The school doctor went to study the blood, and Ningshu was sleeping on the operating table. She didn't know how long she slept, but when Ningshu woke up, she felt very good. She didn't feel like a zombie at all. She looked in the mirror, and her face was a little green, and her skin was dry. "Let's go out," the school doctor Uncle Ningshu said. Seeing Ningshu looking in the mirror, he glanced at Ningshu's face and said faintly, "TSK, I feel that there is no difference between a human and a zombie. You don't look good." Ningshu felt as if an arrow had pierced through his heart. Even when speaking directly, he had to consider whether others would be able to take it or not. He followed the uncle out of the lab. Were they going to kill zombies again? "Sit on the roof of the car," Uncle Ningshu said. "Ningshu, why? Isn't your car door fixed?" Under the gaze of the school doctor, Ningshu silently climbed onto the roof of the car. This was definitely discrimination against a zombie like her, not even allowing her to get on the car. This time, the uncle didn't seem to specifically look for zombies. Instead, he brought Ningshu to a tall building, and then a human and a zombie climbed onto the highest floor of the building. Ningshu looked down. It was quite high, more than 20 meters. She was afraid of heights. Ningshu took 2 steps back and looked at the school doctor uncle with a puzzled expression. What were they doing on the roof? Overlooking the world? The school doctor uncle looked at Ningshu. Ningshu's heart suddenly surged with a bad feeling. She took 2 steps back and looked at the uncle vigilantly. The school doctor uncle grabbed Ningshu's hand. Ningshu was confused. What was he trying to do? The school doctor uncle directly threw Ningshu down the building. Ningshu held the uncle's hand tightly and looked at the uncle with a pitiful expression. "Uncle, don't let go." Fuck, the uncle was going to push her down the building. "Please let go, I'm going to die." "Let go." The school doctor uncle swung his hand twice, but didn't manage to get rid of Ningshu. He repeated, "Let go." Ningshu shook her head. If she fell from 20 meters, she would become a meat patty. "Hua, you're a zombie. Even if you fall, you won't die." The school doctor uncle said, "Now you should be able to overcome gravity and float in the air." Ningshu, oh, fuck, he didn't have to directly throw her down the building. What if something happened? "Let's see how you feel when I throw you down the building." Useless. The uncle pulled Ningshu up. Ning Shu patted her chest in fear. The school doctor uncle looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately pretended to be at a loss. Since you're afraid of heights, let's go to a lower floor. The school doctor uncle looked at her with disdain. Again, Ning Shu bitterly followed the uncle downstairs. At 15 meters, the school doctor uncle looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu quickly shook her head. It's too high. The school doctor uncle looked indifferent. His gold-rimmed glasses reflected a dangerous light. Ning Shu lowered her head and didn't look at him. Fuck, this uncle is too evil. Then the uncle took Ning Shu to the 10-meter floor. Then he looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook her head with difficulty. It's still a bit high. After that, they reached the 5-meter floor. The school doctor uncle's thin lips were tightly pursed. He raised his chin and looked at Ning Shu. The uncle's body was very oppressive. If she still thought it was too high, the uncle would probably go berserk. What do you think about this height? The school doctor uncle asked indifferently. Ning Shu stretched her neck and looked outside. She really wanted to ask if it could be on the 2nd floor. Under the uncle's gaze, Ning Shu nodded with difficulty. Then, before Ning Shu could react, she was kicked down the stairs by the uncle. Help! Ning Shu's heart was roaring. Her ears were filled with the whistling of the wind. Mama, she was so scared. Plop! Ning Shu fell into the garden. She raised her head and spat out the soil in her mouth. She was really unlucky. Flower, come up quickly. The uncle's voice was like a demon's. Ning Shu got up and checked her body to see if she was injured. She checked again. Luckily, there were no injuries. Wait, she wasn't injured. Did the representative have to continue? Girl, come up. The uncle's voice sounded again. Ning Shu slowly prepared to climb up the stairs. Then, she heard the uncle say, "Don't climb the stairs. Jump up." Ning Shu, what the fuck? He wouldn't give up until he forced her to death. Ning Shu looked up and met the uncle's eyes. Then, she silently looked away and checked if there was anything around her that she could use to jump up the stairs. Ning Shu picked a big tree not far from the building and quickly climbed up the building. Then, she crouched down and jumped towards the uncle's position. Ning Shu was just giving it a try. She didn't expect that she would really jump up the stairs. Ning Shu looked at the uncle who was just inches away from her and suddenly reached out to hug him. Then, the two of them fell to the ground. Ning Shu was on top of the uncle. Her hand touched the uncle's chest and she could feel his beating heart under her hand. The school doctor's face was indifferent. He pressed the gun against Ning Shu's forehead. Ning Shu immediately got up from the school doctor's body and helped the uncle up. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu. He patted the dust off his clothes with a look of disgust and disgust. He looked very irritable. OCD and severe mysophobia. Uncle, you're hopeless. Chapter 113. The school doctor used an inhumane training method to make her master the ability to walk in the air. Ning Shu had no choice but to learn how to jump. Without any support, she was able to walk in the air. This was something that went against science, but the uncle, a scientist, still tried his best to make her practice. The key point was that the uncle was not a good teacher. Every time she did not do well, he would disdain and humiliate her in all aspects. Why hadn't she left this world yet? Fuck. When would these days come to an end? Ning Shu felt uncomfortable as she watched the uncle record data in his notebook every day. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu, shook his head and said disdainfully, "A zombie that retains consciousness is really incomparable to a zombie that regains consciousness." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu also felt that in her heart, she still thought of herself as a human, just wearing the skin of a zombie. She was different from mutated zombies. Fortunately, Ning Shu's speed was very fast now, and she could walk in the air. Back in the lab, the uncle gave Ning Shu a small bottle of gene fluid. Ning Shu was very grateful to the school doctor uncle and showed a ferocious smile. The school doctor uncle turned his head and ignored her. Ning Shu drank the gene fluid. She felt that her body did not need this gene fluid because her hunger was not as strong as before. She also felt that this body had entered a bottleneck. It should be able to evolve, but she did not know how to evolve. This body was already very strong, with infinite strength. It could fly without wings and walk in the air. Ning Shu tried to open her mouth, but could only make simple syllables. Now Ning Shu had to learn to speak like a child. The school doctor uncle ate the biscuits, turned his head and looked at Ning Shu, but did not speak. Ning Shu was confused by his stare. She looked at him with inquiring eyes and stuttered, What's wrong? The school doctor uncle frowned, looked a little puzzled and said, You said that your body is now under advanced genetic modification. The genes will automatically modify the body's defects. Why is your face still like this? Ning Shu, are you mocking me for being ugly? Ning Shu really wanted to push the school doctor down, bite his neck, and dig out his heart. The uncle's words really hurt his self-esteem. Venomous tongue, mysophobia, obsessive-compulsive disorder. Uncle, no one in the world can save you. You are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. After resting in the laboratory for a night, the school doctor gave Ning Shu a bag. Ning Shu opened the bag and saw that there was quite a lot of gene fluid inside. They were all in small bottles and there was quite a lot of it. Ning Shu was confused. Why did the uncle give her so much geno fluid? The school doctor did not say anything. Ning Shu followed him out of the lab, and he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Ning Shu very obediently climbed onto the roof of the car. The school doctor uncle Ning Shu waved his hand and said, Sit in the car. What was wrong with him today? She felt that there was something wrong with the uncle. Ning Shu sat in the car silently. The school doctor drove the car aimlessly. She didn't know where he was going. Duh, uncle. Ning Shu shouted. The uncle stepped on the brake and looked at Ning Shu. If you have something to say, just say it. People are originally cold and ascetic. Uncle, do you know that your ghost value has reached max? Get off. The school doctor uncle Ning Shu said, Bring your bag. Ning Shu said, Oh, and got off the car. The school doctor uncle also got off the car. He walked in front of Ning Shu and said, You are a zombie. You should adapt to your new life. Ning Shu blinked. What does this mean? This geno fluid should be enough for you to drink for a while. Your body doesn't need any more geno fluid. I have more important things to do, so I won't take you. The school doctor uncle said indifferently. The uncle is going to abandon me. Before she was tortured by the uncle, she was fine, but now she is going to be separated from the uncle. Ning Shu's heart suddenly felt sour. The uncle can be considered as her second parent. Ning Shu stretched out her hand and pulled the uncle's sleeve. She slowly said, Uncle, take me with you. My fighting ability is off the charts. The school doctor uncle stretched out his finger and touched Ning Shu's forehead. He sneered and said, I don't want to take a sloppy woman. Since we are going to be separated, I might as well say goodbye first. Ning Shu was speechless. The school doctor uncle got on the car. The car was very fast and disappeared in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt even more desolate. Now the situation was like releasing a wild animal back to nature. Ning Shu thought for a while and chased in the direction where the uncle disappeared. However, she didn't find the uncle. Instead, she encountered a lot of zombies. These zombies didn't attack Ning Shu. Obviously, they treated her as one of their kind. Maybe it was because Ning Shu was more advanced than these zombies. Some of the zombies actually followed behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu used all the horsepower to get rid of these zombies. She didn't want to be followed by a group of roaring zombies wherever she went. It was a torture to her ears. It wasn't easy to find the laboratory that she was in before. However, there was no one in the laboratory. Some of the things had been destroyed by the uncle. The laboratory was empty. Ning Shu deeply sighed. Where did the uncle go? Then where should she go now? Ning Shu was suddenly at a loss. She didn't know where to go. The mission had been carried out until now. Why didn't they let her go back? Ning Shu left the laboratory. She didn't have a specific destination. She had to find a target for herself. Ning Shu thought for a while and decided to find young Phoenix for revenge. With a target in her heart, she felt more at ease. Ning Shu wandered around every day, looking for human bases. Occasionally, she would encounter mutated zombies. If they didn't provoke Ning Shu wouldn't fight with them. What made Ning Shu speechless was that there were always zombies wandering behind her. What was attracting these zombies? Ning Shu touched the bag on her waist. Yes, it was the gene fluid. Now this thing was her food. She didn't want to share it with other zombies. Moreover, she didn't know where the school doctor uncle went. She didn't even know if she could see the gene fluid again in the future. Now, Ning Shu wouldn't be hungry for half a month. When she was really hungry, she would drink a little of the gene fluid. Ning Shu walked unsteadily. She actually had the feeling of walking the world with a sword. Sometimes, she looked coldly at the battle between humans and zombies. Seeing humans being torn apart by zombies, Ning Shu didn't feel anything in her heart. From Ning Shu's point of view, zombies and humans were all for each other's survival. They restricted and balanced each other. There was no major right or wrong. Ning Shu originally wanted to drive. Although walking didn't make her feel tired, it was very boring. However, she didn't have the same skill as the uncle to steal a car. Roar, a very familiar roar came from far away to Ning Shu's ears. Ning Shu suddenly became alert. Fuck, if I can't find young Phoenix, I'll take revenge on you. Chapter 114. Ning Shu ran in the direction of the roar, looking for the mutated zombie to take revenge. When Ning Shu found the place, she saw the mutated zombie floating in the air from a distance. Seeing this zombie, Ning Shu's eyes turned red. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Fuck, she had never suffered such a big loss. Below the mutated zombie was an army of zombies. A team of humans was surrounded by zombies. The paranormals in the team struggled to kill the zombies and protect the supplies in the truck. Ning Shu casually glanced around and saw young Phoenix in the team. Young Phoenix was wearing tight black leather pants that accentuated her curves. When she was killing zombies, her black hair fluttered in the wind, making her look devilish and sexy. She really didn't die. At that time, her wooden stick had already pierced through young Phoenix's body, but she was still fine. Ning Shu sneered. It was really a small world. She looked around, except for young Phoenix, she didn't know anyone else in the team. Young Phoenix actually came out to look for supplies? Roar, the mutated zombie floating in the air suddenly turned its head and roared twice at Ning Shu. Ning Shu listened to the roar of the zombie and felt that it had a certain frequency, transmitting some kind of message. Roar, the mutated zombie roared twice at Ning Shu, this time the roar was a lot more urgent. Ning Shu understood that the zombie wanted her to fight. Fight your sister, I am here to duel with you. The actions of the mutated zombie attracted the attention of the humans. Young Phoenix looked over and saw Ning Shu. She looked surprised and killed the zombie in front of her with an icicle. She looked at Ning Shu with vigilance. Ning Shu's body floated up and walked toward the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie looked at Ning Shu with a tilted head, its nose moved, and looked a little puzzled. It was sure that the person in front of it was the same kind. Ning Shu floated in the air and looked at young Phoenix below. She smiled and said to young Phoenix, "Long time no see." As soon as Ning Shu spoke, the young Phoenix's expression became even more surprised. She shouted, "Hua, you're still alive?" Young Phoenix looked around and didn't see the man who used to be with Ning Shu. Now that she saw Ning Shu walking in the air like a zombie, young Phoenix's face twisted. "What the hell are you?" Young Phoenix asked Ning Shu. Zombies couldn't speak, but flower could. Ning Shu crossed her arms and looked at young Phoenix, saying, "Guess." Flower, you've become a zombie. Even if you've become a mutant zombie, the nucleus in your head is mine. You used to be a good-for-nothing person. Even if you've become a zombie, you're still a good-for-nothing. I'll kindly accept your nucleus. Young Phoenix raised her eyebrows. Her whole body seemed to be unusually cold and her temperament was ice-cold. Ning Shu touched his head with some doubts. What is a nucleus? He felt that after not going out for a while, he could keep up with the changes in society. The icicle in young Phoenix's hand shot toward Ning Shu. Ning Shu just moved his body slightly and dodged her attack. When young Phoenix saw that Ning Shu had dodged her attack so easily, her face turned cold. She bit her lip and reached out to touch her abdomen. There were still scars on her abdomen. She almost died that time. If it wasn't for Lone Wolf's efforts to save her, she really would have gone to see the King of Hell. Now that she saw Ning Shu, especially when she saw that Ning Shu had become stronger, her heart was particularly angry. She continued to attack Ning Shu with her icicles. Ning Shu flashed directly in front of young Phoenix. Then he clenched his fist and hit young Phoenix's head. Young Phoenix's pupils shrank. She immediately condensed an ice shield to block Ning Shu's attack. Ning Shu sneered and used more strength. He directly broke the ice shield and then hit young Phoenix's head. Young Phoenix's face turned pale. Looking at the fist in front of her, young Phoenix's face uncontrollably became ferocious. It was too fast. She didn't even have a chance to dodge. Just when Ning Shu thought that his fist would explode young Phoenix's head, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. He hugged young Phoenix and used his back to block Ning Shu's fist. Ning Shu was stunned. He wanted to retract his fist, but it still hit the person's back. The man and young Phoenix rolled a short distance away. Ning Shu frowned and looked at the man who was protecting young Phoenix in his arms. The man was vomiting blood, but he anxiously asked young Phoenix how she was. Young Phoenix was shocked. She wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in panic. Her voice trembled as she cried, Lin Wen, why are you so stupid? As long as you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Lin Wen's mouth kept bleeding as she spoke. Young Phoenix turned her head and looked at Ning Shu with hatred in her red eyes. Flower, I want you dead. How dare you hurt him? I want you dead. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu inexplicably felt that he was a villain. Then, the man who risked his life to save young Phoenix should be the supporting male lead. Therefore, every time the male and female leads were in danger, someone would come to their rescue. In the end, justice prevailed over evil. Bah, she was not evil. There was no such thing as evil or not. It was just that she was in a different position. Should she wait for the female lead to take the crystal nucleus out of her head? A strong force erupted from young Phoenix's body. This force made Ning Shu narrow his eyes. It was mixed with the smell of zombies. Did superpowered people use zombies' crystal nuclei to improve their superpowers? This power was not weak, and Ning Shu was very vigilant. She floated in the air and looked down at the young Phoenix. The young Phoenix's face was filled with grief and indignation. It looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of hatred. Ning Shu was speechless. In this situation, shouldn't the supporting male lead be treated first? Even if he killed her, it would delay the treatment. Ning Shu felt that his heart was broken. Young Phoenix's body erupted with dense and powerful icicles, sweeping towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu increased his speed to avoid these icicles. Flower, if you have the ability, don't dodge. Fight me one-on-one. Young Phoenix shouted angrily. Why don't you dodge? You're just a target. Ning Shu sneered in his heart. Ah. A mournful and painful voice sounded. Ning Shu looked over and was stunned. The supporting male lead abandoned by young Phoenix could not be saved. Young Phoenix turned around and saw that Lin Wen's heart had been taken out by another mutated zombie. Young Phoenix's eyes were bloodshot. Her face was filled with grief and anger as she released icicles towards the mutated zombie. However, the mutated zombie casually dodged and floated in the air. He held the heart in his hand and looked indifferent. Lin won, Lin won. The noble and cold young phoenix held the man's body and cried. Young phoenix, you must be happy. The man's head tilted and then he stopped breathing. Chapter 115. Ning Shu witnessed a touching scene where the supporting male sacrificed his life for the female lead. Ning Shu's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. In Ning Shu's view, this person called Lin Wen was just a tool to stop her, a tool to save the female lead. If young Phoenix didn't insist on killing her and ran away with this man, she might not have died. There was really someone who sacrificed so much for the person he loved. He didn't ask for anything, and when he died, he still wanted the person he loved to be with another man. Really, stupid, so selfless. It felt like a person who lived for the female lead. Didn't he have his own thoughts? Ning Shu was also drunk. Someone was injured, yet he insisted on taking revenge at this time. Saving a life was more important than anything else. Ning Shu looked at the mutated zombie in front of her. The mutated zombie was holding a heart that was still dripping blood. Ning Shu was speechless when she saw this. At this time, not far away, there was an army green tank driving towards them. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. Fuck, it was actually a tank. Moreover, these tanks were actually equipped with long-range rockets. Ning Shu's heart spontaneously felt a sense of danger. The mutated zombie also roared, and the ordinary zombies immediately rushed towards the tank. However, this tank was very domineering and directly ran over. When young Phoenix saw the tank, her face suddenly showed a surprised expression. Then she raised her face and looked at Ning Shu. She said in a fierce voice, "Flower, your time has come. You killed Lin Wen. I will avenge Lin Wen." Ning Shu pointed at the mutated zombie and said, "I didn't kill her. He killed her. Can't you see that your spare tire's heart is still in his hand?" The mutated zombie that was pointed at by Ning Shu turned his head. Ning Shu roared. "Today, all of you will die." Young Phoenix was so angry that her face turned red. "Flower, I will not only dig out your head, I will also throw you into the research institute and make you suffer." Ning Shu patted his chest. He was so scared. Ning Shu looked at the approaching tank, especially the black rocket launcher. The sense of danger in Ning Shu's heart grew stronger. He turned around and ran. Flesh and blood could not withstand firearms, especially high-temperature weapons. They could directly vaporize a person. "Flower, why are you running? Aren't you very capable?" Young Phoenix shouted angrily when she saw Ning Shu run away without any integrity. Ning Shu simply ignored young Phoenix's words. If he didn't run, he would die. The colossal zombie saw Ning Shu running away and hesitated for a moment before chasing after Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned his head and saw the colossal zombie. He almost fell from the sky. "Fuck, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you've come here yourself. That's good, I won't have to look for you everywhere in the future." Ning Shu sped up, and the colossal zombie also sped up. After running for a long time, Ning Shu found an abandoned warehouse and planned to live there. Although he was now a zombie, he was still a human. There was no way to eat and sleep in the open. The colossal zombie followed Ning Shu into the warehouse. Ning Shu turned his head and looked at the colossal zombie. His expression was very cold. Zombies have a numb expression, and a pair of gray eyes gave people a feeling of horror. The colossal zombie handed the bloody heart in his hand to Ning Shu. It seemed that he wanted to be friends with Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook his head and did not take the heart. He was a zombie that had broken away from vulgar interests. He absolutely would not eat this thing. Roar. The variant zombie roared at Ning Shu. Ning Shu ignored him. The colossal zombie saw that Ning Shu really did not want it, and then he ate the heart himself. Ning Shu stretched his neck and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was too fucking disgusting. I said, don't eat this. It's useless. Ning Shu could feel that the colossal zombie had evolved to a bottleneck like her. It was not enough to just eat the corpses of human paranormals to supplement the missing genes. The colossal zombie did not understand what Ning Shu was saying. After eating the heart, Ning Shu roared. Ning Shu stretched out his hand and punched the colossal zombie's face. The result was like punching a piece of iron, very hard. Ning Shu stretched out his foot and kicked the colossal zombie's stomach. The man was sent flying with a kick. He crashed into the wall, causing it to crumble. Roar! Ning Shu roared angrily. It seemed to be questioning Ning Shu why he attacked him. The colossal zombie probably felt wronged. He had already given his heart to her, why did she still attack him? Ning Shu sneered. If it was not for this bastard in front of her, she would not have become like this. If it was not for this uncle, she would have become a zombie without consciousness. She could not go back to the system space. From then on, she would become a zombie controlled by appetite. She would not know when her head would be blown off. Thinking of this, Ning Shu felt cold. He felt that the colossal zombie in front of him was more and more disgusting. Ning Shu became angrier and angrier. He beat the colossal zombie. The colossal zombie roared to summon nearby zombies while fighting with Ning Shu. A pair of gray eyes looked at Ning Shu. Its pupils trembled, and it roared at Ning Shu. Pung! The colossal zombie fell to the ground. Ning Shu stretched out his foot and stomped on the colossal zombie. The ground cracked, but the colossal zombie was still alive. Ning Shu sighed and took back his foot. It was not easy to kill this kind of zombie. Ning Shu roared. Ning Shu dug his ears. If you want to talk, then talk. Don't always howl. If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. Roar, Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the colossal zombie vigilantly. Seeing that the colossal zombie had no intention to attack, he went into the warehouse and prepared to find a place to sleep. The colossal zombie also followed Ning Shu in. Seeing Ning Shu lying down, he also laid down. Ning Shu whispered. Ning Shu saw the colossal zombie's actions and suddenly understood why the colossal zombie followed him. It was to learn. Although the colossal zombie had powerful abilities and was rational, but it acted based on instinct. Fuck, why do I feel like I got into trouble again? I don't care about the grudge of the claw, you should hurry up and leave. Ning Shu turned over, and the colossal zombie next to him also turned over. Ning Shu, what the hell, what is this? Ning Shu was especially angry. He sat up and stared at the colossal zombie. The colossal zombie turned his head and looked at Ning Shu. Hurry up and leave. Ning Shu roared. Play. The colossal zombie's pronunciation was not accurate. His eyes were staring at Ning Shu's lips. Ning Shu, go. When Ning Shu spoke, his lips moved exaggeratedly to let the colossal zombie see clearly. Beat. When the colossal zombie spoke, it was like air was leaking from his throat. He always made a sound. Zo, go. Ning Shu roared. Go. This time the colossal zombie finally pronounced the words correctly, but it felt very awkward. Ning Shu felt very tired and laid down. The colossal zombie next to him kept repeating, go, beat, go. Chapter 116. Beside Ning Shu was a repeater. Whatever Ning Shu said, it would repeat. Over and over again, it made Ning Shu's head hurt. Why did she always meet such a weirdo? And no matter what she did, the mutated zombie would follow. She couldn't kill it, so it followed her every day. It made Ning Shu feel so bad. Her hair that was washed by the uncle was now in knots. She missed the uncle so much. She suddenly understood that the uncle's feelings towards her were the same as her facing this zombie. It was so stupid that she wanted to strangle him. Compared to the mutated zombie, Ning Shu felt that she was quite smart. If the school doctor uncle faced this zombie, Uncle would have killed this zombie a long time ago. Flower, my name is Flower. Ning Shu pointed to herself and said to the mutated zombie word by word. Flower. The mutated zombie followed. Flower, duo, air. Ning Shu repeated. The mutated zombie, flower, air. Well, these 3 words were too difficult for the mutated zombie. Ning Shu was too lazy to correct him. Flower is flower. Flower, flower. As long as the mutated zombie learned a word, it would keep repeating it, just like the band tightening spell. Sometimes the mutated zombie would run out and come back with a bloody heart for Ning Shu to eat. Ning Shu, after explaining to this guy for a long time, he finally understood that she didn't eat this thing and didn't give her bloody heart. Ning Shu saw him like this and didn't reject him. He guessed that this guy didn't remember that he had hurt her. After all, there were too many people who died in his hands. However, Ning Shu taught the zombie seriously. 2 zombies could communicate with each other. In order to facilitate communication, Ning Shu gave the zombie a name, Xiao Ming. Then the mutated zombie happily accepted the name. Every day, it would either be Xiao Ming or flower. After staying in the abandoned warehouse for a long time, Ning Shu also felt bored. He decided to find young Phoenix and go to the base where the officer was. Young Phoenix should also be there. Little Ming, I'm leaving. You don't have to follow me. Ning Shu planned to wander around alone. It would be good if he could find young Phoenix. However, Ning Shu felt that he would find little Phoenix. Since little Phoenix hated her so much, the plot would give little Phoenix a chance to take revenge. Xiao Ming looked at Ning Shu and stammered, Go, where? I don't know. Ning Shu shrugged. I'll go, Xiao Ming said. Follow me if you want. In any case, he had a powerful companion. The most important thing was that this guy had the ability to summon zombies. Ning Shu had always wondered why she couldn't summon zombies. Then, Ning Shu dragged a little tail behind him and wandered around aimlessly every day. When he had nothing to do, he would teach Little Ming how to speak. Little Ming, on the other hand, became more and more fluent in speaking. Ning Shu tentatively took out the gene fluid. He wanted to see if Little Ming would steal his gene fluid. It turned out that Ning Shu thought too much. Little Ming didn't seem to like drinking the gene fluid. Between the heart and the gene fluid, Little Ming firmly chose the heart. Ning Shu guessed that Little Ming was used to one kind of food and didn't want to change his diet. Therefore, when Ning Shu was hungry, he would generously take out the gene fluid and drink it. After walking for several days, he basically didn't see anyone. All he saw were wandering zombies. He couldn't see half a human figure. This gave Ning Shu the illusion that human beings were extinct. Ning Shu said to Little Ming, in the future, don't kill people, especially people with abilities. Why? Little Ming looked at Ning Shu in confusion. To Little Ming, humans were just food that he could take as he pleased. Everyone has been killed. What are you going to eat in the future? Ning Shu said snappily. It was difficult for human beings to survive. Ordinary zombies were tortured by hunger. Living was worse than death. Variant zombies were too strong. Little Ming seemed to understand, but his eyes turned. Apparently, he was thinking. Ning Shu was thinking that humans now seemed to be able to use the energy nuclei of zombies to enhance their abilities. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before humans became strong. Ning Shu pried open the heads of zombies. Some zombies had an irregular crystal in their heads. Some zombies had it. Some zombies didn't. Some were only the size of a grain of rice, while others were the size of a thumb. Ning Shu guessed that this should be the source of the zombies' power. Ning Shu asked Little Ming if he had such a thing. Little Ming nodded. Ning Shu touched his head. He suddenly wanted to know if his head also had this kind of lump. This kind of foreign object in the head didn't hurt or itch. It felt very strange. It felt like zombies and humans were opposed to each other, but they also needed each other. Zombies wanted to eat humans, and humans needed zombie nuclei to enhance their abilities. He didn't know when this kind of struggle would end. He didn't want to destroy this plane. Ning Shu and Little Ming wandered around for a long time. Finally, they saw a car. Little Ming reflexively wanted to gather the zombies, but he was stopped by Ning Shu. Little Ming looked at Ning Shu in confusion and asked, "Why?" "Let's secretly follow and see which base these humans are from," Ning Shu said. "Why?" Little Ming asked again. "I'm looking for someone." "Of course, we're following," Ning Shu said. "Why don't we go and ask?" Little Ming asked again. "Damn, 100,000 whys," Ning Shu said unhappily. "Just listen to me. If we go and ask like this, we'll be attacked." "I can call the monsters," Little Ming said. "I'm not afraid of them." The monsters that Little Ming was talking about were ordinary zombies that didn't have any intelligence. Little Ming also gave these zombies such a fashionable name. Feeling that the topic was getting more and more off topic, Ning Shu said directly, "Shut up. We'll follow." "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Little Ming turned on the repeater mode. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu followed the car in front stealthily. He couldn't be discovered by these people. Little Ming, who was behind, followed suit. Every time he saw Little Ming learn the good and bad things, Ning Shu felt guilty. He didn't know what Little Ming would be like in the future. Ning Shu chanted Ba in his heart. He hoped that Little Ming would be a good youth in the future. Ning Shu followed the car to the base and entered the base. Looking at the base, Ning Shu could only sigh silently. It was fate that brought her to the previous base. Was she courting death by running in front of the young phoenix? Seeing the base, Little Ming reflexively wanted to gather his monsters. Ning Shu pulled him and said, "Let's find a place to rest next to the base." "Why?" Little Ming asked. "I'm not sure if the person we're looking for is in the base," Ning Shu replied. "If the monsters come, they'll come out. They're afraid of the monsters," Little Ming said seriously. "No, they're more afraid of you." Ning Shu heard Little Ming's simple and crude method and had a feeling that he couldn't refute. "Don't bother. Do your own thing." Ning Shu put on a serious look. Little Ming said, "Oh." Chapter 117. Ning Shu found an abandoned building next to the base. Then, she wandered around the base and eavesdropped on other people's conversations. Xiao Ming followed behind Ning Shu. He did not know what she was doing. In Xiao Ming's opinion, what Ning Shu was doing was meaningless. Anything that was not for hunting was meaningless. Ning Shu did not know that Xiao Ming despised her in his heart. She also got the information she wanted. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were in this base. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix's ability levels were very high. They were very respected in the base and were even about to become the leaders of the base. Young Phoenix was the base's goddess. Coupled with her ability, she was called the Goddess of Ice. Goddess. Ning Shu was envious. She had never been called a goddess. God was indeed fair. If he gave you an ugly appearance, he would definitely give you a low IQ to avoid imbalance and disharmony. Ning Shu wanted to know how the officer was doing. Now that Lone Wolf had replaced the base, what was the situation with the original higher-ups of the base? She felt that things were not looking good. "Okay, let's go back," Ning Shu said lightly. After guarding the base for a few days, Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix did not leave the base at all. This made Ning Shu very disappointed. Xiao Ming looked at Ning Shu and asked, "What are you doing?" "Gathering information," Ning Shu said. Xiao Ming said, "Let's gather the monsters." "Okay." Ning Shu nodded. Hearing that Ning Shu had finally agreed to gather the monsters, Xiao Ming's pupils trembled. Then, he floated in the air and roared at the top of his lungs. In a short while, zombies came from all directions from the base. The base also became restless in an instant. Ear-piercing and urgent alarms rang out. In an instant, many people rushed out of the base's entrance and looked at Xiao Ming, who was floating in the air. Ning Shu stood among the zombies and did not attract attention. He patrolled the base and did not see the officer. In the past, when the zombies attacked the base, the officer would organize the resistance. Why didn't he come today? Could something have happened? Ning Shu frowned as he looked at Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix, who were standing at the front. Their robes fluttered in the wind, making them look like an immortal couple. What surprised Ning Shu the most was that under everyone's gaze, Lone Wolf actually floated in midair, facing Xiao Ming from a distance. Xiao Ming sized up the man in front of him. His expression was solemn. This man was not weak. Ning Shu's face was also solemn. Lone Wolf's strength had increased so quickly. It seemed that while the zombies were evolving, the human strength was also increasing. Compared to the vigilance of Ning Shu and Xiao Ming, the morale of the humans was high. Everyone looked at the floating Lone Wolf in awe. Lone Wolf condensed a ball of lightning in his hand and looked at Little Ming coldly. Little Ming looked at the energy ball in Lone Wolf's hand with caution. Lone Wolf, this is the zombie that killed Lin Wen. Young Phoenix pointed at Little Ming and shouted at Lone Wolf with a face full of hatred. Lone Wolf squinted his eyes and released his superpower at Xiao Ming. Lightning flashed and looked very dangerous. Xiao Ming dodged the lightning-like superpower, but the superpower hit an ordinary zombie and turned it into black ash. Ning Shu was speechless. It was not directly burned, but directly turned into ash. The power was too terrifying. Little Ming looked at the unlucky zombie that was left with a handful of black ash, and then looked at Lone Wolf with unprecedented vigilance. Ning Shu made a gesture to Little Ming to run. Little Ming was confused. Ning Shu saw that he did not pay attention to him at all, so he shouted at him, "Let's go." Ning Shu's voice suddenly attracted Young Phoenix's attention. Young Phoenix saw Ning Shu in the group of zombies and roared, "Flower! Flower, come here and die." Young Phoenix's face was ferocious. Ning Shu roared, "I want to avenge Lin Wen." Ning Shu rolled his eyes and shouted at Little Ming, "Let's go." Little Ming turned around and rushed to Ning Shu's side. He was ready to run with Ning Shu. Lone Wolf saw that the target was running away and wanted to chase after them. This zombie must be very powerful. If he got the crystal, his power would be upgraded again. Little Ming looked back and saw that the human was chasing after them. He quickly roared and urged the ordinary zombies to attack the base. Lone Wolf saw that the base was about to fall, so he could only turn back to kill zombies. Ning Shu and Little Ming ran for a while and stopped. Ning Shu sat on the ground and Little Ming also sat on the ground. They took a wooden stick and rode on the ground. "Flower, the human today is very strong," Little Ming said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. He was very strong. His cultivation was like sitting on a rocket. Ning Shu said, "Don't go to the base if you don't have to." "Flower, have you found him?" Little Ming didn't forget their purpose. Ning Shu shook his head. Today, the zombies attacked the base, but the officer didn't show up. Lone Wolf seemed to have become the uncrowned king of the base. The worst result was that Lone Wolf killed the officer. Ning Shu felt depressed and said to Little Ming, "We'll keep an eye on that base in the future." Little Ming said, "I want to eat that human's heart." Ning Shu was speechless. Good ambition. Then Ning Shu and Little Ming formed a wretched two-man team and wandered around the base. As long as the humans in the base left the base, they would play all kinds of tricks. This made Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf very unhappy. They formed a special team to deal with Ning Shu and Little Ming. Little Ming learned a lot of shameless behavior from Ning Shu, which caused his pure mind to become dark. He often set up traps and things like that to trick humans. Every time Ning Shu saw it, he felt guilty. Little Ming changed from a person who tore humans apart with his bare hands to a zombie who tortured humans. She couldn't escape the blame. Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix were so determined to kill Ning Shu and Little Ming. In addition to taking revenge and eliminating the danger of the base, they wanted to get the crystal cores more. The pressure on Ning Shu and Little Ming from the base was increasing. Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf seemed to be fighting with them. They sent more and more superpowered people, and even had firearms. Ning Shu and Little Ming's advantage in fighting with them was getting smaller and smaller. Little Ming would summon a lot of zombies to consume the enemy's strength. Sometimes, Lone Wolf would even lead the team in person, just to take the crystal cores out of Little Ming's head. Every time they saw Lone Wolf leading the team, Ning Shu and Little Ming would run away directly. The power of thunder was the most effective against zombies. Damn, they were really shameless. They ran away when they couldn't beat them. This made young Phoenix and Lone Wolf so angry that they bit their cheeks. Ning Shu felt that he was digging his own grave. He would be killed sooner or later if he went against the male and female protagonists. Ning Shu looked at Little Ming, who was writing and drawing, and said, "Don't go to the base with me in the future. Don't be killed by the base people." He was really embarrassed to ask Little Ming to tease the male and female protagonists. Chapter 118. Xiao Ming shouldn't be involved in the grudge between her and the male and female leads. If Xiao Ming was really killed and his nucleus was taken out, Ning Shu would feel guilty. After all, they had been together for so long, and there were some feelings between them. Xiao Ming looked at Ning Shu, and when he heard that Ning Shu didn't want him to follow, he asked excitedly, "Why?" "You will die," Ning Shu said. "I won't." Xiao Ming said seriously, "I won't die." "TSK, you won't die just because you said so?" "Okay, if you want to follow then follow." Ning Shu told Xiao Ming, "If there is danger, quickly run, don't talk about moral integrity." "What is moral integrity?" Xiao Ming tilted his head and asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu said faintly, "I don't know what moral integrity is." "Hua, look, doesn't this look like you?" Xiao Ming pointed at the painting on the ground. The painting was very abstract, and Ning Shu looked at it for a long time before she realized that Xiao Ming was painting her. "Your eyes are too small, I have big eyes." Ning Shu pointed at the painting on the ground. "I have an oval face, you painted me into a flat face, the difference is too big, practice hard." Xiao Ming looked at Ning Shu and said, "That's right. Do you understand the difference between romanticism and realism? Do you understand romanticism?" Xiao Ming, "I don't understand." Ning Shu and Xiao Ming returned to the surroundings of the base, squatting around the base, causing trouble for the base and then quickly running away, repeating the cycle again and again. Ning Shu and Xiao Ming's actions made the atmosphere of the entire base tense. The two mutated zombies fought and ran away, ran and ran back. They were slippery, and couldn't be killed, which made people very angry. Ning Shu took out the gene fluid and drank it, and asked Xiao Ming, "Do you want to drink?" Xiao Ming shook his head, and his eyebrows showed some rejection of the gene fluid. Ning Shu directly opened his mouth and poured the gene fluid into his mouth, and said, "Drink, this thing is good for you." Xiao Ming smacked his lips with a look of disdain. "I don't like this," Xiao Ming said, feeling wronged. "Shu, don't talk. Someone is coming out of the base." Ning Shu was surprised to see a car come out of the base. It was night time, and people rarely left the base at night. People's vision was greatly affected at night, but zombies weren't affected at all. Therefore, it was strange for someone to leave the base in the middle of the night. "Should we summon some monsters?" Little Ming asked. Ning Shu shook his head. "Let's see what's going on first. Let's follow them." Ning Shu planned to follow the car. At this time, another car came out of the base and chased in the direction of the first car. When Ning Shu chased after them with Xiao Ming, he found that the two sides had already started fighting. The dazzling superpowers were exceptionally dazzling in the dark night. "What are they doing?" Little Ming Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu squinted his eyes and looked at the battle in front of him. When he heard Xiao Ming's question, he answered, "They are fighting." "Why?" "They are all humans." Xiao Ming asked again. He had never been attacked by a zombie before, so he couldn't figure it out. "The human world is very complicated. You won't understand," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu looked at the two groups of people and finally saw the officer. The officer's hair was white, and he was much older than before. He was fighting with all his might. The officer had also awakened a superpower. It was a surprise attack superpower, but it wasn't very strong. It could only be used with guns to kill enemies. Xiao Ming, hurry up and summon the zombies. Ning Shu saw that the officer's side was at a disadvantage, so he quickly said to Xiao Ming. Roar. Xiao Ming immediately roared at the top of his lungs. His roar was extremely penetrating, causing Ning Shu's head to shake twice. Hearing Xiao Ming's roar, the two sides stopped fighting. They looked nervous. One side finally got into the car and was ready to run. Ning Shu saw that the people in the base had left, so he quickly ran to the officer. However, he was pointed at by a black muzzle. The dazzling light of the flashlight shone on her face. Ning Shu quickly said, "Officer, I am Hua, The officer's expression couldn't be seen in the dark. He sounded a little confused. Hua, weren't you killed by a zombie? I heard from young Phoenix that you became a zombie. How can a zombie talk? This is very complicated. Officer, put down the gun first." Ning Shu said. "Put down the gun." The officer ordered. He pointed the flashlight at Ning Shu and looked up and down. "Are you a human or a zombie now?" "Zombie," Ning Shu said honestly. Hearing that it was a zombie, the other people who had just put down their guns immediately pointed at Ning Shu and Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming roared at these people. Ning Shu said, "Officer, I won't hurt you. It's so late. Why did you come out of the base? Why are those people chasing you?" Ning Shu asked. "Put down the gun," the officer ordered. Then he said to Hua, "It's good that you are alive." Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix took over the base and betrayed the country. The country's top officials were basically killed by Lone Wolf. I drank the gene fluid you gave me and was lucky enough to awaken my ability. Lone Wolf didn't kill me because he wanted to subdue me. Today, I found an opportunity to escape with my subordinates, but they immediately found me. The officer saw Ning Shu and the mutated zombie together. He knew that Hua was a zombie. He didn't know why Hua became a zombie and still had her memories. Sure enough, it seemed that the male and female lead were still on the path of the overlord of the base. Ning Shu asked, "So where are you going next?" "Find a base to start over. We can't stay in that base anymore. It's the world of Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix." When the officer talked about Young Phoenix and Lone Wolf, his tone was very complicated. He was betrayed by the subordinates he brought up. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, "Officer, I'll send you to find a new base. This way, you can avoid being harassed by zombies on the way." This. The officer froze for a moment and said with a sigh, "No need, we can go by ourselves." "Officer, you don't have to be so polite with me. The two of us will follow you all the way. When you find a new base, we will leave immediately," Ning Shu suggested. It was good to do something for the original owner who loved him like a father. "Well, you just follow from a distance." The officer walked to Ning Shu. Ning Shu whispered, "Don't follow too close. People's hearts are not what they used to be. Now, mutated zombie nuclei are very precious." Ning Shu nodded. Then Ning Shu and Xiao Ming followed the team from a distance and accompanied the officer to find a new base. The people in the team usually couldn't feel the existence of Ning Shu and Xiao Ming. Along the way, there were no zombies that attacked them. This kind of situation made the people in the team become ambitious. They even instigated the commanding officer to control Ning Shu. Every time he heard such words, Little Ming would tear the person who spoke to him apart, pull out his heart, and chew it in front of everyone. Sure enough, people's hearts were not what they used to be. These people were not grateful to her and Xiao Ming for escorting them. Instead, they had such thoughts. Humans were greedy. Chapter 119. After a while, the team finally arrived at the new base. Ning Shu saw that the officer had safely entered the base, so he turned around and left with Little Ming. Although she could think and speak, she was still an alien to humans. Those who were not of the same race would be punished. Ning Shu had never thought of living with the officer. This was because it was impossible. Ning Shu repeatedly emphasized to this body that she was now a different life form compared to humans. There was no way she could coexist with humans. Ning Shu was afraid that after he left, the original owner of the body would still want to live with humans. Flower. Little Ming shouted for Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned to look at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Flower, don't live with humans in the future. Humans are too annoying," Little Ming said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded. "I won't." Okay. Little Ming's tone was very happy. This made Ning Shu feel very relaxed. Ning Shu and Little Ming found a place to rest. Actually, they did not need to rest, but Ning Shu was still a human. Habits could not be changed. Little Ming seemed to be used to this, too. Ning Shu looked at Little Ming, who was sitting beside him, and said, "Little Ming, I'll have to ask you to take care of me in the future." "Take good care of me." Little Ming looked at Ning Shu and nodded. "I'll take care of you. Please don't let me live with humans. If I suddenly go crazy and insist on being close to humans, you have to stop me, okay? If I'm killed by humans and they dig out my crystal, then no one will be with you," Ning Shu said half-threateningly. Little Ming looked at Ning Shu seriously and said, "I won't let humans kill you." "Very good." Ning Shu closed his eyes and thought. He did not know when the mission would end. Ning Shu felt a little guilty. He did not know what the mission was like. He felt that the system had completely disappeared. It had not spoken for a long time. Xiao Ming nudged Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just wanted to see if you were asleep," Xiao Ming said. Ning Shu was speechless. Now, Xiao Ming could speak fluently and think like a human. Ning Shu still decided to go back and cause trouble for Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix. Little Ming didn't say anything and followed Ning Shu around. He was so deep in thought that no one knew what he was thinking. "Flower, do you think I can build a base like the humans?" Little Ming Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu firmly patted Xiao Ming's shoulder and said, "If you want to do it, then do it. I support you." A convulsive smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. Ning Shu silently turned his head away from his face. "What's the point of building a base? Are you going to put a bunch of zombies that have no consciousness but only appetite in the base?" Just thinking about it made him feel that it was too beautiful to look at. "When the time comes, we can gather the smart monsters like us," Xiao Ming said. Ning Shu was stunned for a moment. Building a place where mutated zombies gather, Xiao Ming really dared to think about it. "Okay." Ning Shu agreed. Xiao Ming was very happy and started to write and draw on the ground. Ning Shu said, "How about we directly attack a base and make it our base?" Ning Shu, "Okay." Xiao Ming, "How many mutated zombies do you think our base will have in the future?" Ning Shu, "A lot." Ning Shu looked at Xiao Ming's serious face. Sure enough, men have the ambition to expand their territory. Ding, mission completed. Do you want to leave the mission world? The system that hadn't appeared for a long time finally made a sound. Ning Shu was dazed for a moment and immediately left the mission world. Ning Shu's heart suddenly surged with disappointment. Before leaving, he didn't see the school doctor again. It was already a miracle to meet him twice. Maybe he wouldn't meet him again in the future. "Uncle, thank you." Ning Shu was dazed for a moment. In a daze, he heard Xiao Ming call Hua Hua, Hua Hua. When Ning Shu opened his eyes again, he was already in the vast white space of the system. Ning Shu took a deep breath and then heavily exhaled, as if to let out the turbid air in his heart. Ning Shu looked down at his soul. It was a little dim. "Congratulations, player has returned to the system space. Do you want to check the status panel?" The cold mechanical voice sounded. "Yes." After Ning Shu finished speaking, his information appeared in front of him. Number 23333 Name Ning Shu Age 27 Experience 8600 8600/10000 Soul 601 Life 501 Wisdom 80 Charm 1 Luck 283 Spirit 120 Martial Strength 10 Qualifications 26 Merit 2 Skills 5 Rings Shooting Technique Trash Fighting Technique Absolute Martial Arts Entry Trash Honorable Title Goddess of War Mission Completion 100 Obtained 5,000 points. Obtained 10 attribute points. Please distribute as you wish. Ning Shu saw that the points this time were actually 5,000 points. That was a lot. Then Ning Shu guessed that it was because he saved the commanding officer that he obtained so many points. Ning Shu added the 10 attribute points to wisdom, charm, and luck. Then, the information on the panel changed. Number 23333 Name Ning Shu Age 27 Experience 13600 13600/10000 Soul 61 Life 50 Wisdom 805 Charm 12 Luck 313 Spirit 120 Martial Strength 10 Qualifications 26 Merit 2 Skills 5 Rings Shooting Technique Trash Fighting Technique Absolute Martial Arts Entry Trash Honorable Title Goddess of War. Congratulations player for completing the beginner 10,000 points mission. You are now an official player. After the system finished speaking, the sound of firecrackers rang out in the system space, accompanied by a song. Pleasant sheep, beautiful sheep, lazy sheep. Ning Shu was speechless. The system was definitely broken. After the song was finished, the system said, the system needs to be upgraded. Do you want to clear the mission points to upgrade the system? Clear the mission points to 0. 10,000 points to upgrade the system? Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, no. Ning Shu's heart ached for the mission points. You must upgrade. After becoming an official player, you have to deal with more things. The system is too low level and will drag you down. Also, the upgraded system will be more intelligent. The system said. Damn, it's mandatory. Then what are you talking about? Ning Shu gritted his teeth and said, upgrade the system. Please wait, the system is upgrading. Ning Shu's heart ached. A few world points in exchange for an upgraded system. Who knows what kind of system it is? The system was upgrading. Ning Shu also sat down and began to absorb the unknown substance in the space to enrich his soul. Ding, the system upgrade is complete. Ning Shu opened his eyes and looked around. It was still a vast expanse of white. Nothing had changed. System sir, you're still here? Hello, I am System 2333. I am very happy to serve you. A voice rang out in the space. This voice was not as cold as the previous system. Ning Shu was very angry and shouted, why is it still 2333 2333 your sister? Chapter 120. Why was it 2333? Ning Shu did not like the title of 2333. He thought that he would be able to get rid of 2333 after his internship ended. But now that the system called itself 2333, Ning Shu wanted to vomit blood. 2333 is at your service. From today onwards, 2333 is the player's exclusive system. 2333 is required to serve the player in all aspects, including the player's mental state. When the player is unhappy, 2333 is responsible for making the player happy. When the player is happy, 2333 is responsible for making the player happy. Ning Shu was speechless. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? He would rather have the cold and emotionless system than this weird one. Ning Shu rubbed his forehead and said, that 2333, is there anything the player needs? 2333 quickly said. He was like a small employee who was eager to impress his boss. Explain the situation to me first. Ning Shu said. What situation? 2333 asked. I am now an official player. I want to know the situation of the other players. Ning Shu suppressed the anger in his heart. He spent more than 10,000 points to exchange for this piece of trash. Ning Shu was really frustrated. 2333 seemed to have sensed that Ning Shu was not too happy. He quickly said, "The player does not have the right to know the situation of the other players." "Then what can I know?" Ning Shu squinted his eyes and asked. "You can know your quest and the origin of the system." 2333 said, "The reason why players are chosen is that their souls are stronger than ordinary people. They can withstand the damage caused by teleportation. The player's job is to help those who have great resentment and have sacrificed their souls or important things to turn their lives around. The player's job is to repair the plane, the tinkerer of the world." 2333 said. Ning Shu nodded and said, "I understand." "Oh right, is there a secret book that can cultivate the soul? I feel that my soul is still too weak. When it came to things like the soul, the stronger the better." "There is, but the player does not have points. You can't exchange for it." 2333 said. "Fuck, I really want to choke 2333's neck and make it spit out the points. I feel like this system is useless." "Right, what do you look like? Come out and let me have a look," Ning Shu said. "Player, I don't have a physical body. I am the mastermind of this space." 2333 said. "Fuck, I wanted to beat it up to vent my anger. By the way, after becoming an official player, you will receive a special quest. It is to identify the behavior of the player's family members. In the future, when you assign quests, try to match the player's personality." 2333 said. "Sure," Ning Shu said. "Do you want to complete the special mission now? There's no rush. The player needs to meet the client first." 2333 said. Ning Shu felt awkward hearing 2333 calling him a player, so he said, "You can just call him by his name, Ning Shu." "Okay, Ning Shu." 2333 replied cheerfully and asked, "Do you want to meet the client now?" "Okay." As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, a figure slowly appeared in the space. The soul was a little thin, just like Ning Shu's soul. It was an ancient woman wearing ancient clothing. She had a rough hairpin on her head and the fabric on her body was not very good. Her face was very pale, but she was very beautiful. Her body was graceful, soft, and slender. Ning Shu guessed that this woman knew how to dance. The woman first looked around and then looked at Ning Shu. She looked up and down at Ning Shu with a proud expression and said, "Are you the one who turned the tide for me?" "Me?" Ning Shu said, "I am." "And you are?" "I am Madam Qi." When the woman said her identity, she straightened her back and looked very proud. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Looking at this woman who called herself Madam Qi, he felt like he should know her, but he really didn't know this Madam Qi. 2333 reminded Ning Shu, "You are the Madam Qi who was made into a human swine in history." "Oh." Ning Shu suddenly realized and asked, "Haven't you been dead for 2,000 years?" A person who had been dead for more than 1,800 years was standing in front of him. Although she was just a soul, Ning Shu felt very surprised. "I don't want to. I don't want to be made into a human swine by that evil woman Lu Ji. Do you know how painful it is?" When Madam Qi talked about human swine, her face twitched and her soul trembled. Human swine was a kind of torture that turned people into pigs. It was to chop off their limbs, gouge out their eyes, inject copper into their ears to make them deafened, pour poison down their throats, cut off their tongues, and destroy their vocal cords so that they couldn't speak. Then, they were thrown into the toilet. Some had to cut off their noses, shave their hair, and shave their eyebrows, not only their eyebrows and hair, but also their eyelashes. Then, a medicine was applied to destroy their hair follicles. After the hair follicles fell off, they would no longer grow hair. Then, they would be pulled out one by one. Some were too tired, so they would be pulled out together. If their skin fell off, they would die during the execution. Those who didn't die were put in the toilet and made into human swine. The most famous one was that Empress Dowager Lu of the Han Dynasty had made Madame Qi into a human swine. She had even arranged for someone to take care of her before throwing her in the toilet and letting her die in pain. Her ears were cut off, and even her face was scratched. This was a kind of torture invented by Empress Lu to deal with Madame Qi. Ning Shu looked at Madame Qi and asked, "Then what do you want?" Hatred burst out of Madame Qi's eyes as she said fiercely, "I want Empress Lu to taste the pain of being made into a human swine. My son, Rui, was still so young, but he was killed by that woman." Ning Shu looked at Madame Qi's twisted face and said indifferently, "You can go. I won't accept this mission." Madame Qi was stunned. "Why?" "As long as you help me counterattack, I will give you half of my soul power." 2333 also said, "Ning Shu, why?" The main reason was that Ning Shu didn't want to go against Empress Lu, a woman who had been in power for more than 10 years. This woman was ruthless and cunning. Secondly, Ning Shu didn't have a good impression of Madame Qi, and he didn't have a good impression of Lu Bang, the rogue emperor. Lu Bang was exactly the kind of person who was called a scumbag. Although Madame Qi's end was very miserable, Ning Shu didn't sympathize with her at all. It was completely self-inflicted. She was ambitious and didn't have the strength to match it. This had always been the case in the harem. 2333. Can you reject this mission? I don't want to do this mission, Ning Shu said through the system. Yes, but you can't reject the next mission, 2333 said. Madame Qi's soul began to dim. She was probably going to leave the system space. Ning Shu roared, "Why? Why can't you counterattack for me? Do I deserve to be tortured by that vicious woman, Empress Lu? I don't want to, I don't want to." Chapter 121. When Madame Qi heard that Ning Shu refused to help her, her face twisted. Ning Shu shouted bitterly, "Why?" Ning Shu said indifferently, "Your son, Lu Rui, was killed by you. As a mother, you don't know how to protect your son. You only care about glory and wealth." "No, Rui was killed by Lu Zhizhou." Madame Qi heard Ning Shu's words and refuted fiercely. "Although your son can't be the emperor, he is still a prince. However, you want to uphold justice for your son. It would be strange if Lu Zhizhou let your son go." Ning Shu said indifferently. After Lu Bang's death, Madame Qi was forced by Lu Zhizhou to wear prison clothes and iron shackles. She was locked in Yongchun Alley and pounded rice day and night. Madame Qi couldn't stand it anymore and made a song. She wanted her son to uphold justice for her and leave here. Madame Qi's soul became dimmer and dimmer. It was estimated that she was about to leave the system space and disappear completely. The system echoed Madame Qi's roar. "It's not like that. It's not like that at all." Ning Shu let out a long breath. Ning Shu didn't want to care about this kind of mess. Also, Ning Shu was definitely on the side of the legal wife. Even if it was reasonable and legal in ancient times, Ning Shu was still very disgusted. As a rich young lady, Lu Zhizhou married Lu Bang, who had nothing. She washed and cooked for Lu Bang and gave birth to children for him. She was not beautiful and was even captured by Xiang Yu as a hostage for 2 years. She waited bitterly for Lu Bang, but Lu Bang and Madame Qi were like gods. Madame Qi enjoyed glory and favor. Lu Zhizhou had nothing but the position of empress. Madame Qi was ambitious. She encouraged Lu Bang to depose the crown prince and make her son the crown prince. LVG was vicious and merciless, but she had changed from a pampered, intelligent, and innocent young girl to this. Behind every heartless and ruthless woman, there was a heartless man. Too much hurt, disappointment, and despair had turned a soft heart into a cold and hard iron. If it was Ning Shu himself, he would do the same. He would kill Lu Bang first. This kind of ungrateful grassroots emperor was simply too disgusting. "Let's look at the next quest," Ning Shu said. 2333 quickly said, "Ning Shu, you can't reject this mission. No matter what kind of mission it is, you must accept it." "Okay, I got it." Ning Shu nodded. As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, a figure slowly appeared in the space. When the figure gradually became clear, Ning Shu was stunned when he saw the soul. It was a woman, a very beautiful woman. Her soul seemed to be stronger than Lu Ji's soul. It was like a real person standing in front of Ning Shu. Her appearance was dazzling and captivating. The fabric of her clothes was excellent. There was no wind in the space, but the clothes on her body seemed to be fluttering, giving people the feeling that she was floating in the air like an immortal. This was the first time Ning Shu had seen such a beautiful woman. Her face was pure and innocent, but her body was very hot. Her waist was very thin, and the belt she wore made her chest even more turbulent. With such good looks, there was no hurdle that couldn't be overcome. As the saying goes, 3 points of fate, 7 points of hard work, and 90 points of appearance. Like cannon fodder, she could just grow as long as she wanted. Ning Shu felt that this woman was not simple. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling. The woman who entered the space looked around, then looked at Ning Shu and said, "You are the one who will counterattack for me." Her voice was very soft. When Ning Shu heard this voice, he shivered. She was a woman, and when she heard this voice, she couldn't control herself, let alone a man. Her voice was filled with charm. It was soft and carried a hint of innocence. It was simply too alluring. "I am." Ning Shu nodded and said. Hearing Ning Shu's words, the woman quickly walked towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the woman in front of him. Her body was slightly swaying, and her waist was so thin that Ning Shu was afraid that she would break it. The woman reached out and held Ning Shu's hand, and shouted, "Elder sister, help me." Ning Shu looked at the flawless face in front of him. Ning Shu's mouth was dry, and he asked, "How can I help you?" "I beg you to help me. I don't want to be reincarnated. I really can't stand it. I would rather be reincarnated. If elder sister can counterattack for me and let me escape the fate of reincarnation, Yan Luo is willing to give up all of my soul force. I just want to be reincarnated." Ning Shu heard Yan Luo's words, and his heart suddenly thumped. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He asked, "Speak clearly." "My name is Mu Yan Luo. I am the daughter of a country's prime minister." Mu Yan Luo said. She was a perfect example of a rich and beautiful woman. "My mission is to get rid of those men. I've really had enough of those men. I've been reborn 3 times. I thought I could get rid of these men, but I can't. I wanted to escape the first time I was reborn, but I still fell into the hands of those men. The second time I was reborn, I wanted to hang myself, but I was still saved by those men. Just like in my first life, I'm still entangled with those men. Living 3 lives, no wonder her soul force was so strong." Mu Yan Luo looked at Ning Shu with eyes full of hope and expectation. "Elder sister, I want to get rid of this fate. Of course, it would be better if you could teach those men a lesson." Ning Shu's mouth twitched, and he asked, "How many men are entangled with you?" Mu Yan Luo's eyes were very clear, and she said, "Several." Ning Shu was speechless. "So, what kind of mission was this?" 2333. "I don't want to accept this mission," Ning Shu said to the system. "No, you refused the last mission. You can't refuse this one," 2333 said. "Otherwise, Ning Shu will be obliterated." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu turned his head, and Mu Yan Luo said with a ferocious expression, "I accept this mission. Thank you, elder sister." Mu Yan Luo's face lit up with a smile, and she looked even more beautiful than before. It felt like the whole room was lit up by her smile. She was so damn beautiful. Mu Yan Luo was very happy to hear Ning Shu accept the mission. Before she left, Ning Shu said, "Elder sister, you are a good person. The others don't want to accept my mission, or they failed it. Thank you. Ning Shu, come back. Let's talk about it." After Mu Yan Luo left, Ning Shu felt even worse. He asked 2333, "What's going on?" Mu Yan Luo is the female lead of a world, 2333 said. It's just that she's been reborn twice, and she doesn't want to live the life of being reborn anymore. So, she's looking for players to counterattack. She's the female lead, and I'm just a cannon fodder. What the hell am I supposed to counterattack? Ning Shu said in a huff. Chapter 122. She was supposed to be the cannon fodder, but now she was going to be the heroine's counterattack. 2333 said, I told you this is a special mission. After this mission, you can only be cannon fodder. Damn it. How could it be so direct? It even said that it had to take care of the player's emotions. This was how the system took care of people. Ning Shu sat down and began to absorb the materials in the space to enrich his soul. When he had points, he would immediately exchange them for the secret book of soul cultivation. This was too slow. After some time, Ning Shu opened his eyes and saw that his soul had been enriched a lot. He was very satisfied and asked, 2333, are you still there? Yes. As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, 2333's voice sounded. Obviously, he had been waiting for Ning Shu to wake up. Ning Shu said, can you change your name? 2333 said, no, my main brain has been with this number since birth. It can't be changed. Ning Shu thought, what the hell, he felt that this number was full of malice. Forget it, there was no need to care about these trivial things. Ning Shu said, let's enter the mission. Okay. In an instant, Ning Shu felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light. He felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. When this feeling disappeared, Ning Shu opened his eyes. The room was very dark. There were candles on the table and a maid was sleeping on the recliner. She was probably on night watch. Ning Shu rubbed his head and looked out the window. It was very dark now. Ning Shu decided to accept the plot first. Prime Minister Mu of Donghua Nation had a daughter named Mu Yenluo. She was born with a natural charm and was devastatingly beautiful. Many people had come to propose marriage to her, wondering who could win her heart. But what was unexpected was that Donghua Nation was destroyed overnight. The Prime Minister's residence was attacked. Prime Minister Mu told his daughter to escape, and then he fled in the opposite direction. Mu Yenluo, who had just escaped from the Prime Minister's residence, was caught by a general. Then, the general raped her and started a shameless life. Mu Yenluo gradually gave her heart to the general, but then a lord took a fancy to Mu Yenluo. However, the general directly gave Mu Yenluo to the lord. Mu Yenluo was so heartlessly tortured by the general that her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all moved. Then she and the lord started a love-hate relationship. I don't love you. You can have my body, but you can't have my heart. The general, who lost Mu Yenluo, found out that he loved Mu Yenluo. The general negotiated with the lord, and then something even more shameful. Ning Shu, Mu Yenluo was heartbroken. She ran away and met many men along the way. There were imperial merchants, divine doctors, martial arts alliance chiefs, scholars, and demonic sect leaders. Towards the end of the story, these men all fell in love with Mu Yenluo. After a discussion, they decided to share Mu Yenluo and live a more shameless life. Fuck. Ning Shu shuddered at the sight of this string of people. Most importantly, every man Mu Yenluo passed by was tormented both physically and mentally. Then, the men would come to their senses and realize that the one they loved was Mu Yenluo. They no longer had any feelings for other women. It was heartbreaking, miscarriages, misunderstandings, and physical abuse. It was simply too tragic. This was a world of NP meat. It was a world of literary abuse. No wonder Mu Yenluo was able to counterattack. After experiencing such a life 3 times, these men were definitely masochistic, and Mu Yenluo was definitely a masochist. Even in such a situation, they could still live happily together. Ning Shu counted with his fingers how many men there were. The valiant general, the overbearing lord, the black-bellied imperial merchant, the indifferent divine doctor, the coquettish sect leader, the righteous leader, and the scholar. Well, there were 7 in total. 1 night per person, just enough for a week. Ning Shu wanted to go home. This world of filth. Ding. Ning Shu, Wax, I am 2333. A voice suddenly appeared in Ning Shu's mind. Lost in thought, Ning Shu almost jumped out of bed. What is it? Ning Shu asked coldly. Wax? Ha ha ha. 2333 didn't waste any time and said, since you are helping Mu Yenluo to escape her fate, you can't let these men take advantage of her. Mu Yenluo's 3 lives have been tortured by these men. So Ning Shu, if you want to get more points, you better torture these men too. The higher the torture, the more points you will get. This mission is difficult because the rules of heaven and earth are strong. Mu Yenluo is set in stone. Even if she is reborn, she can't escape her fate. 2333 explained. Ning Shu suddenly understood. It was like a tape that had been put on. It could only follow the plot. But if the plot deviated, the rules of heaven and earth would soon return to the starting point. Ning Shu felt a sudden pressure. Damn, why was the mission so difficult? Could it be that she picked the leftovers of others? Fuck. All in all, this mission was to change Mu Yenluo's fate. Moreover, he had to torture these men. Of course, if he didn't kill these scumbags, would he keep them for the new year? Ning Shu sat up on the bed and prepared to practice his peerless martial arts. Without strength, he could only be slept with. Ning Shu didn't want to be slept with by these men. After a long time, Ning Shu sat on the bed and took a deep breath. Ning Shu sadly found that this body couldn't practice martial arts at all. After practicing for almost 4 hours, Ning Shu found that there was no qi in his body. Ning Shu was so anxious that he started to sweat. Without strength, how could he just wait to be raped by these men? Ning Shu expressed that he was a pure person. How could he do such a thing? This body can't practice martial arts. Ning Shu, give up, give up. 2333's voice echoed in Ning Shu's mind. His heart was tired. That's right, the female lead just had to wait to be raped. After practicing her peerless martial arts, she would be incomparably powerful. How could she be raped by men? A soft body was easy to be pushed over. A little resistance was fun, but it was impossible for the female lead to possess great strength. Ning Shu sat on the bed and sighed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. Ning Shu was startled. The maidservant who was sleeping on the recliner was so frightened by the loud noise that she fell to the ground. She got up from the ground at a loss and saw Ning Shu sitting on the bed. She shouted, Miss, what's wrong? How the hell would I know what's going on? Ning Shu looked at the door. A man walked in with a group of people behind him. Yenluo, the army is attacking the city. Let's hurry and leave. A handsome middle-aged man walked in. Ning Shu said anxiously. So it was the original owner's father. He thought it was the general who attacked the city. Ning Shu still hadn't calmed down. Why aren't you packing up for the young miss? Prime Minister Mu shouted at the pale-faced servant. The servant hurriedly packed up. Prime Minister Mu looked at Ning Shu and sighed. Donghua has fallen. Ning Shu also sighed. This was the beginning of the original owner's tragedy. Father, where are we going? Ning Shu didn't think he could escape. The plot was quite powerful. Chapter 123. The sky of the apocalypse was gray, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded in dust. Viruses and zombies roared, and the whole environment was filled with despair, greed, and the infinite magnification of human nature. The law of the jungle was that the strong were respected. Struggling to survive, the strong became stronger, and the weak were eliminated. In front of the base, there were zombies roaring without reason in all directions, and crazily rushing toward the base. Human and human-like zombies were floating in the air above the base. Young Phoenix looked at Huaduo, and scolded, Huaduo, do you have any shame? You come here every day to attack our base. What do you want? Xiao Ming, who was in a suit, stood next to Huaduo, Xiao Ming ignored young Phoenix and turned to Hua Duo, and said, Hua Duo, move aside. I'll deal with this woman. Hua Duo shook her head and looked at young Phoenix. She said, I'll do it myself. Young Phoenix pushed her into a group of zombies and wanted to kill her, so she went against Hua Duo, Hua Duo, only remembered being pushed into a group of zombies when they found the gene fluid. She didn't know how she became a zombie, and there was a zombie called Xiao Ming beside her. She didn't know who gave him the name, but Xiao Ming said she gave him the name. Hua Duo said she wouldn't give him such a name. Xiao Ming might as well be called Xiao Dong. Xiao Ming nodded and said to Hua Duo, if you can't beat her, run. Don't fight with this woman. She's stronger than before. I'll run. Hua nodded. Although Xiao Ming was a zombie, he was very black-bellied and was a thick-skinned person. Young Phoenix, you pushed me into a group of zombies. I'll take revenge today. Hua Duo, raised her fist and punched young Phoenix. Young Phoenix sneered, you're just lucky to become a mutated zombie, and you think you've become Superman. No matter what you become, you're useless. You're just giving me nuclei. Hua Duo, didn't say anything. She dodged young Phoenix's icicles and fought with young Phoenix. Hua Duo, couldn't understand. They were all from the special agent team, and they were all trained by the officer. How could young Phoenix and Lone Wolf attack the officer? He was simply a human-faced beast. You're nothing but a slut. You're even called a goddess by others. Don't you feel guilty? Why are you pretending to be so pure? Hua Duo, cursed as she fought with young Phoenix. Young Phoenix's eyes turned red when she heard Flower's words. This was because she had to sacrifice her body when she was doing quests. It was not even her first time. In order to complete quests, this was necessary. In the past, young Phoenix did not care, but now that she was the goddess of the base, young Phoenix was very concerned about such a dark history. She was now a strong person of the base, so how could she have such an imperfect history? Hua, if you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I will tear your mouth off? Young Phoenix said through gritted teeth. Especially when she saw the strange look in the eyes of the people around her, young Phoenix gritted her teeth and looked at Flower Duo, with resentment. Hua, smiled as she looked at the angry young Phoenix. When she saw young Phoenix send out dense and large icicles, she quickly dodged and shouted to Xiao Ming, I can't beat her. Let's run. Xiao Ming was fighting with Lone Wolf. Then, he turned around and ran. He pulled Hua and ran quickly. In an instant, they were out of sight. Young Phoenix was so angry that her face turned red. Looking at Hua, who ran away, she was so angry that she started to bombard the zombies below. Hua, if I don't kill you, I, young Phoenix, am not human. Young Phoenix was almost angered to death by Hua, For no reason, she would bring a large wave of zombies to harass the base. When the situation was not right, she would immediately run away. Lone Wolf frowned and said to young Phoenix, this zombie and Hua, even built a base. It seems that the one just now should be the zombie king. Young Phoenix was even angrier. This is so annoying. Moreover, the base built by Hua and the zombie king was not far from here. Young Phoenix felt that Hua did it on purpose. However, humans were no match for the endless and tireless zombies. Otherwise, young Phoenix would have attacked them long ago. Xiao Ming and Hua ran for a while and stopped. Then, they slowly walked towards the base. Hua saw a car parked not far in front of them. A person leaned against the car door and looked up at her and Xiao Ming. His expression was very cold. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He was tall and slender, and his black windbreaker swayed with the breeze. Hua Duo felt his sharp gaze grazing her face. Hua Duo even had the feeling that she was being seen through. Hua could feel that this man was not a psychic, but he had a deep and unfathomable temperament. Roar. Xiao Ming roared at the school doctor. He looked at him warily. After a moment of hesitation, he was ready to pounce on the school doctor and take out his heart. Hua grabbed Xiao Ming, who was about to rush over. Xiao Ming turned his head and looked at Hua. Hua said, "He didn't attack us. Let's let him go." Xiao Ming frowned. In the end, he did not make a move. However, he looked at the person leaning against the car with a serious expression. His muscles were trembling, ready to attack at any time. "Let's go." Hua pulled Xiao Ming away. She looked back at the man. He slightly pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Under the sunlight, the glasses reflected a white light. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and finally sneered. He opened the car door and started the car. The car kicked up a cloud of dust. After a while, the car disappeared. Hua sighed in relief when they were far away from the strange man. Although she did not know why, she felt uncomfortable when she saw the man. Xiao Ming and Hua walked into the base. This base was built by Xiao Ming. It was filled with mutated zombies. Seeing Xiao Ming and Hua, the mutated zombies all knelt on the ground to show their allegiance. The law of the jungle among zombies was clearer than among humans. Hua, that man seemed to know you. Xiao Ming thought about it and felt that the man should know Hua, Hua shook her head and said, "I don't know him." Humans and zombies fought each other for survival. Hua was at odds with Lone Wolf and Young Phoenix. Lone Wolf, who was angry, also organized people to fight back. In short, you hit me, I hit you. Xiao Ming's strength was getting stronger. He did not seem to like eating hearts. He always gave the corpses of psychics to the zombies below. Xiao Ming was becoming more and more like a normal person. No one could tell that he was a zombie just by looking at his appearance. Perhaps he was already a human, a high-level human. Chapter 124. Also, why do we have to run? Can't we just surrender? Ning Shu asked. With Prime Minister Mu's status in Donghua, there was still a way out if they surrendered. Prime Minister Mu's handsome face stiffened. Ning Shu said sternly, "Your father is a scholar. How can I do something so unprincipled?" Ning Shu was speechless. If they were really unprincipled, why did they have to run? They might as well stay and live and die with Donghua. They would definitely be famous in history. They would be proud and unyielding. They would be afraid of losing their lives if they stayed. "Master, miss, everything is packed." The little maid held the package in her arms. Ning Shu did not want to go with Prime Minister Mu. He said, "Father, you and mother go first. We will go in different directions." "That's fine. We are a family. When can we meet again? If we are separated in this chaotic world, we might not be able to see each other before we die." Prime Minister Mu frowned. Obviously, he agreed with Ning Shu's suggestion. Ning Shu said, "Father, mother, go with big brother and little brother first. This way, the Mu family will have a bloodline." "I won't go with you." Prime Minister Mu thought for a moment and said, "That's fine." Ning Shu was speechless. "You are really big. Aren't you worried about leaving your daughter behind?" It was probably because of the plot. Thinking about it, any scene would be sex. His father-in-law was watching from the side. What was this? In the plot, Mu Yenluo was all alone. "Take these banknotes." Prime Minister Mu took out a stack of banknotes and gave them to Ning Shu. Ning Shu accepted the banknotes and said, "Thank you, father. Father will give you one more person to protect you. This is my guard. He will protect you secretly in the future." Prime Minister Mu pointed to a guard holding a sword. Ning Shu looked at the guard. This guard looked very special. He had a square face and a wide chin. There was no such guard in the plot. Ning Shu recalled the plot and found that the guard had appeared once before, but he didn't appear after that. He either ran away on his own or was secretly killed by the male lead. He will protect you in secret. This girl will also follow you. Prime Minister Mu hurriedly finished his words. Then, he looked at Ning Shu with sorrowful eyes. Daughter, father is leaving. You must take care of yourself. The army is coming. Hurry up and run. As soon as Prime Minister Mu spoke, he ran out of sight. The guard glanced at Ning Shu and then jumped out of the window. He was probably going to protect her in the dark. It felt unreliable. Ning Shu put away the silver that Prime Minister Mu gave him and then said to the servant girl who was holding the package, "You can go too. You don't have to follow me. This servant is by Mrs. side. This servant is not afraid." The young maidservant's teeth were chattering and her legs were trembling. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the bed and said indifferently, "You don't have to follow me. I won't leave. This servant is by Mrs. side. Yulan is Mrs. person. Even if I die, I will be Mrs. Ghost." Yulan said firmly. Ning Shu waved her hand. "Up to you. If you want to follow me, then follow me. Get something to eat. I'm a bit hungry." Ning Shu said to Yulan. Yulan put down the package and went to get something for Ning Shu to eat. Looking out of the window, one could see that the city gate was brightly lit. There were also sounds of killing. The smell of blood drifted far away. The entire capital seemed to be in turmoil. "That guard, are you still there?" Ning Shu shouted out of the window. After waiting for a while, there was no response from the guard. Ning Shu felt depressed. This guy couldn't have run away, right? "Here." A voice sounded. Ning Shu, she felt that this guy's reaction arc was a bit long. She called for such a long time before answering. How should I inform you? Did she have to call for him every time? If he didn't respond for a long time, it would be too late. Moreover, Ning Shu didn't know how loyal this guard was. Sigh, so melancholy. A black shadow appeared in front of Ning Shu. His face was covered, only revealing a pair of eyes. Ning Shu was shocked. "Miss, it's me," the guard said. Ning Shu stroked her chest. "Why are you covering your face?" "This is the rule of us secret guards," the guard said. "Ning Shu, you're like this, forgetting what you look like after a glance. Covering your face is even more eye-catching. This is a whistle. When Miss blows the whistle, I will appear." The guard gave Ning Shu a whistle. Ning Shu took the whistle and asked, "Can I hear it no matter where I am?" This question was a bit difficult. The guard didn't answer for a long time. Finally, he said, "As long as I am by Mrs. side, I can hear when Miss blows the whistle." "Thank you." Ning Shu put away the whistle. At least she felt a bit safer. Yulan brought food. Ning Shu said, "Miss, there's no one in the residence now." This servant made some noodles. Ning Shu didn't dislike it. She ate some of the food that Yulan brought and said, "You can also make some food yourself." Ning Shu rubbed her stomach and waited for the general to come. She waited until Ning Shu was about to fall asleep. Finally, someone broke into the Prime Minister's residence. Messy footsteps came over. Peng, the door was kicked open. Then, the door fell to the ground with a creak. It fell to the ground and splashed up dust. It was completely ruined. Ning Shu was speechless. Couldn't they open the door properly? All of them liked to kick the door open. Ning Shu remained silent and sat on the stool without moving. She looked at the man walking at the front. This man was tall and strong, and he was wearing armor. The moment he walked into the room, the entire room was filled with the thick smell of blood. Ning Shu looked at him. This was Mu Yanluo's first man, Situ Qingyu. "Wow, General, there's a beauty here. So beautiful, so beautiful." When Ning Shu saw these people looking at her with lustful and disgusting eyes, she cursed in her heart. She had never enjoyed such treatment before. She felt like she had been raped. Sure enough, she was used to being an ugly little cannon fodder. "All of you, get out," Situ Qingyu said to the soldiers behind him. His voice was deep and forceful like a powerful army, majestic and cold. Seeing Ning Shu, a great beauty, these soldiers and officers were reluctant to leave. One of them cupped his fists and said, "General, this beauty must be the famous beauty Mu Yenluo of Donghua Nation. We have worked hard for the whole night. General, what do you think?" I said, "Get lost." Situ Qingyu directly pulled out the big saber at his waist and said coldly, "What's wrong? My words don't matter, or do you want to go against the military order?" Everyone immediately understood that the general had taken a fancy to this beauty and wanted to have sex with her first. The eyes of the men blocking the door were glued to Ning Shu. They couldn't look away and some of them even drooled. However, with Situ Qingyu around, they couldn't think of this beauty. Situ Qingyu was very powerful and these men were very afraid of him. In the end, they all left reluctantly, leaving Situ Qingyu alone. Chapter 125. After the other soldiers left, Situ Qingyu walked over to Ning Shu and threw the sword on the table. The little girl, Yuelan, was so scared that her legs turned to jelly. She fell to the ground and looked at the fierce Situ Qingyu in shock. Ning Shu's eyelids twitched, but her expression did not change. "Damn it, if I could master a peerless martial art, I would whip you to death." Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu and let out a low laugh. "I didn't expect Miss Mu to be so bold. Were you waiting for me in this embroidery house?" Although Situ Qingyu was a general, he was definitely good-looking and handsome. Now, he looked at Ning Shu with undisguised passion and desire. Ning Shu coughed and tried to make her voice sound a little rougher. "General, are you going to kill women and children now?" "Kill you? How could I bear to kill you?" As Situ Qingyu said this, he suddenly twitched the saber at his waist. The saber reflected a white light that shone on Ning Shu's face. Situ Qingyu stabbed the saber at Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu did not dodge and just stared at Situ Qingyu in a daze. "Miss!" Yulan shouted, her face deathly pale. Situ Qingyu glanced at Ning Shu, whose expression did not change. With a flick of his wrist, he took the hairpin in her hair and held it in his hand. Then, he put the hairpin to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He said in a low and sexy voice, "It smells so good." Ning Shu grinned and did not say anything. She had to maintain a noble and elegant appearance to reduce the seductiveness of her body. Mu Yenluo's body was emitting hormones at any time and anywhere, sending out signals that said, "Come on me, come on me." No man liked a woman with a cold face. Situ Qingyu put the hairpin back into Ning Shu's hair bun. This hairpin suits you best." He's a master at flirting. In the plot, Situ Qingyu raped Mu Yenluo and was mesmerized by her body. The Prime Minister's residence was a place for pleasure at any time and place. Women would always have some special feelings for their first man. Moreover, after a long time together, Mu Yenluo's heart had been given to Situ Qingyu. Mu Yenluo had thought that Situ Qingyu also loved her. After all, if he didn't love her, how could he roll around with her every day? Moreover, he was so passionate. However, he did not hesitate to give her away as if she was a brothel girl. Mu Yenluo was truly beaten to a pulp. Situ Qingyu saw that the beauty was ignoring him. She was indifferent to whatever he did. Situ Qingyu revealed a faint smile and said lightly, "Interesting, very interesting. Ning Shu, that's a classic line for picking up girls. So, are you going to say, woman, you've successfully attracted my attention? Very well, you've attracted my attention." Situ Qingyu bent over slightly and lowered his head to get closer to Ning Shu. This action was very ambiguous, as if he was going to lean over and kiss her. At the same time, Situ Qingyu had an extremely strong aura and oppression that would make a woman's heart pound wildly. However, in the face of Situ Qingyu's flirting skills, Ning Shu looked up at Situ Qingyu expressionlessly. Situ Qingyu stretched out his head and lifted Ning Shu's chin. Situ Qingyu's face was getting closer and closer, and it looked like he was going to kiss her. "TSK, TSK." There was a bloody smell on him. Ning Shu instantly felt that this guy had come back from slaughtering pigs and hadn't even taken a shower. Ning Shu stretched out his fist and punched Situ Qingyu in the eye, only to hit Situ Qingyu's palm. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu with a faint smile and grabbed Ning Shu's fist with his slender and broad hand. I like this frosty look of yours even more. It's even more mesmerizing to see a frosty look turn into a passionate one when you're about to give pleasure. Situ Qingyu's words were lewd, but his handsome face made him look particularly devilish. Ning Shu, pfft, damn, he failed to pretend to be noble and cold. Situ Qingyu lowered his head and wanted to kiss the hand in his palm. Ning Shu withdrew his hand and picked up the whistle hanging in front of his chest. He took a deep breath and blew the whistle as loudly as he could. Bang! A black shadow jumped in through the window. He was dressed in black and had a mask on his face. He was very conspicuous in this brightly lit room. Beat him as hard as you can. This bastard dared to take advantage of me. Cut off his penis. Ning Shu pointed at Situ Qingyu and cursed. She didn't look noble and cold at all. Situ Qingyu was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he couldn't figure out why the beauty suddenly changed her style. Situ Qingyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. He said in a low voice, "So you have a helper. Beauty, I like to hear you speak. Even if you're cursing, it sounds like you're pleasing me." Ning Shu, damn. Ning Shu wished he could poison himself into a mute. This was the female lead of a erotic novel. It was obviously a very painful thing, but the expression on her face was both joyful and painful. It made men want to torture her even more and tear her apart. Ning Shu pinched her own neck and tried her best to make her voice sound less seductive. She shouted at the secret guard, "Cut off his dick." Situ Qingyu and the secret guard fought. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The chairs and benches in the room were swept by the aftermath and turned into wreckage. Yulan's face was pale. She moved to Ning Shu's side and watched the fight. She asked in a trembling voice, "Miss, what's a dick?" Ning Shu. Plop. A figure fell at Ning Shu's feet. Ning Shu felt uncomfortable when he saw that it was the secret guard. The secret guard stood up with a hand on his chest. Ning Shu said, "Miss, this person is not weak. I can't beat him. I'll go and treat my injuries first." With that, the secret guard jumped out of the window and ran away. "Damn, you're so useless. What's the point of keeping you? If you want to run, you have to run with your master." Ning Shu pretended to be noble and aloof as she raised her chin and looked at Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu's arm was injured and was bleeding profusely. "General, what's wrong?" a guard outside the door asked. Ning Shu smiled, revealing his white teeth. He said indifferently to the door, "It's nothing." The battle was a little intense. Situ Qingyu's words were very ambiguous. The person outside the house immediately let out a wretched laugh and left again. Ning Shu beckoned Situ Qingyu with his finger. "Come here and bandage my wound." He didn't know how to bandage a wound. Ning Shu didn't say anything. "Since you're not coming over, I'll come over. I'm not just here to bandage my wound," Situ Qingyu said as he asked Ning Shu to come over. "Damn it." Ning Shu cursed in his heart and walked towards Situ Qingyu. When he walked, Ning Shu found that his body was habitually twisting his waist. It was completely spontaneous. Chapter 126. Her body automatically made the most seductive movements. When her waist moved, it was the most comfortable position. Ning Shu clamped her buttocks, not allowing her waist to move. Her entire body stiffened as she walked towards Situ Qingyu. Situ Qingyu took off his shirt without hesitation, revealing his muscular body. The only thing that ruined the scene was the bloodstain on his arm. Situ Qingyu said indifferently, "Help me bandage my wound." Ning Shu said directly, "I don't know how to." Situ Qingyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Shu dangerously. "Don't you know how to bandage a wound? You really are a lady from a noble family." Situ Qingyu's voice was full of sarcasm as he said coldly, "You ladies from noble families have your eyes in the sky. You are my captive now. Whatever I say goes." Ning Shu pursed his lips and wrapped the cloth that Yuelan had torn around Situ Qingyu's arm. Situ Qingyu seemed to have thought of something bad and looked at Ning Shu with ferocity and disgust. Shouldn't you clean the wound first? You really don't eat the food of mortals. Ning Shu used the cloth to wipe his wound. Situ Qingyu hissed in pain and looked at Ning Shu coldly. Did you do it on purpose? No, Ning Shu said indifferently. Sure enough, you ladies from noble families are all whores. Situ Qingyu became irritable and his words became more and more unpleasant. Ding. Abuse points, 5, 2333's voice suddenly appeared in Ning Shu's head. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. What did she do? She was the one who was scolded by Situ Qingyu. How did she abuse him? Ning Shu was very confused, but his hands were not slow. After tying the cloth for Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu with a gloomy face. Ning Shu was confused. What was wrong with him? Situ Qingyu stood up. The muscles on his body were bulging, and his entire body was filled with the smell of hormones. Get out. Situ Qingyu growled at Yuelan in a low voice, and the whole room shook. Yuelan was so scared that she fell to the ground and looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. You can leave. Ning Shu, Yuelan said calmly. But miss, if this servant goes out, miss will face this barbarian alone. This servant is afraid that something will happen to Mississippi. Although Yuelan was afraid, she was still determined to stay and accompany Ning Shu. Yuelan shouted at Situ Qingyu, let go of my miss and come at me. Yuelan puffed out her chest as she spoke. Ning Shu was speechless. Scram. Situ Qingyu looked at Yuelan with killing intent. Get out. Ning Shu said. Yuelan left while crying. After Yuelan left, Situ Qingyu lowered his head and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at him indifferently. There was a pair of scissors hidden under the sleeves of his deep robe. Ning Shu had secretly hidden the scissors when he was cutting the cloth. If Situ Qingyu really dared to make a move on her, Ning Shu would not hesitate to stab the scissors into his heart. So what if he was handsome? He was still a rapist even if he was handsome. I hate young ladies like you the most in my life. In front of others, you look pure and innocent, but behind others, you are vicious and arrogant. Situ Qingyu pinched Ning Shu's chin and said viciously, so, when I meet a young lady like you, I will first rape and then kill you. Fuck, this guy was a psychopath. He mourned for Mu Yenluo. Although she was raped, she was not killed. Ning Shu's expression did not change. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu and asked, what do you think I should do to you? Kill and rape? In the past, it was always rape and then kill. Now that she was the female lead, she naturally had to be special. Then guess what happened to the young lady who made me kneel and lick her shoes? Situ Qingyu seemed to want to chat with Ning Shu, but the content of the conversation was not so pleasant. What do you think Ben will do to her? Situ Qingyu sat down and looked at Ning Shu with a faint smile, but there was disgust in the depths of his eyes. Ning Shu blinked and said, it must be some inhumane torture. I threw her into a pack of wolves, and the wolves were fed with drugs in advance. The pack of wolves raped her while tearing her flesh, but I didn't want her to die so quickly. She lived for half a month under the wolves' bodies, and finally died with her body in a bloody mess. When she died, I couldn't even see her arrogant and despotic face. Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu. Do you think this punishment is good? Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu was filled with disgust. Situ Qingyu continued to blabber. In summary, Situ Qingyu, who was once a poor boy, was humiliated by the young ladies of noble families. In addition, Situ Qingyu was very tall and handsome, which aroused the desire of these young ladies to conquer him. They even made Situ Qingyu kneel on the ground and bark like a dog to lick his shoes. This caused Situ Qingyu to be traumatized and twisted. Then, when he became successful and famous, he took revenge on these people one by one in cruel and vicious ways. Ning Shu finally understood why Situ Qingyu did not say anything when he caught Mu Yenluo and directly raped her. It turned out that there was such a story. No wonder Situ Qingyu sent Mu Yenluo away without a word when the Lord wanted her. Situ Qingyu hated the young ladies of noble families. Mu Yenluo was the daughter of the Prime Minister of Donghua Nation and had a noble status. When Situ Qingyu saw Mu Yenluo, he vented all his anger on her. However, the female lead's body was so alluring that Situ Qingyu directly imprisoned Mu Yenluo and trapped her in the embroidery house. They had sex almost 24 hours a day. Ning Shu was speechless. Mu Yenluo was completely unjustly implicated. TSK. Sure enough, Situ Qingyu wanted to take revenge on society and women. He was a scumbag who felt that he had been wronged. Situ Qingyu saw Ning Shu's disdainful look and his face darkened. What's with your expression? Are you looking down on me? Do you really think you're a high and mighty young lady? TSK. I didn't say anything. What are you trying to say? Ning Shu shook his head and said, Are you trying to get back at a woman? Get back at a woman? You think too highly of yourself. I heard that you're the most beautiful woman in Donghua Nation. Let me think, what would it be like if the most beautiful woman in Donghua Nation were to be pleasured by me and end up as a promiscuous military prostitute? Situ Qingyu's voice was filled with doubt, but he looked at Ning Shu with malicious eyes. What a perverted lunatic. Ning Shu said expressionlessly, How would I know what it would be like? Try it and you'll know. Situ Qingyu's voice was very evil. He looked at Ning Shu with naked desire and malice. Chapter 127. When Ning Shu saw Situ Qingyu's expression and the deep desire in his eyes, she knew what this guy wanted to do. Not to mention this mission, even Ning Shu herself did not want to roll around with such a lunatic. What do you want to do? Ning Shu looked at Situ Qingyu coldly with a murderous look in his eyes. Situ Qingyu met Ning Shu's eyes and said sarcastically, Don't look at me with such a high and mighty look. Do you believe that I will dig your eyeballs out? Those bitches looked at me like that and they will never be able to see again. TSK, what a sensitive pervert. Why are you asking me? What can a man and a woman do in a room? Situ Qingyu said evilly. You will be fucked by me like a bitch. Ning Shu was speechless. Damn, even the male lead of a pornographic novel spoke so vulgarly. But he was good-looking and had a special charm when he said something only a hooligan would say. Like a bitch? Shen Qingqing sneered. You were also born by a bitch. This idiot hated women so much that he wanted to exterminate them. You have a sharp tongue. I will let you know that you will not have a good ending if you anger me. Situ Qingyu bared his teeth, which reflected a white light. The entire Prime Minister's mansion is my people. Do you think you can escape? Do you think you are invincible just because you have a secret guard? Ning Shu lifted his chin slightly and looked at Situ Qingyu proudly. He said disdainfully, You are just like a bug. You are amazing after climbing to a high position. Since Situ Qingyu cared a lot about those days of being treated badly, Ning Shu's action was to tear open his scars and then sprinkle salt on the wound. She even rubbed it hard twice so that it would be easier for the taste to seep in. Situ Qingyu's eyes turned red at Ning Shu's condescending attitude. His face trembled and he gritted his teeth. You are courting death. Ding. Abuse points, 10. Current abuse points, 15. The sound of 2333 suddenly rang in his head. Ning Shu instantly felt that this was the right move. Situ Qingyu really cared about that past. Even if I die, I still look down on people like you. No wonder those women despise you. It's all because of you. People like you deserve to be bullied. Ning Shu's face was full of disdain. Why don't you blame your mother for giving birth to you? You are courting death. Situ Qingyu's eyes were red as he reached out and grabbed Ning Shu's neck. Ning Shu instantly felt as if his breathing had been cut off. This body was indeed weak. Mu Yenluo, you've successfully infuriated me. Situ Qingyu clenched his fist. He felt that he could break this thin neck with a gentle pinch. A life would end in his hands. This feeling made Situ Qingyu feel infatuated and carefree. Ning Shu felt that it was difficult to breathe. He took out the scissors that he had hidden and quickly slit Situ Qingyu's wrist. In an instant, the skin and flesh split open and blood gushed out. Situ Qingyu was stunned. Ning Shu kicked Situ Qingyu's crotch. "I'm going to play with your penis today." Ning Shu used all the strength in this body to kick, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Situ Qingyu only groaned and didn't show any expression of pain. "Ning Shu, fuck, how weak is this body?" Situ Qingyu looked at Ning Shu indifferently as if he was looking at a dead man. The wound that was cut by the scissors was dripping blood. Ning Shu didn't think twice and used the divine dragon tail whip to trip Situ Qingyu, but Situ Qingyu didn't move at all. Ning Shu felt that he was struggling before death. Fuck, her fighting skills were completely useless. It was all because of this body. It was so weak. "I've decided. I won't kill you. I want to see how you noble ladies will look when you fall in love with me." Crying and begging for pleasure? Situ Qingyu's face revealed a convulsive smile, cold and cruel. Ning Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, at least the female lead halo was useful. If she was cannon fodder, she would have been killed by Situ Qingyu. Now, Situ Qingyu wanted her to fall in love with him and then be abandoned by him. Then, she would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Now, Situ Qingyu didn't care about physical torture. He wanted to torture his opponent mentally. Ning Shu immediately raised her chin and said, "Why would this lady like a lowly person like you? Are you kidding? You're just a bug." Ding, abuse points 5. Current abuse points 20. Ning Shu, huh? 2333 came out to make her presence known again. Damn it, she did not even make a sound when Situ Qingyu grabbed her by the neck just now. Don't test my patience. Situ Qingyu clenched his fist quietly. His hand that was cut by Ning Shu bled even more, forming a pool of blood on the ground. Situ Qingyu snorted coldly and turned to leave. When he reached the door, he kicked it, and the other door also fell to the ground. As soon as Situ Qingyu left, Ning Shu's entire body relaxed. She moved her neck. Fuck, it was so painful from Situ Qingyu's grip. However, not being raped by Situ Qingyu was her greatest achievement. At least she got 20 abuse points. These abuse points were just rubbing salt on the wound. There were 7 hardships in life: birth, old age, illness, death, resentment, separation, and not being able to get it. There was nothing more painful than not being able to get it. Situ Qingyu wanted her to fall in love with him and then torture her. Ning Shu was going to give him a taste of his own medicine. The problem was, Ning Shu had no idea how to do it. 2333, are you there? Can you give me some advice? Shen Qingqing asked. How do I make Situ Qingyu fall in love with me? After you have sex with him, he will naturally fall in love with you, 2333 said. Ning Shu was speechless. What was the female lead's body? Could men fall in love with her after having sex? Was it a masterpiece? Ning Shu gave up on this plan. She was not suitable for seducing others. Besides, wasn't this cheating on their feelings? Ning Shu did not have any feelings for these men. Why would she hurt herself by seducing these men? She might as well find a sore spot and step on it with all her might. Then, the abuse value would go up. For example, Situ Qingyu was arrogant and self-abased. He cared most about women looking down on him, so Ning Shu used all her strength to mock him. Miss, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Yulan wailed as she ran into the room. She saw Ning Shu sitting on a stool with her legs crossed, as if nothing had happened. Yulan thought that when she walked in, she would see a messy and torn piece of clothing. Then, the young miss would lie on the bed with nothing left to live for. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Yulan's wailing stopped immediately. She was like a duck being strangled. Chapter 128. Yulan was dumbfounded. Ning Shu asked, Miss, are you all right? What do you think happened to me? Ning Shu said angrily. Yuelan's face suddenly showed an expression of relief. She patted her chest and said, "It's good that Miss is fine. It's good that you are fine." Ning Shu said, "Let's go get something to eat. I'm a little hungry." "Miss, everything in the Prime Minister's mansion has been taken away. There is no food in the kitchen at all," Yuelan said with a sad face. Yuelan was a girl of 13 or 14 years old. She had a baby face. When she held her face, her whole face wrinkled into a thin bun. Situ Qingyu was really ruthless. Did he want to starve her to death? Then let's go to a restaurant. Ning Shu waved his hand, looking very heroic. "I'll take you to eat something delicious." Yuelan looked at Ning Shu with a bitter face. "We are surrounded by guards in all directions. We can't even leave the embroidery building." Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu picked up the spoon hanging on his chest without thinking. However, his chest was too big. Ning Shu took off his clothes and took out the whistle from his deep cleavage. In his previous life, Ning Shu did not expect to have such a big chest. He felt that he had no regrets in life. Ning Shu blew the whistle. It was melodious and very pleasant to listen to. After blowing for a long time, Ning Shu's cheeks were sore, but the secret guards did not appear. Ning Shu was speechless. Did this guy run away? He was definitely not reliable. What should he do now? Was he going to starve to death? Ning Shu and Yuelan looked at each other. Ning Shu coughed and said, "Is there a dog hole nearby? Let's go out and look for food." Yuelan looked at Ning Shu and said hesitantly, "Miss has a precious body, how can you crawl through a dog hole?" "It's fine. Your miss can do anything. Isn't it just going through a dog hole?" Ning Shu said without a care. As long as he could achieve his goal, there was nothing he couldn't do. "Miss, this servant is a pitiful Mississippi. She is a golden branch in a jade leaf, yet she has to do such a thing." Yuelan howled again. Ning Shu's face darkened. "Stop howling. Where's the dog hole?" Ning Shu tied up his hair. Too complicated a bun was very inconvenient. Then, he said to Yuelan, "Let's go." Yuelan had been looking at Ning Shu with a guilty and distressed expression. It's all because this servant didn't take good care of Mississippi. This servant has failed master's instructions. Ning Shu was speechless. He felt that this girl was thinking too much. Did she look so pitiful? Yuelan brought Ning Shu to the desolate backyard of the Prime Minister's residence. She pushed aside the withered grass at the foot of the wall, revealing a dog hole in the wall. Ning Shu looked at Yuelan. "How do you know there's a dog hole here? Have you crawled through it?" "Miss, how can you say that about this servant?" Yuelan looked at Ning Shu with tears in her eyes. "Ning Shu, what did I say? This servant is Mrs. Servant. How can I crawl through a dog hole? This servant walks through the main door." Yuelan defended her dignity. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu crawled out of the dog hole with difficulty. Her chest was almost stuck. If Yuelan hadn't pushed her with all her strength, she probably wouldn't have been able to get out. This was the first time she realized that having big breasts wasn't perfect. Ning Shu rubbed her chest. It hurt so much. Yuelan crawled out of the dog hole easily. Seeing Ning Shu grimacing in pain, she hurried over to help Ning Shu brush off the dust and grass on her body. "Miss, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? Master will be heartbroken if he finds out," Yuelan said. Ning Shu didn't care at all. How was this humiliating? Mu Yanluo in the plot was the one who was humiliating herself. She humiliated herself, and men humiliated her too. Moreover, it wasn't a man. "Look, this is the noble and beautiful miss of a big family. How does it feel to crawl through a dog hole?" Situ Qingyu's voice suddenly rang out. Ning Shu looked around but didn't see Situ Qingyu anywhere. "Miss, he's up there." Yulan's teeth were chattering. Ning Shu looked up and saw Situ Qingyu standing on the wall in a blue robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he looked very pretentious. Ning Shu brushed his messy hair and said indifferently, "It feels very convenient." "Very good." "Humph." Situ Qingyu snorted coldly. Then, he opened his arms and flew in front of Ning Shu. He really looked like a birdman. Ning Shu took a step back. Situ Qingyu stood in front of Ning Shu and said coldly, "You're very bold. How dare you sneak out of the mansion without my permission? Tell me, how should I punish you?" Ning Shu pulled Yuan back a step and said, "Rape first and then kill, kill first and then rape?" Situ Qingyu's face twitched. He said in a low voice, "In your heart, I'm a big sex fiend?" Ning Shu nodded without hesitation. "You're definitely the perverted sex fiend." Situ Qingyu sneered. "If I don't do anything, I'll be unworthy of this title." As Situ Qingyu spoke, he reached out to grab Ning Shu. Ning Shu shouted, "Look at my hidden weapon." Bah! Ning Shu directly spat at Situ Qingyu's face. Then, he pulled Yuan and quickly ran away. Situ Qingyu moved his body slightly and dodged Ning Shu's hidden weapon. His eyes were red as he watched Ning Shu run away. "Miss, please stop. I can't run anymore." Yuan looked like she was about to stop breathing. Ning Shu stopped and panted. He looked around and did not see Situ Qingyu's figure chasing after him. "Miss, it's really been hard on you." Yuan had not recovered from Ning Shu's fierce spitting. "Miss is gentle and noble. Now, you've become like this. Master will be so heartbroken if he knows." "Alright, don't be heartbroken. Where are we going to eat now?" Ning Shu saw the buns in the bun shop's drawer and drooled. "Boss, give me 2 steamers of buns." Go, beggars, get lost." The boss of the bun shop drove Ning Shu and Yulan away. Yulan immediately raised her eyebrows. "How dare you be so rude to my Mississippi? If you don't get lost, I'll beat you to death, beggars." The boss of the bun shop unceremoniously roared at Ning Shu and Yulan. His attitude was as bad as it could be. Ning Shu was puzzled. She was now the female lead. Wherever she went, there would be people helping her. Why was the boss of the bun shop so fierce to her? Why did it feel like they had a grudge? "Do you know who our miss is?" Yulan wiped the dust on Ning Shu's face with a handkerchief. She pushed her hair aside and showed Ning Shu's face. She asked the boss, look clearly who our miss is." The boss of the bun shop widened his eyes and said, "I don't care who you are. Buy buns if you have money. Get lost if you don't." Ning Shu was speechless. "Forget it. Let's go." Ning Shu looked at the increasing number of people around them. The female lead had a constitution of accidents. Something would happen wherever she went and then attract attention.